lifting a trophy.
I mean, we literally had LGD on the last day of groups go from, oh, maybe they might have to play best of threes to qualify to top the group. So it's very well within their wheelhouse to go from a team that we think might finish third place to lifting that trophy. But BLAST stand in their way right now, Kazu.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's a bit difficult for them, but I do like LGD as a team because they give you a lot. I think especially as a viewer, like you don't know exactly, you know, what is going to show up, which type of team, because I've said it before, but I think their highs are really high, but their lows, holy damn, it's way below most other teams because, you know, there's might be like some play or overall like how they shape up and then the draft that they end up with. And maybe it's a bit boring to hear, but it is sadly the truth for the team. It is something they have to overcome, and you're in the final day. So you have to really bring your A game, both when it comes to the gameplay, but also the lineup you end up with.
Yeah, offering up like little, I don't know, inequities in your draft and little problems, like the better teams will take advantage of that, and you'll end up going from a game that's maybe 60-40 to now suddenly it's 90-10, and you end up with like the game ones. And I agree, it's kind of one game a series that they totally flub. And so to me, you got to cut that out because you can't be handing away free games, especially against the best teams. They're just not going to give you it back the other way, especially whenever the pick order matters and side and all these choices and things. If you give a free win away on either your good side or like it can really matter. And so they have to not do this because it's a problem.
No, but luckily it's like for LGD, it's always the game one. Right? It's like, you know, you had the triple meaty bros into the Drow, you had like the techies first pick into the Lone Druid. Like there's been both game ones against Aurora and Yandex were the problem for them, right? So all you need to do is you do all your prep in the evening, you come to the studio, and then one player just grabs page one of the notebook from the draft. That's gone.
Page one out.
Maybe you should go over there, T, and do it for them.
It's gone. Then you look at page two, and then you start to be competitive again. So whatever's on page one, I just hope they're not looking at it. Because everything else is kind of cool. They have adaptations and they show the better side. But again, a team that's this creative, you want to love them for being creative because other teams, they're often quite boring. They stick to this small hero pool. This team isn't. So it's like when they do poorly, it's so easy to blame it on the draft, which again, based on some games, it is very clear it is the reason why. But you have to kind of accept that you are going to get both sides of the spectrum in a team that is trying to be different to everyone else.
It's a double-edged sword with that because when they come in and they end a series like yesterday on such a high, you think, okay, they want to continue the creativity. They want to be able to field themselves, and then they get jumped down a peg. But you have spoken about how they've been working on that a lot more and, you know, having a bit more faith in their heroes as well. That was something he really, really wanted to talk about, is their creativity and also their avenues that they're playing through different heroes.
I mean, that's absolutely where you should stick to it. Like also, the stats speak for itself. Like Whisper Batrider, it's 4-1. Yesterday they busted out 2 games of Grimstroke, it's 2-0. The Venge on Yuma looked incredible, did get buffed, you know, it was very nice. And I think this is how this team thrives. Even the axe that they flexed in the game too. That was one of like their better games where they stomped BLAST like into oblivion as well. So I think keep, you know, going with that. It's amazing.
I totally agree, and I also think when I watch them, I just watch the B-reel of them like coming to the stadium and stuff. I look at Tai Lung especially, and like a lot of these players, they're very young, but Tai Lung is a kid.
Yeah.
And so I think, and you can very much tell that, and so I think it's really cool. The same way when you think back to like Sumel and the early EG days, it's just cool to watch someone who's like so young and has not had these experiences before, and it's hard to not root for him because he's just a little kid. And so I think it's really cool to like watch that and see players who've had way more experience compared to someone who's trying to win the tournament for their first time. I think is like is a very cool dynamic.
The biggest difference between the players you're mentioning and Tai Lung is the fact that we don't really get to hear from Tai Lung that often. In fact, we know very little about him. So we seized the moment. We had their assistant coach translate for us, and we tried to get as much information out of Tai Lung as we could.
I'm here with Tai Lung and the assistant coach for LGD, and we're going to do a little interview. Can't wait to hear your thoughts because you played a very fun Zeus game last night, and I would like to know how that felt for you.
¿Cómo te sentiste en el juego de Zeus ayer que jugaste, que fue un juego muy chévere para ti? ¿Cómo sentiste? ¿Cómo fue tu sentimiento?
Yo creo que era divertido. Yo quería que se alargara más el juego para meter un infinito, como Dota What the Fuck, pero acabamos el juego temprano, ¿no?
He had a lot of fun that game, and he wished it last longer so he could have infinite ults. He was thinking about the 0 cooldown ult, so he was having a lot of fun that game.
Yeah, we were actually wondering because you were focusing more on going back to the fountain to ult rather than farming more bauble upgrades. Like, why didn't you just go for the 0% cooldown?
Porque tu estava volviendo para a fonte a cada rato em vez de solo farmear sus itens para llegar a su 0 cooldown de su ultimate.
Necesitaba mana para los ultis, no tenía mana.
They have mana. The upgrade also has more mana cost on his spell, so he didn't have mana to farm the entire map. That's why he's going base.
Porque el ítem, el encantamiento te reduce la mana también. O sea, te da menos cooldown, pero te da menos mana.
You have blast cooldown, but you use more mana, so he needs to go base more often.
That makes sense. Okay. Well, obviously that was a very long game, and you guys tend to have long games. You know, how are you feeling about today? You got a lot of energy. You ready to take the trophy home?
¿Cómo estás sintiendo hoy? Nuestros juegos siempre duran muchos. ¿Cómo estás sintiendo hoy tu energía? Si está listo para ganar todo.
Sí, me siento bien. Creo que voy a dar un buen juego hoy día. Y no, a ganar.
He feels he did his best yesterday, and he feels very well, and he's really, yeah, go win, let's win.
Man, I feel like if I was playing an elimination game number 3 and I did the all-time record of hero damage in a competitive game, I'd be feeling pretty fucking good too.
Yeah, he's chilling right now. They're having good games yesterday, bro, setting records, being like one of the youngest players ever to play on stage. Yeah, you're feeling good coming into today.
I love the fact that even with the hero damage, they had to change how they format their numbers just to fit it on the screen, right?
Yeah.
Because if you put 6 digits down there, it's going to be off the graphic, right? And I mean, yeah, Tai Lung, of course, because of Enchanted Bauble. Oh, great. Okay, this is what I mean. Let's see how ugly it is. It goes over the little pink line. It's
Ruined the
terrible.
graphic.
I mean, no one in BLAST would ever want to show this on broadcast. So whoever just did, they're gone.
Holy shit, they got fired.
Yeah, they did.
Immediately. Go back to you, Quinn.
Well, you know who's not getting fired is BetBoom. Because these guys...
They're getting fired up.
That's right. They're getting fired up. And we talk about LGD, the inexperience that they really want that win. BetBoom been here before. They've won tournaments before. These guys have been around the block for a long time. They've been at pretty much every Tier 1 tournament I can remember for the last several years. And they are just incredibly solid players. That's the thing you feel the most when you play against them is they just don't really make mistakes. And so you need to out-strategize them. You need to understand the game better. You need to squeeze really tiny opportunities and slowly build an advantage because they're just not going to give you this, and suddenly they threw the game and they fed a bunch of heroes and now you're ahead a bunch of gold. That doesn't happen. You need to win the game very incrementally, one little good move at a time, and that is just a much harder way to win the game than like the enemy chain TPs in and feeds.
Especially too, I think against BetBoom, you need to be very aware of like both their supports, like Kataomi safe, but also GPK, like how the 3 of them interact together. And the LGD, they need the stableness in the type of early game as well, I think, for themselves. So I hope that they have a very nice idea, you know, how to properly utilize Tai Lung with KJ and also with the Olikor. What is going to be the 3-on-3 looking like for the early runes, the active runes? Because if GPK gets off to a good start, we all know what's going to happen for the BB game.
But it's so scary conceptually. A team that has these kind of little fundamentals, it's not every game it's the same copy-paste. Like, you see Miro TPing to mid lane on dying, even running there. You then have Save also rotating to bot lane to create tri-lanes, and Miro's happy to be by himself. Like, it's not as if every game it's the same formula. They are tweaking it game to game. So if Yuma and KJ is going to go aggressive and try and fight Miro, be one of the most aggressive safe lanes we have now in the top 3, you are going to expect there to be these adjustments, to have the draft or even positioning where maybe GPK rotates earlier. Probably not. But maybe, Kataomi does some moves. But I think the fact is you can't just say BB does one thing every time. Like, they are really cool at having like just a really deep playbook.
They're also really smart drafters and good at adapting. I've lost finals to them before and played won others, and I think something they're very good at is changing what their bans are from game to game. They'll drop a game, okay, they understand what the problem was. You heard Miero in the loser interview after they lost to Yannex yesterday saying, yeah, the Invoker's kind of a problem. Next game, we'll just ban it against them. They already understand that going into a potential finals against Yannex, and they'll be able to do the same thing against LGD. If you drop one game, suddenly you understand, oh, this hero is really crucial and fundamental to the way they play. I think they're very quick at picking up on that. They're great drafters. And I think that is part of what makes them so good at like going deep in tournaments.
I mean, that's the good and bad thing about LGD is sometimes we don't even know what's fundamental to making a draft work for them. So I am intrigued to know what BetBoom and their conclusions have been. But we heard from the youngest player on the side of LGD. We also wanted to hear from the youngest player on the side of BetBoom.
Here with Kiritich, we are on Grand Finals Day. Did you see the very long game last night with LGD?
Yeah, it was very fun.
And I feel like this kind of thing happens a lot with them, like this infinity scaling Zeus with the bauble, all this like silly stuff, drops out of nowhere, versatility. How do you prepare for a team like that?
I don't know, like when I see how Zeus is scaling, it's not normal. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? To be honest, I'm waiting 200 minutes game and waiting when ulti Zeus without cooldown. It's possible. So it was fun if this game be a bit more long.
I think it will be a very fun series, and obviously you've come a long way to get here today. What would you say is like the one thing that you've learned throughout your BLAST 7 that's going to help you take home the trophy today?
We make very good conclusions from last game versus Yandex, to be honest, and we can win this tournament because we're very confident in our heroes, in our players. We're very confident, and we know what we need to do for a win, like how stay lane, how play map. That's it.
And just for an energy check, you know, I looked at your Steam profile. It's all Naruto, right? And I respect that. I love Naruto. What kind of Kirite, what form of Kirite are we going to see today? Are we going to see Hokage level plays or what?
Hokage mod.
Okay.
You're a Naruto enjoyer, right, Kezu?
Of course I am.
Can anyone translate, please? I have no idea what just
Put
happened.
that in Dota terms.
I mean, Mode Hokage is just like top level. This is my boy. I'm sure like this guy's favorite character in the game is like Itachi. It's like everyone's favorite character. He's like, you know, the evil young brother. Don't want to spoil too much, but you should watch it. If you haven't seen Naruto, I'm sure this clown also hasn't. I'm pointing at Quinn right now. It's life-changing shit. You gotta watch that stuff. You know when people tell you know there used to be like the Kuroko no Basket, like the Kuroko no basketball anime. I haven't watched that one. No, I didn't watch that one, but
I did
you know,
watch
people
that one,
keep talking about it, and it's good. It's what made Liquid win TI. It's what's gonna make them win today.
Okay, all right. Naruto is going to be the buff of BetBim. It's not the Quinn, the confidence that they have in their laning phase and how to execute drafts.
No, it's all about that basketball.
Keep it up.
How do I segue from this?
You just go to the fact that they're a curry player.
I just spoke to Katomi, didn't I? Because I was doing a little replay review, and I feel like when we're talking about LGD being chaotic, I think the one thing that BB does really well is like force out errors and force out mistakes. Even though they didn't win Game 3 yesterday, they were kind of presenting that in some of the moments. So I just wanted to hear from Katomi about how he was able to kind of create these moments to threaten teams.
We really want to take the Russian top because we have outpost, we can buy back, we can TP, we have a really good position to fight, we have vision up here, we have vision up there. So we're just basically doing casual move, we forcing Roche to roar. So their team start to feel pressure, they start to panic, maybe they fast smoke to top, and then we already smoked and waiting for them.
So once like you bait the roar, you're holding the high ground, kind of knowing 10 seconds later, of course, you're going to go back into the pit.
Yes.
You're just basically trying to make the mistakes happen.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, like we force the roar, Saxa on Snapfire already start to feel nervous that we're taking Roche. He start to ulti just to check, and we not there. We already smoking. We already have info that there is no Snapfire ulti. So we already have advantage. So we think they smoked. So because they cannot let us take rush top, we also smoke and try to find maybe fight. Maybe they come here on our vision, low ground, and here we like kill them without chance because you know they don't have Snapfire ulti. We have over position, and we will win fight.
I feel like that's all I really need to know how to execute team fights in my next few games.
Well, go in, bait some stuff, go back, and then do it again?
He makes it sound so simple, but it's not that easy. It's hard. That's the best and the worst thing about watching pros is that they will do things so seamlessly that you think it's easy. It's just become second nature for them, and then you try and attempt it, and you're like, actually, this is 20 times harder than I ever thought it was.
It's because most people think like they think about the big picture. Wow, team fight, they win, they kill 5 heroes. But there's like 100 billion small steps in like the 80 seconds leading up to it, which leads to the big play.
And also, it's like in the interview, we didn't show it, but like we're talking about Roshan. Like they knew in the back of their minds like they could even do Roshan in like 7 seconds if they really wanted to. So they were really trying to push the limit of like how far could they take it, what could they bait. Of course, I think that was quite a kind of an easy example in the game because like Roshan Raw, it's like it's not a high level strategy, but with that application, they will be doing that in really, really kind of high level plays elsewhere, like where they show one hero on a creep wave and then they disengage with smoke behind. Like they're always thinking about it. And against LGD, a team that makes mistakes, it just needs to be one trap that LGD kind of fall into. And then BB will suddenly generate like 15,000 gold lead, right? So it is about, you know, dodging the traps for LGD.
Yeah, their team fighting and the way they start fights is very, very consistent and very good. They will take like really sneaky angles on you. They'll wrap around and burst one guy, and they're really good at resetting. Like the thing T said about their, and Katomi said as well about baiting fights and about baiting spells. They're really good at this with buybacks too. They poke one guy, they kill this guy, and they run away. And they know that it's a numbers game. They're not trying to win the game all at once. They're trying to, okay, now it's a 10v9. And the next fight, it's a 10v8 because we're killing you and you're buying back and we're chilling, and they're very, very good at that and playing the numbers game, understanding the really big picture, especially in the high pressure games. Doing that in a pub or conceptually is one thing. It's not a super complicated concept, but having the mental, fortitude to remember that in the moment, that's the tough part, and that's what they're really good at.
Kataomi is only half of their support duo. We want to talk about save as well, because I feel like so often, sometimes we look at numbers, we look at stats, and it's easy to really put Cause on a pedestal. We get to sit down with Kataomi and talk about everything that's happening going through his mind through team fights, but a big pinnacle and a linchpin of what has happened for BetBoom over many iterations, not even just necessarily their great performance here at Slam 7, is save.
Yeah, this guy, he just doesn't really do much stuff wrong. The guy is insanely solid. Honestly, when I think about this guy, I think about the fact that he's always full HP. There's a reason why this guy never dies, because he's always full HP. I don't know how he does it.
That is normally how you not die.
It's some wizardry.
Crazy concept.
Every rune, for years, this guy comes, he's always on the rune, and he's always full HP. It's unbelievable. I don't know what he does, but his mechanics in the first 6 minutes are insanely good. You talk to any player, and they're always like, yeah, this guy's he's really, you hate to lane against him. All the 5 players, they'll tell you this. He is a menace.
Yeah, it's like him and Miro. When they have hard lanes, even then it's like, they have the stick charges, they have the fairy fight, they win the Lotus fight, and that's like why they keep going like forward and forward. And I think also for save, he's always the right place, right time type player. He's always wherever his mid needs him to be. GBK needs him to be mid, boom, he's there. You need him for a follow-up kill, boom, he's there. You need him in the safe lane, bro's TPing, he's already there. That's why his KDA, it's pretty nasty.
I mean, the only time he's ever had more than like 7 deaths in a game this tournament is when it's been an hour-long game. And at that point, like, deaths don't matter, because like if you're a support, like you need information, like whatever. But consistently, it's like 1 to 4 deaths is his like average going into it. So it is like conceptually insane that a 4 player, often the guy that needs to run around the map, do these things, go to uncharted territory, you're normally the one that gets sent back to the base whilst you win the fight. So he is just proof that he is so consistent and a kind of a pillar for this team.
There's something poetic about the fact that the first time these two teams went up against each other in Slam 7 was on day number 1 in a best of 1. Now they're coming up against each other again in a best of 3 on our final day. Do you guys remember who took it in that best of 1?
I actually don't.
It was LGD in a 32-minute win.
Was it, did they have Huskar?
No, they did not. They had Conker. If you can believe that a Conker won.
I actually can believe it, because I'm not that big of a Conker hater. I think the hero has weaknesses, but GPK's Conker was not the best. I don't think we'll see it today.
No, it was LGD who had the Conker.
I know.
And won.
I know. Okay. Yesterday, the reason Conker lost is because
GPK.
That guy played it.
No, you're pointing that way.
That guy played it. That guy.
Yeah, I just
you gotta point the right direction.
Hey man.
Which team LGD?
Try to be confident.
Where's LGD? Quickly, just double checking. Good.
I know where left
TB?
and right is, and if they're
TB?
here, then they're there.
Yep, perfect.
TB is here.
Cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
keep it up. That was good.
Yep.
It was also with Nug Siren as well, something that has been really enjoyable with LGD. We've talked about so many different things being brought out hero-wise, but for me, it's always been Yuma over the last tournament of what he's been able to pull out of any which way.
Yeah, I think he's probably the most creative or the most willing to play random stuff right now in carry. He'll also play the meta stuff. He'll play the draw rangers. Apparently not the lone druids, but so in some ways, I think he's sort of forsaken the super popular heroes. He doesn't really play Shadow Fiend or Lone Druid. He's like, you know what? I'm going back to some of the classics. I'm going back to the stuff that I like, that is sort of more deep in my muscle memory, and not the stuff I'm uncomfortable with that everyone's playing. You know what? Screw the meta. I'm going to do my thing. I mean, that's kind of LGD's whole thing. So it's kind of fitting that Yuma fits in with that. Then it's not just like other players. He's like, you know what? If you guys are going to play weird garbage, I'll play some weird garbage too.
That's been one of the most enjoyable things about what's happened over the last few patches is teams have their own meta. There isn't an overarching meta that prevails in every draft, but it's time we get our game number 1 for this best of 3 draft underway. A lower bracket final game 1 draft begins with BetBoom having first pick here. They're taking out the Huskar and the Axe, and LGD are going to sit a little bit. Maybe T, they're contemplating, do they rip out that first page of their drafts like you suggested?
I mean,
We don't see any papers.
Yeah, the
being
papers
ripped.
intact, so I think we're fine. One thing for LGD though is even though Yuma hasn't been playing Lone Druid in this tournament, in the qualifiers between the group stage and playoffs that they had to play online for a different tournament, they have played the Lone Druid there. So it's not as if they're not like able to play it, they're just kind of choosing not to, right? And I think maybe when you go into like lower bracket best of threes, potentially even grand finals, I am expecting at least one game where they kind of remind people, hey, we can do this. Even if we're not banning it, it's just not, it's not because of anything else other than like we just don't respect it in draft kind of power levels for our players. But I'm expecting to see one game.
Yeah, I'm also I'll be surprised if LG, because the heroes that are standing out, especially for BLAST, like Lone Druid, of course, is going to be one of them. You also have Puck overall that LGD have taken out a lot in the games they've played. And Treant Protector in the BB series yesterday versus Yannick was also a very big standout hero.
And Kez.
Oh yeah, and the Angry Bird.
Bird's the word.
Okay, at least LGD aren't trying to do a game one against BB. Let's give them the Lone Druid, guys. Let's show the world we can beat it. Like, that's not
Yeah, let's go Lone Druid and then pick techies.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was referencing.
Yeah,
I got you.
Got him.
We're one step of the way there. I think Puck is potentially leavable when BLAST is first pick. Now, it's you're in for a ride, and it's not going to be an easy game because it's GBK Puck. The boy is a beast, and they're going to leave it. So Drow is in the pool too. Potentially, they're looking for a trade there on either side. I think we saw them do that against Liquid, where BLAST picked Drow, they picked Puck. I question if they would do the inverse, so if BLAST picks Puck, will they pick Drow? I don't know if they're comfortable with both sides of the trade.
And the Kez is in the pool, so if BB... Okay, so yeah, with that in play, it's like, is Drow okay when Kez is there? Because of course Kez has a lot of gap closing. You naturally go for like Mage Slayer Death, so you kind of fight into the map, so there's kind of a little bit of layering here for sure.
I wonder where LGD take it here. There's a... Like when they've played into Kez, I believe now multiple times, like both against Kez and Lone, they really like their Timbersaw. It's not my favorite answer overall. I think when I see Kez, Doom is one of my favorite answers, but it doesn't seem like the biggest Whisper hero. I like Whisper on a bit more flair, and I can do stuff. I can pressure early, you know, his Bat Rider and his Snapfire type of hero. So even though there are better answers overall, like hero to hero, I hope that they stick to just like their type of style.
What stops picking the Bat just now then?
I was about to say that because I think you're not going to get it in the next phase. I really do see BLAST looking towards banning that in the second phase.
Like if you want to put the stocks on it, then yeah, I'd say right now it's like you just lock it in if you think that's like the #1 hero. But of course, we were talking about the Kez, the Drows, the carries that have been, you know, plaguing every draft of this tournament. They are now kind of snapped up by both teams.
Boo, I wanted a fun Yuma hero. Boo.
Yeah, boo.
Drow can be fun. I like this hero.
Go over there and tell it to cast right now?
No.
Yeah, good. Just making sure we're on the same page.
I mean, they are sort of sticking to their prep in a way. They banned Undying, preparing to pick Drow on 9. That's what they're setting up for. So I think in some ways, they used quite a bit of time, so I think they were talking about other options. Oh, we could pick Puck, we could pick this, we could pick that. But at the end of the day, I think they kind of just said, okay, this is our prep, we're going to stick to our prep. Now, we've seen how that's gone in Game 1, so maybe that wasn't wise, but that was their choice.
Now, for now, this is already better than in, I think, some of the other games that we have seen. I want to see where LGD do take it from here, because Drow Ranger, while this hero is incredibly good, we have seen her lose for the right reason. You know, no core hero can generally be picked first all the time and just, you know, keep up winning. If you're BLAST, there's like one of two avenues. I think you can look to collapse on the hero. Kez is very good at winning his lane and going through the gate. Drow Ranger does not love to be collapsed on, or heroes that overall just get on top of you. Still, there's also the potential for an 18 puck for BLAST. I want to see if LGD, do you want to either ban it? Do you want to just have some heroes in the next phase where you're like, oh, don't worry, we're going to pick some, you know, Ember, or we have enough options later where we don't really care. But there are heroes that you absolutely need to think about.
I feel like you ban the puck and you pick up the Snapfire.
It's definitely consideration. I'm not sure if they're gonna rush the Snapfire. I love the puck ban. A Snap to me is like a little weird against Kez because he's very mobile and he's all over the place. So it's not actually easy to hit him with kisses or any of your spells because they're prone to missing on really mobile heroes.
It's also like for LGD, it's like if you don't ban the puck here, you don't want Tai Lung to like have to preemptively go for a hero knowing there's a puck. Like you don't want your mid lane to have to do these things. So any team against like Liquids and BBs and like the puck teams, if it's not banned in first phase, second phase ban it, you're going to be really happy. But taking the Wyvern, a hero that again BB has popularized during the event, Cold Embrace against Kez, like any hero that needs to lock on and take a fight during like their BKB timing, naturally Cold Embrace will be able to deal with that. But it does invite, you know, the Doom picks, like obviously we don't see Leshrac anymore, but the heroes that kind of go, oh, you press Cold Embrace, I'm going to slaughter that hero now, thank you so much for griefing your own team.
Well, the other thing is burst, right? If you can burst through the Cold Embrace, they're just a still target for you.
Yeah, I mean, Hoodwink is just incredibly good. It's been a good hero for forever, good follow-up damage. You give bonus spell amp, you can buy Vessel if you want, you have Giga magic damage, and it's also one of Save's absolute best heroes.
I wonder what the pairing will be. I was surprised. I kind of thought for a second they might do a Darkseer. With the ranged hero 4, it's a little less likely. The Ion Shell synergy is not quite there. But we saw the Darkseer look really good against Drow earlier, and there's a Wyvern too. It's really good against that. You want something like that, I think, that either cuts waves, or you have something creative to actually play the lane, because Drow Ranger Wyvern is about as harass heavy as it gets, so it's really hard to actually have enough HP regen and just stay the lane, because they just keep hitting you and shooting you relentlessly. Really?
I mean, it's also like they're holding Katomi's pick a bit in the draft because the tree's gone, the clock's gone, the Bane's gone, Winter Wyvern's been stolen from them. Other than that, the only heroes that he's played in the tournament, 1 game Oracle, 1 game Tusk. You don't really want to Tusk into like the Winter Wyvern, it's kind of awkward. And then again, Oracle doesn't really make sense right now. So we are probably going to see a new hero from him, potentially like the Liches and the more aggressive 5s that he played in previous tournaments could make sense, especially that burst that we're talking about into Winter Wyvern.
No, I can totally see the Lich later against these 2 heroes already. Also just with Kez, it's an amazing lane. I think that BLAST are just setting up an 18 pick that is gonna, you have jump. Like when you see Winter Wyvern, when you see Drow, you want to gap close against these heroes. There's a very high chance already that LGD here should be talking about, the classic Largo combos, whether it's a Storm, whether it's a Quab, these heroes that GPK can play and just take over a game with an offlane Largo in the pool as well.
I'd be so scared on LGD. Like the Quap and Ember are so scary. Like Drow, like you said, you don't want to be jumped on. Ember with the Vessel, Quap with levels, you'll make moves. So LGD, they're kind of like preemptively protecting themselves in the lane matchup, because like you take the mid Viper, it's like, okay, please pick your map playing Largo utilizing mid hero. They often don't get to get out of the lane against Viper. We saw that yesterday with Makoto struggling on the Storm.
You should pivot now on BLAST, no? Like just take a normal mid hero that just beats Viper if the hero is to go mid. At least that's a cool thing for LGD. It doesn't have to go mid. It could go offlane. Maybe not anymore.
I mean, okay, so I feel like in some ways LGD have gotten a little too big for their britches. They picked this Viper yesterday in a situation where it was a counter pick. It was a really good Viper game. It was last pick, and it made a lot of sense. I think when you're picking something that isn't there yet, this can bite you in a lot of cases, because you overlook what that hero that you're picking can be countered with because you're so focused on blocking something else. I think this opens up a lot of potential heroes for BLAST. Now, the Storms and Embers and things like that are worse, but this is... I don't know if I like this Viper pick, because it feels like back when they were heroic and they just kept picking Viper for Tai Lung every single game and losing, it feels like that kind of Viper pick.
How's the Invoker into Viper? Is it fine?
Yeah, it's fine. It's pretty good.
Okay, so it's like trying to look at his heroes, like trying to find that hero that can play neutrally against Viper but still complement your draft. Invoker does come to mind, of course, Yandex with CJ. They keep picking it in this type of position, but...
It's also to go about the LGD double pick. Like there is some, obviously there's logic to it, and they want to have the idea open of like flexing the Viper, but even then I would have maybe preferred a melee 4. Like if Viper does go mid and it's an okay matchup, the melee guy can walk over to mid and like play on the aggression. If Viper does go off and you also prefer to have the melee type of guy overall, maybe you can still do that, because Batrider can act as such if he were to be the support. But I do think, like, I'm a little bit on the board that there is some potential overcooking here, but it depends also on your enemy's counter pick. Like, it only will look poorly if BLAST find the perfect pick to counter it here on 18.
I just hope for LGD's sake that they do pick a melee hero to conclude their draft. Having like 4 ranged heroes, like even though Viper Batrider do kind of play in these bodies, like it is like conceptually just such a foreign thing to have in a draft where you're not having this like balance of the lanes partnerships. But again, there's this like pseudo melee through a couple of their heroes. And they do go for the Queen of Pain. It's like, it's fine. It's exactly what you want with Largo. But the lane into Viper, it can be shut down a little bit. I believe Quinn will probably...
Quite a bit, no?
Yeah, this is a ballsy one. You got to play things really, really correctly. In all these hard matchups versus the Ord walking heroes, denying their ward and winning the block are going to be the 2 boxes you have to check. If you don't, this lane can be, you can get ultra stopped. Queen can also like soft draw if you play really well. There's a lot of variance here. It's risky though, because Queen, if she's behind, is kind of awful. The hero sucks at farming neutral creeps when she's behind, and she needs a lot of gold to be effective. If you don't get to this Kaya Sanj Ags, these items, then the hero is sort of just the meh. So this is a very like balls to the wall, like I'm the GOAT kind of pick, because you're picking into one of the hardest lane counters to Quap and saying, I'm going to do fine anyway.
again, a very good ban from LGD with the Oracle. Katomi's hero pool, again, has already been banned or counterpicked against him. So going for the Oracle, it makes sense. And maybe even a question, could they have 18 Oracled to counterplay, which Viper and Batrider, they hate playing into this hero. So like, did you need to take the Queen of Pain here? Was it that important based on kind of the game? Because again, the lane matchup is not too good. The game, sure, it's fine.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a game thing. The one of the reasons why I fully agree, it is an incredibly ballsy pick, but I like the idea that they are talking about Largo can look at the mid lane and Hoodwink can potentially look there, because I think it is still, obviously Queen is supposed to get demolished in this lane. You know, if it goes even skill, Viper will always come out on top, but there are small like counterplay potential that your heroes can naturally look towards. Like, Largo doesn't hate TPing there, especially if he has purpose. Same for a Hoodwink too against Viper, it absolutely can happen. And BLAST have done a similar thing yesterday. They played this Largo Ember versus the Snapfire. It was the CJ Snapfire where GPK had a very bad like early 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, but then later it was so good for the game.
Yeah, it's true. There's a lot of validity to it as more time passes. Just can you get past that early game? Because once you get sort of into the game, then you can cook for sure. I will say, I don't think they've really responded to Drow very much. I think they saw Drow and they're like, yeah, we're going to pick stuff completely unrelated to Drow. Because none of these heroes are good against Drow.
Oh, okay, they scored edge.
No, for sure. Like,
silence for no reason.
Drow just looks very strong still. I think it's more about the fact, at least you have some sort of sustain, right? With Largo later, you have the Lich Shield, which is nice, and you have the potential to collapse on her somewhat, but obviously the potential of you bringing your mid hero to Drow's lane is a lot lower if your mid hero is gonna be slowed down.
Holy cow.
The biggest of all the melee boys to tie the draft together. Okay. Okay, so first of all, Spirit Breaker into Queen of Pain is a very difficult matchup because when you want to charge towards mid, you want to have that kill threat. She can just blink back to tower and then you're out of position. Of course, you're going to have to cancel your charge. Into Largo as well, probably one of the hardest counters in the game because it's very easy to lick him during the early game charge when his move speed's low. And also Frog Stomp, if you put it on the guy you're jumping, you are going to cancel it with the little froggies dancing and Spirit Breaker pre-BKB. So it's like, it's not like the, oh my god, the best Spirit Breaker pick, but for the type of draft they have, the need to connect the heroes and the aggression, it makes sense. But you are going to see Theodicor potentially have an awkward entry to fights based on kind of the nice counters they have already on BB.
It's one of the nicer LGD first game of the day drafts I think I've seen, because I agree with Quinn that the Drow isn't like ultra like answered in a way. I think they've done a pretty good job for themselves. Like, they're set up to play the game in the way that they want. There's chaos. You have Batrider, Spirit Breaker. It's a super cool combo. Like later, you know, when you have good maps that you can pick people off. I think Breaker also makes up for what Viper is weak against. But at the same time, I think BB have what they want. They just have like an early game hurdle to get over.
Yeah, my read is that BLAST's laning is just too good, and I think they're going to get over the hurdle. And once they get into the mid game, then I think it's all gas, no brakes. I would like to be proven wrong, but I think BLAST's going to pass the laning skill check, and it's going to be tough for LGD once the mid game hits.
Yeah, I think Whisper and Theodicor, like, they need to step up into this laning phase and perform. Because if either of these players get a couple kills in lane, can kind of set the narrative, LGD will kind of follow into that system behind a Spirit Breaker or Batrider. But if they're having quiet games, BB will just scale. They'll be very content. So I'm just looking at the offlane of LGD pretty much from the get-go.
No, for sure. Like, Kez Lich is a very strong lane. Like, even if you're a Batrider there, you can easily get shut down, because I want them to have good lanes. Because at the end of the day, if Yuma has a good game, like later on, I do think Drow scales very well into this game. Like an Aghanims build, which is something we didn't really see the other day against the Largo, but I would really like that if Drow gets to like keep her distance. And Batrider Drow is also a cool combo. You drag the first guy in, you just get shredded. I think also Drow Aura with Viper is not really to be underestimated. So I think this is actually, I think it's quite even, personally.
Okay, strong, safe lanes, it sounds, from both of them. Scaling into the game definitely is a possibility for both of these teams. It's our low bracket finals. It's a game one. The winner goes on to the grand finals at the end of this. The other one, well, that's their journey in Slam 7. But for now, we get to head on over to our casters, Sunsfan and Syndra.
Very good job. Now, you finally learned on the final day here at BLAST SLAM 7. Sunsfan here with Syndra. We have an epic series. If last night was any indication, a just about 2 hour game 3 yesterday with LGD coming out on top with the most hilarious Zeus shenanigans that we have seen.
Yeah.
Tylong's playing Viper this time. Not our favorite on this guy, but we'll see if he can pull it out this time around.
From infinite scaling to Viper, how the mighty have fallen overnight.
Yeah, so
Well,
before you get into it, Senator, let's get into the series where we'll find out who will be going to the grand finals. All right, let's get into it.
Look at them go.
Oh, you started talking. That's good.
Look at them go.
Yes, look at them get to their lanes. Remember, this is brought to you by Polymarket, the official trading partner here at Blast Slam Center. Did you know?
I did know that.
Okay, good.
I did.
I think that's the last time.
You've asked me a lot of times, and I have not forgotten.
That's good. That's a good boy.
It's right there.
Good, clean boy you are.
Yeah.
All right, so last time we cast Tai Lung on Viper, he played a lot of games of Viper, actually. He lost just about every single one of them. And there's a lot of criticism because he's known for just being able to pop off on these very active heroes, heroes that high skill cap, you could call it. Viper is not any of those things, Syndra.
No, but he did look strong on it yesterday. And I guess it's one of those things where it's not only him, it's also the team that needs to get a little bit more experience with. If you're used to playing him, like you said, on Playmakers, then the entire team needs to restructure in games that he's playing Viper. And, you know, it's also still relatively small sample size. The tournament that we're referencing, I think it was 3 games perhaps, or 4 games where it went wrong, and you'd be like, man, why do they keep picking it? There could have been other flaws in the games that are harder to see, and then you just point to the one that's very obvious.
It's easy to point to the obvious things.
Exactly.
That's our job.
But this time around, so when you're not playing an active mid, you really want other heroes to be able to pick up that mantle, and you've got Bat Rider plus Spirit Breaker as playmaking heroes. It was interesting to hear T's perspective on the matchup into Queen of Pain, because he was thinking a lot about it from the perspective of early laning stage, that it's kind of a tell of how he likes to play Spirit Breaker, that he immediately focused on it's hard to kill the mid hero by charging there. I was thinking more of it in the glass half full sense, which is later in the game, you have a hero that can actually guaranteed connect on Queen and give vision.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like, which aspect are you valuing more in the game? It's definitely true that the pressure onto mid from Spirit Breaker won't be the best, but it's Viper versus Quap. Viper shouldn't need any help. This is a lane that Tai Lung is supposed to win.
If he misses every uphill hit, then maybe you will need some help.
Maybe he's just cursed on the hero, but I mean,
there we go.
That's a couple now.
It's pseudo RNG, I'm sure, as Miaro. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be first blood already. Going to KJ on the Wyvern. Great start here for LGD. And I mean, what do you think of the Frogman being picked in a game where the Drow was literal first pick? You know they're going Ags. It's an anti-heal of sorts. Do you even think about that, or is it just the pacing?
I think Ags only works against regen, not healing.
Here we fucking go again.
So it's not particularly great against Largo from the perspective of reducing his healing, but it's still good. I mean, you slow to a crawl.
Right, how does it work? Because they changed this and it was very confusing.
I think it's pretty clear. It lowers regen, but not healing. And his ult is a heal. It's just pulsing flat number.
Okay.
Oh, damage onto Yuma here. Immediately going to eat the tree is King Jungle. So I wanted to talk about this bot lane against Largo in particular, because I think it's a really interesting dynamic here, where Largo, in theory, you're like, oh, he has Catch a Lick, he can dispel the slows, but guess what? They can both reapply their slows indefinitely. After the change to Arctic Burn, where it effectively works like it used to when you bought Ags, where every hit just reset the cooldown, or reset the effect. That was changed where it got to be that way in general, but then it lowered the damage. But of course,
has to pop Fairy Fire to try to survive. Not going to happen though. Save.
Is he going to trade? No.
Not going to be the trade.
So that's something from Miro to keep in mind here, is that if they just start ramping up the slows on him, yes, he can dispel one stack, and then they're going to hit him one more time, and we're back to square one.
Yeah. And I mean, later in the game, when he's in the same lane as the Bat Rider, he can at least take that off. You have to start reapplying again. It's GPK.
It's very interesting to see here Tai Lung choosing to lose 3 CS to make sure GPK doesn't pull the wave. Just understands how crucial it is that the lane is in the right position for Viper to be able to win. That there's very few situations and very few mid players that would do this, because you value CS so highly, but lane position is king here. And you can see GPK is going to try again. And look at this. He's kind of forcing Tai Lung's hand.
And that's very interesting, isn't it?
This time he's going to get, I think, We only got 2 of the 4 again this time.
All right, tries to aggro a bit.
Mission failed. Oh, this is bad now for Quap. This is not solvable, I think. Oh, wait, one of the creeps got into tower range, actually.
Yeah, it's going to push a bit.
He might just get this from that, actually.
Either way, advantage going the way of Tai Long, as should be expected at this point in the game, at the very least.
And we have seen GPK with 1 or 2 hard laning phases, but main one was yesterday on Ember, but then he just popped off like crazy afterwards with playmaking. Quap's different. Haven't talked about that too much. How do you catch on the Dire? Is it Hoodwink only, I guess?
Sinister Gaze.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch.
Blink Ags for Lich. The Sinister Hole, as we like to call it.
That's right. Theolacor will take away a water rune here as well, so GPK not getting any of them. And then he's going to run up and take the bounty, so no access to refills for the Queen of Pain. And now the lane position is once again in Tai Long's favor.
And we haven't talked about Whisper yet. Playing Batrider, this is his best hero. He is a god on this hero. And if he doesn't have at the very least, very good performance that is under his average from what we've seen at least.
And this is a good lane
matchup
matchup.
All the time. As bottom lane, Yuma is going to get healed a dramatic amount, but it's not going to be nearly enough.
Huh.
As
He was
Miero
so
able to get
far
blasted
forward
there.
without Wyvern there.
Yeah, in the 1v2, that's going to be a rough one.
GPK desperately trying to find a way of refilling his bottle, but nope, this bounty is also taken, GPK, so can't get that in there. Whisper will get on the board. This is just such a good Batrider lane. Keza was talking about how you can be under pressure and they can chase you, but if you play stable together with Spirit Breaker, I don't think Bat loses this. Just throw a couple of stickies onto Kez, he can't really fight you. So they are going to bring a third.
Support.
Oh, that's a good charge timing.
Sinister Gaze was already used. A lot of damage, though, onto the Kez here to try to turn it around. Onto Whisper. He'll get the kill. Back to Theolacor. I don't think there's anything else in his tank, though. He's just a fat cow at the end of the day.
Okay.
And now the right clicks will likely suffice as save takes him to the ground as well. So 2 kills for the BetBoom side.
Nice rotation.
Much needed here.
Yeah, it's very, very great from save. Almost went wrong because of the fortunate charge, but even with the information that was happening, they were still okay. Tai Long is 2 full levels ahead of Queen.
Yeah.
Level 6 to 4. This is going to be the biggest challenge of this game, is that I don't think BetBoom can really help Quap.
And they should be able to secure the power rune as well, wherever it may spawn.
It's down bottom. Oh, they find a Lich.
Yes, they do. Charge will be there. Viper Strike used. Should be an easy cleanup for Tai Long.
I have to question the Queen pick. I must say, when I saw it in the draft, I was like, this is bold. Yes, I know you have Largo, and it's great to give Croak of Genius, but giving Croak of Genius to a pile of shit, it's still a pile of shit. It doesn't become a genius shit from that. That's not how it works.
It's polishing a turd.
Yeah,
That's the thing you're trying to go with and just remaking it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Good. GPK, he's almost the same level as Theolacor right now, so not really applying much pressure.
They're going to bring 3 heroes in here. They better get something out of it. I mean, they have to do this just to defend their tower. I don't think you're ever killing Tai Long here, surely.
There's good damage with the siege and the damage rune from Tai Long, who's probably going to take a couple pop shots here to see if they can wait for their wave to come in as well, which will be coming in now. And I don't know if they can hold this.
Oh, the siege creep.
They should be able to push this a bit more.
Yeah, the Cold Embrace will ensure this tower now, because his own wave. Oh, never mind. There's a glyph.
Yeah, a lot of fortifications going about now.
He got it.
Taking the pop shot, and now the wave should be able. Nope, siege does die.
He gotten it.
GPK will be able to defend just barely, as a little charge action top, but no follow up here. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the levels for GPK. Not used to seeing him at the bottom of the net worth for the cores.
Yeah, so there's a lot at stake for this game in this mid lane, where the way that BetBoom a lot of the time win their games is GPK either wins or draws on active heroes, and then they rally around him and they break the game wide open. In this case, you can't do that with a level 5 Queen, especially not level 4 even. So you can tell from BetBoom's movements that they're a bit, I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but it seems like they're a little bit uncertain what to do here. Like, the supports show up mid, but they're not really able to do much. They're kind of just standing there.
And he keeps getting unlucky too. GPK can't even get a rune to save his life.
Yeah, Theolacor is going to run up and take the bounty again.
Just hits level 5 now. which is the same as KJ on Winter Wyvern by the BT Dubs. I know how much you like that.
Yeah, good. You almost said it normally, but you stopped yourself. I appreciate that.
Right. Just got to make sure to tilt you as much as possible here.
Great.
The Overcore coming in from the north, going to try to pressure a bit more. He's the lowest level in the game right now, though.
Yeah.
Spirit Breaker.
And obviously, this hero doesn't have the old innate of getting experience.
That was such a weird,
the herd mentality one. Now he has.
That was like,
powering
we're
haste.
out of ideas. Let's put this in the game.
There's some Valve employee that played Spirit Breaker and was like, I'm never level 6 when other heroes are because I keep running around ganking and not getting lane XP. How can I just shoehorn in a way of getting level 6? And well, had it for a while.
No longer.
Gotta say, though, the way this game is progressing looks very stable for LGD, and I agree 100% with Kezu. This is a good Drow game. Hypothermia versus Largo or not, I just think the matchups are quite decent. There's no hero that gets on top of you except Kez, so you only need to itemize against him for that, and obviously you're gonna buy Pyke without question. Drow's a lot harder to play when you're playing against hero, like let's say 2 or 3 heroes that collapse on you and have stuns. It's a lot less obvious how you navigate, but I think for Yuma this game should be pretty straightforward if it continues like this. Quap was the pressure point that could have been an issue. If Quap got a fast level 6, started ganking you in the safe lane, pressured your tower. But as we've already established, that was never a worry after they picked Viper.
They had about a, what was it, maybe a 10, 11 hour turnover between that game and having to play again.
Yep.
You think that should be enough time, surely, to reset?
Yeah, I think so.
But do you think there was any worry about that?
I don't think so. I think they're just pumped. I think they're riding the high right now of winning that game and having the prospects of getting to another final.
That was one of the most interesting games in history of Dota, I think, is Viper Strike. Onto the Hoodwink should be easily killed off here. Tai Lung gets credit for that, having a great start to the game as they're going to pressure the tier 1 bot now.
That was a good example of why Spirit Breaker is good against Hoodwink. We didn't really talk about that matchup, but obviously what Hoodwink often does is when she gets spotted, she will go and hide in the trees. She doesn't even have Scurry yet, but when she does, if you're charged, these ranged heroes are just going to eat you in the tree line. There's a lot of inherent synergy between SB and long-range right-clickers for that reason, and he's playing with 2 of them.
Yep, true.
The Viper and the Drow, who are both going to buy pikes and will hit from very far away. At least I'm assuming they will. Tai Lung currently eyeing up a Mage Slayer to make GPK's bad game even worse. 3k the lead at the last minute.
Is there a reason not to eat this book right away?
You want to hit level 7 so that you can get the extra point immediately.
So you can't just put it in now.
If he uses it now, he gets level 4. Okay, let's see Lich get
Solo
killed off.
into the Gust.
So the way it works is if he uses the book now, he gets level 4 Arctic Burn.
Yeah.
Because it levels up by 1, but then he can't skill it until level 9.
Right. Okay.
But if he waits until level 7, he can skill the 4th point, use the book, and immediately get level 5.
I see. Okay.
Which I would argue is maybe a little bit weird that it works that way.
Yeah, a bit. It makes sense now that you explain it.
It caught me by surprise, because the first time I got this, I did exactly what you said. I was like, oh, I'm level 5, whatever. I'll use my book, and then I'll level it up to level 5 at level 7, but you just can't do that. That might get changed at some point.
Hopefully the other skills become more viable for using the book on. I feel like I've only seen an Arctic Burn so far.
And at the same time, for position 5 Wyvern, Splinter Blast was your #1 spell for like 4 years, so it's kind of nice to see a change in that regard, I suppose. That Arctic Burn is actually valid. The standard support build was mostly 141 for a long time on position 5. What was that noise?
That was a laugh. Oh, that one.
That was a laugh? Oh, that's how you laugh now?
That was a really late reaction.
Yeah, I mean, I was finishing my point. I didn't want to entertain that.
Yeah, you got to cue things up. It's
stupid
like a
noise.
Single. God damn it! I had such a good joke.
Yeah. Okay.
Damn it.
But it's not for broadcast or what?
No, I just can't think of the word now.
No, then you didn't have the joke.
It was deep inside of me.
Okay.
Single processor unit? No, that doesn't make sense. What am I thinking of, Cinderin?
Keep it up.
Dual processing unit, but you're a single. You get it? Yeah, right. It's dead in the water. Just forget it, all right? It would have been good. Now it sucks ass. 3k lead for LGD.
Almost 4. Well, it was 4 for a minute. Sure, it's gonna.
And in terms of itemization, Tai Lung went for the Mage Slayer first.
BKB Pyke standard.
Okay.
I hope he buys the Pike first, to be honest. I don't think he needs to buy BKB first item here after Mage Slayer. I think you're tanky enough with the inherent magic resist of that. I mean, look at the Dire lineup. It's all magic except Kez, excuse me, who, fortunately for BetBoom, is having a good time. Kind of the only one, though. Nobody else in the game is happy for BetBoom than this chicken.
No. Oh, chicken, frogs, and demons.
Yeah. Quap's a demon?
Isn't she?
She's a succubus. Is that a demon?
Isn't that
Maybe
a form of demon?
I guess so. You can have this one.
Okay.
Dual processing unit.
I'm having such a brain fart with that joke. It's really bothering me.
Wisdom time looks like a split. Save will not be contested on the BetBoom side. Oh, there's a charge onto GPK.
Careful, Roche.
GPK, the Gust.
But the illusion,
That
very,
is
very
a
nice.
Fortunate rune find. They might still go for it, though.
Nether Strike, though. Multi-shot is still firing, and down goes GPK. Lick was too late for Miero. If he will, does get some allies nearby, but the numbers are on LGD side so far, especially with KJ coming in from the south. Gonna get the curse. Is there the follow-up? Absolutely. Blink Dagger, Lasso, Miero, dead. LGD just styling right now.
Whisper's level 12, by the way.
Yeah, he's owning
on bat.
Chain Frost doing a considerable amount of damage. Theolacor gonna have to run towards the north. Whisper has the Firefly to get away. Dodges the stun as Yuma. Now he's getting gone on by Kiritich. Raptor Dance not gonna hit anything, and they're gonna try to turn this around. Look at the damage. There's the Sonic Wave coming in at the last moment, but Yuma's gonna be able to get the kill on Kiritich first.
The Sonic Whimper
now on the run, but not for long, as a cold embrace saves Yuma as well. BetBoom just trying to they get a neutral creep deny, a very small
consolation
prize for BetBoom as they lose basically everybody. Just nothing going right there.
Wow. Okay, this is becoming...
LGD are super strong right now.
They are so far ahead. But it was cool to see Queen of Pain cast an ability. Didn't get an assist, though.
Sharpshooter.
Oh.
Okay, this would be a huge kill, actually.
Oh, they got him.
Long dead. Definitely was feeling more confident since everybody's dead on BetBoom.
I mean, he did not think they were going to... That was a heads-up play from BetBoom to even find that, to be honest. Good layering here onto Miero. And if it weren't for this Chain Frost, which is going to end up being really nice for Kataomi, if it weren't for that, then this fight would have been a complete travesty. It was already bad, but at least now you kill the Spirit Breaker and Lich denied to the Ancients, so it could have been worse. But yeah, nice coverage.
Kaz just getting kited hard.
Yeah.
The Sonic Wave hit 2 people.
Yep.
You said it was a whimper.
Yeah, because it doesn't deal much damage because he has nothing.
I see.
I mean, okay.
Oh, GPK again! Dead! With the Lasso, Whisper right off cooldown. Gets to work. Boy, GPK was having a rough game, and it has just gotten worse and worse by the minute.
I mean, I know it's a best of 3 and that you have Largo, but I feel like it's almost disrespectful to pick Queen in this game.
Another Chain Frost. It will bounce only once, though. Sharpshooter should be enough with the right clicks to take the cow down. KJ coming in from the north now. He has Curse. Gonna wait to use it. Once Kiritich is nearby, they're able to burn out save pretty damn fast as Miero getting dropped as well. Now the Viper Strike onto the Chicken Man himself. Goes Invis. Now the buyback coming out from Hoodwink. Kataomi is burning. Looks like he might survive, though. There's the Curse. It's on the solo target, though, as Whisper jumps in with the right-click Sonic Wave to kill off Yuma. They finally get her, but very heavy cost again for BetBoom. Flame Break. Charge is coming from pretty far away.
They're going to follow through on this?
We'll see.
He has Blink on bat. Yep, they are.
Theolacor on the way. Whisper able to finish off Kataomi. Theolacor does. Right. He has Nether Strike in 2 seconds, but that's not nearly enough damage to take out GPK.
They're feeling themselves, though.
Not about it. 8K lead now, so they do lose the drought.
It's a really expensive kill. Buyback on Hoodwink, far away from anything here is save. Starting to work on a Yules. This is going to be a very late pickup. I'm curious to see GPK's itemization. When the game is this atrocious, like, what do you even do? It's gone Kaya, BKB, it looks like. BKB isn't even that good. There's 3 piercing abilities here.
4.
4, yeah. I guess the Viper Strike is probably going to be mostly reserved for the Kez, but Yeah.
How often do you see 4 piercing ability?
That's true.
Pretty insane. Like, this is a better... I mean, not that this would help you against everything, but this is a good Linken's game, surely.
I kind of like that better than BKB. It removes the threat of getting charged globally by Spirit Breaker. Oh, hello. Speaking of.
Hello, goodbye.
Katome will be catapulted back to the base. And into the Roche we go.
Super early Roche. Yeah. And this is going to set up the Tormentor for themselves as well. That's so finally online for Kiritich, but he's got a long way to go to catch up.
You see what King Jungle's level to level 5?
Ooh, Cold Embrace. How does
You
that
got your
scale
way.
exactly? So base heal, just a slight upgrade, max HP.
Yeah, so the way the book works is that it takes half of level 3 to 4 and applies that to the ability for level 5. So you get half a level essentially.
That is interesting.
It's insanely good against Kez, this ability.
You can't use this on, like, can you use it on towers anymore?
No.
Like, not a talent or anything?
No.
I kind of like that as a...
It was a cool gimmick.
It was weird that it didn't heal, though.
That would have been broken.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, counterintuitive,
right,
for sure, based on what it normally does.
But yeah, this is cool. He's going max heal with Holy Locket, so fully playing into that aspect of the hero. Gonna get his shard next. Feels like a good Glimmer game, potentially. Glimmer Blink. Although I also feel like we've seen a relatively low amount of Glimmer capes this tournament relative to normal. It's just like pipes and Glimmers are not trending.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because you just buy a Mage Slayer and then you laugh at the enemy team. Could be it.
Aegis for Yuma, and now they go to the Tormy.
This is just very easy.
Yep.
Play by the book. You
They
have
don't
all the
have,
advantages, take all the objectives.
They don't have a single shard, actually, so it's going to go either to Theolacor or KJ.
Yeah, so Planar Pocket or the Cold Embrace damage buff, which is really nice on Drow.
Planar Pocket is so hard to tell if anything's even happening.
Oh, you're going to have to pay attention to it, though.
Planar Pocket.
So he gets magic resistance, and then he can be targeted by a spell.
The Raptor Dancer try to steal some farm here. Kiritich gonna get some help from Save. The charge is coming in, and they have everything to kill off the Chicken Man. Was it worth?
No.
Close to good timing because of the Tormentor, but a little too slow there. So that's the 3rd death now for Kiritich. And yeah, LGD in the driver's seat, taking that momentum from. I mean, we talked about this earlier this tournament. BetBoom have looked the best at their peak in this tournament, but
I think this, to me, this game is completely falling apart because they picked Queen of Pain, and I don't think it's the only reason, but it's the brunt of the problem here is that Quap can't play the game. She has lower net worth than Spirit Breaker. Like,
holy shit!
Seriously.
What the hell? How?
It's 21 minutes.
I mean, the shard helped, I guess, but still.
Now he has a pipe.
Wow.
On Spirit Breaker. He's higher impact than the mid hero.
Is this the first pipe we've seen?
It got purchased yesterday against Zeus.
Okay, Theolacor gonna get Chain Frost.
He has a pipe though.
Yes, he does.
He's still gonna licked. Is he? Yeah, okay.
He's gonna get gazed and killed.
Great proof of concept of how tanky he is, though. He ate a full Chain Frost plus all of Largo's stuff and almost lived.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of funny to see this whole BetBoom situation, because yesterday when we were casting their 3rd game against Yandex, you said to me after the cast, you were like, if GPK was playing anything else than Kunkka, they would have won that game. And I kind of agree, not because I think Kunkka is bad, but because I think the way they itemized and the way they played it and the way this team functions, it just doesn't scale hard enough for how they use GPK in late games. So that pick, you could draw into question the GPK pick of yesterday's 3rd game. And now this one, you're picking the Quap into Viper. Also...
Could he... Sorry. I'm reading Planar Pocket again.
Yeah.
He could have lived there, surely. He didn't click it, right?
Oh, did he not use it?
No. Yeah. It gives you 40% magic on top of his pipe.
He should definitely use it. Maybe he didn't have mana for everything?
I didn't even know you could use it on enemies, technically.
I think he didn't have enough mana.
You can use it on self and enemies, technically, even though it's not the greatest use, right? Based on the wording. It's kind of a weird spell.
Any unit targeted spell cast towards by enemy heroes get redirected toward you. So if you cast it on an enemy...
Yeah. Oh, lasso initiation. Into the gust. That's a dead lich, if I've ever seen one. Save. Gonna sharpshooter, nothing. And
Look at
now
this
the
heal on Drow.
Yeah, back to full you go. Still with Aegis, of course.
I mean, is this just a set? Can they defend?
I don't know.
Okay, that's pretty good.
For the Scream of Pain, pretty damn good. Yuma, that's gonna burn the Aegis, and Whisper burns his BKB. LGD, they talked about it last night in the interview that they have some PTSD with going high ground, and you can see why.
I mean, you just don't put Bat and Drow next to each other, right?
Yeah.
The reason Hoodwink did so much damage was that she got a full 2-man Acorn Shot Bushwhack combo. Like, this is fine. Just let Drow hit from the left. Bat needs to be north here. Like, this is not... They should be happy they didn't die.
Well,
they only lost the Aegis.
They kind of died.
Ah. No casualties in terms of giving the enemy any gold. But yeah, wasting the Aegis away like that. Not pretty. Still...
I wonder if they're going to slow it down now after that little misstep.
Yeah, they might. That's not an issue, though. I think they can easily win this game at any stage. So... Drow is a late-game monster. Viper scales deceptively well. If you haven't played Dota in the last couple of years and you're thinking of Viper as a win lane, lose game kind of hero, if you buy the right items, Viper hangs with the best of them in the late game. So, wouldn't worry too much about that for Tai Lung.
Yep, and they have great tower push once Tai Lung gets his shard, in addition to obviously just Drow being inherently good.
Yeah. They have 2 shards that deal tower damage. They also have the Bat one.
Ah, yeah, that's
so
true.
They could definitely siege with other means, but I just think it's easier to not worry about that and just let Drow do it. Or, you know, I could get on board with maybe giving Viper the next Aegis and Viper sieges. I don't think that's necessarily bad. But yeah, Bat should not be close to the tower. Whisper's job is to blink lasso either the Queen or the Kez, kill them, and then the fight's just over.
Yeah, BetBoom don't exactly have... You talked about their lack of catch. They don't really have a way to initiate that easily in general. Like, what's your... Kataomi needs a blink, but then what? You blink, Sinister Gaze a single hero.
Yeah.
Blink in from Quap, who's unbelievably underfarmed right now. Yeah, just no easy way to get into the fights.
There's a BKB on Drow now, too. Add insult to injury. I feel like BetBoom can't win a fight in the next 10 minutes. If it's on fair terms. So they have to either outmaneuver or find a good angle in where they get a kill before the fight even begins, or they have to try to play keep away. The disadvantages are mounting in a big way. Wait, what does King Jungles have coming? Shard. So now he has Shard plus Locket. And then he is going to buy a Vlad's. I'm very surprised he doesn't value the dagger enough here. It's such a high value item on Wyvern to guarantee when you're playing into this Cold Embrace style, you want to make sure you can always reach the guy you're meant to save.
The shard so it gives attack damage. That's, I'm assuming, base attack damage?
I think so, yeah.
So with Drow, very good then?
Yep. She comes out of the cocoon. Right now, it'll give her about 100 damage for 6 seconds.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Especially if she starts leaning into critical strike later.
Well, LGD scan out BetBoom. Have an idea of what's happening here.
It's the blink on Kataomi.
And Whisper looking for a pick off, a quick pick, and he'll get it. Easy kill.
Doesn't even look at him when he kills him.
Of course not. Why would
he? It's too cool. Now Spirit Breaker is approaching his next item after the pipe, which is going to be the Shadow Blade. So that makes GPK's game a lot harder.
He's still keeping close to GPK on farm.
Yeah. It's really it's really problematic and big trouble. There you go. For GPK when he without a Linken's here. As soon as the Spirit Breaker Shadow Blade comes out, every time you show on a wave, they might just kill him here.
Yeah, they might get a bunch of kills. They get GPK easily in the bot side. There's Tai Lung.
Yeah, they can't kill this fight.
Gonna force out the BKB from Miera. Whisper doesn't have lasso.
5 seconds only.
I could try to reinitiate here.
If they can get vision, they would definitely be hungry for more. They're gonna smoke.
Did GPK burn his BKB? He did.
He did.
Can't really BKB TP against this team, that's for sure.
He couldn't even BKB blink because he got chain stunned by Spirit Breaker and Drow hit for 1500 damage.
Yeah, it happens. Okay, BKB from Whisper. Cat to Omi will be burned down easily. Theolokor kind of stuck in a weird spot here, getting gone on by Kiritich. He does get the kill, but now the lasso onto the chicken himself, forcing the BKB now. And the grappling claw to the high ground. He's fine.
Might have been able to kill him there if they didn't pull him too far. Yuma had to reposition because he lost marksmanship.
Yeah, aside from the BKBs being activated, BetBoom will take that trade every time, considering how farmed this Spirit Breaker is. GPK halfway to his Ags.
Oh, he's swapping away from Shadowblade. Interesting. He wants to go Shivas on the Spirit Breaker. I thought the Shadowblade was really good here.
Go Ags. Be a real baller.
Kez, Quap. Why not?
Smoke from BetBoom.
Okay. Well, he's committed. Sending back the plate mill. This move has to work for BetBoom or they are in big, big trouble.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker coming back. There's the Roche Belch. Bushwhack's not going to hit anything. And the Sharpshooter also wasted. Oh, it does hit.
Hello.
Randomly. And Miero going to
very good positioning here from Tai Long. King of the high ground, BKB, Pike, and a Wyvern to cover you. There's no way this guy dies to start the fight. So they want them to go on Tai Long.
Leading the way. Whisper tries to go for the last initiation, but a quick Yules comes out from Save. Getting the Viper Strike, though. The Lick's not going to help there. He's going to get burned down eventually. Actually used the Frost Shield on him in the corner. Will live.
Escaping for now. Yeah.
Licked again.
Pull him down. Nothing major used, though, for the Radiant side. Just the Viper Strike, but that's a low cooldown, 30 seconds.
Another smoke from BetBoom. This feels like, if they don't get this, the game might just almost end.
Pretty much. They want to find the right angle. Oh, Yuma might just walk into them. That could be a good start. Good
Gus is going to miss. Actually, Kez is in a precarious spot now. He's going to get bashed up by Theolokor. Chain Frost coming out onto Whisper. Going to bounce back to Theolokor. Very tanky indeed. As Viper Strike from Tai Long finds the Frog in a solo situation. Somehow the fight has just completely segregated. As Miero not going to be able to finish the charge. Miero just be able to get away as Kez in the meantime isolated from the rest of his team. I'm not sure how he got there. This was like 3 different fights at once. But more importantly for LGD, they get the big kill onto Kez, which means Roche is theirs.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter whether the fight is very structured or very chaotic. All that matters is that whoever gets jumped on their team doesn't die immediately. If the fight gets to develop, I just think they win it 10 out of 10 times. These hits by BetBoom have to convert into immediate kills. And, well, Drow ran into them, immediately recognized the situation, cast a Gust, ran to the left and used BKB. And already then, that fight almost played itself. This is going to make matters a lot worse for BetBoom. It's going to be an Aegis plus Pike now on the Drow. And I think this high ground attempt is less likely to flop than the previous one. They will have a banner as well, which the Radiant or the Dire lineup doesn't really destroy the banner very well either.
Yeah, that's true.
Somebody's going to have to go up and hit that. Is that going to be Quap?
Yeah, good luck. Against a Spirit Breaker and a Lasso.
Spirit Breaker, Bat. Very good cover for the
Bat now has Ags, by the way, so Whisper can take 2 people with him.
I'm not to harp on it too much. I'm genuinely very surprised that on the finals day, in such a deciding and important game, that you not only pick Queen into Viper, you also give Whisper Bat in the second phase.
Right.
That is, in my eyes, on the side of BetBoom's prep, there was something that could have definitely gone better for this game number 1. But it's good for them that it's a best of 3 in case this one goes the way it looks like it will. They'll have the chance to show that adjustment for the second game. But this has been all LGD from start to finish.
Yuma
Look at the graph.
Started.
It's just up and up and up the whole way.
So Yuma will have Glacier. Tai Long actually purchased his shard, so he can apply poison attack to buildings, providing minus armor to them.
Definitely planning the siege now.
Yeah, they are fully equipped for this. Only shard missing is Batrider.
King Jungles with the Vlads gives Drow 35 damage, it looks like. Not bad.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, the Vlad. I thought you meant the Cold Embrace.
Oh, that's going to give him over 100. All right, here we go.
And the cover of the Glacier.
I save.
Quick lasso pick off.
I save.
Doesn't get much out of the Aghanim Scepter, but a kill's a kill. GPK. Okay.
Well,
They're going to force the buyback, and now save. Okay, they're going to get a decent opening onto the Drow Ranger. Getting healed up. There's the Cold Embrace. As GPK jumps in with the BKB into nothing. He just gets Nether Strike and killed off immediately. And Yuma going to right-click Kiritich on the back line. His chicken is isolated, and it's a very delicious meal for LGD, and they're going to clean up pretty much everybody. 4 dead. They take the Aegis, but Miero, last remaining member of BetBoom, going to be slowed to a crawl. And the multi-shot will be more than enough. This double kill for Whisper, and this is going to be multiple lanes, if not just outright GG.
Yeah, BetBoom just seem a little bit lost with this game state. It's so unfamiliar territory to them to run this Kez lineup and have nothing to work with. You can see Kiritich goes in and tries to assassinate the backline, but they don't have damage and they don't have catch. So how are you supposed to approach these fights in a successful way?
Whisper just bought Shard as well to help push a bit.
The replay. I mean, this feels a little bit like frustration almost. I mean, it's a decent Sonic Wave, but you're not comboing with it, right? Like, the spells are being thrown out individually. You want the Kez to jump during the Sonic Wave, so you're actually threatening kills. Kiritich is going to jump the backline here onto Wyvern, but can't even kill that. Well, okay, he does, eventually. To the dot. Usually, this is a hero that Kez kills in like 2 swings.
Yuma healed so much, by the way.
Yeah.
With the Cold Embrace, you have a Lotus on top of him. Just insane, and obviously that second life to work with. They had to kill him, feels like 3 times over just to get the Aegis.
Yeah.
And that is Mega Creeps, just like that.
Kiritich chasing Whisper. Yeah, okay. I kind of call GG when he dies here.
Yep, I do believe so. Tai Lung gets credit for that one. As GPK doing his best to, I don't know what, he's having a battle against the support Spirit Breaker. Will he actually get him, though, is the question. Charge comes out from the Olocore. Another bash for the road. BKB pop from GPK. It's going to be close. There's GPK as the victor. Now you can call it GG and be proud of your performance. Big Lich ult, though, as Yuma actually gets destroyed here.
God, I love that he tipped him. That's so funny. Getting absolutely obliterated in the game. He gets 1 kill on Spirit.
Position 2 versus 4. The 2 does win.
Barely wins. I'm surprised they haven't called it yet. Like, what are you hoping for? Is that because of the interview? Is that because Yuma said in the interview that they have PTSD from throwing on high ground?
Yeah, I guess
Do
so.
BetBoom really believe this game is winnable? Oh, it's 1% according to Dota Plus. You never know.
1%. Oh, wow.
Oh, just 1 more bash.
1 more bash and Spirit Breaker still would have died.
Probably.
It would have been more fun, though.
Yep. Lots of tips for Theolacore.
Yeah, Yuma dying there was a bit random.
Yeah. They can bleed out quite hard right now, though, and still be fine. It's a lot of margin for error.
It's the last... Have we seen a Mega Creep come back in the last year? I mean, we haven't cast any.
I don't think we've cast one, but there has at least been a handful, I would think.
But those are usually not Mega Creeps versus you don't even have tier... You don't even have tier 1 mid.
I think Mega's at 35. It has got to be 0 games. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen a team come back from that. Or I say
the
ever,
Mega
but at least
comebacks are
not this.
probably like Megas versus 2 racks, and you get that 3rd rack finally, and then it's Mega versus Mega.
Or like Mega against full sets of racks still remaining, but it's 60 minutes, and then you win 1 late game fight, and you just end. You know, something like that.
Yeah, true.
But these situations are about as close to impossible as it gets. Because LGD can do whatever they want. They can farm for 15 minutes now, if they want. Or they can wait for Aegis and then end. Or they can go and push right now. I think all 3 options are going to net them the win. But the highest probability of losing would be sieging right now with no mana on bat. So I think don't do that.
Yeah, probably a good choice.
And then afterwards...
I mean, it's only potentially 2 minutes from Roshi. Obviously, I think just wait for that, just to ensure... Oh, we got an Enchanter's Bauble by KJ. Are we going to see a repeat here? They're going to delay this for another hour and a half?
If this game goes to 111 minutes, I will refuse to cast game number 2 out of principle.
You know,
I'm definitely allowed to do that, by the way.
That Enchanter's Bauble, it felt like a real tier 5.
That's
I
right.
enjoyed that.
That's true.
It actually ended the game.
Oh,
There's the lasso initiation. GPK dead to rights. There's the double lasso as well onto 2 more members of BetBoom. Kiritich, he's on the back line, attempting to TP, immediately canceled by the curse. And the right clicks are going to be more than enough for Yuma. As BetBoom still refusing to call GG. They've lost 3. And now the building damage is coming with the Mega Creeps in tow as well. GPK, Sonic Wave onto 2. Uses the Ghost. All right, he calls that's when he calls GG. That makes sense.
Yeah, the GG PK.
And he's going to die one more time. So first game going to LGD. Man, oh man. They're taking that momentum from last night. And they completely destroyed BetBoom.
This game was just too easy, honestly. Strategically, this game was too easy to play. The mid hero has no game on the Queen of Pain. I mean, obviously, props to Tai Lung for playing the lane exceptionally well. We were highlighting some of the details about how he was playing lane control and just ruining GPK's game completely. No game on Quap, no catch. Your side lanes drew at best. And LGD just ran them over.
All right, panel, break it down.
I feel like that's at least given us a couple of sections to work through here, especially going back to that draft. And what you coined, Quinn, is sometimes an over-eager pick that comes out a few times in drafts is when you pick that Viper preemptively, when right now it doesn't actually look like a good Viper game, and there is still a potential for them to take advantage of. But instead, BetBoom kind of just walk into it and go, hey, you know what? Sure, you can have the Viper Quap matchup.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest storylines of this game is that GPK, he did the balls to the wall and they got squished. Like he went into this matchup saying that I think I can draw Quap against Viper, more. And he did not draw. He got obliterated. And you can't lose lane like this. It's not, you can't play Dota afterwards. You're just limping around the game for the rest of the game, just feeding.
It's also, because we've seen this twice now. I can see, you know, yesterday was Mikoto on the Storm. He probably was able to do better. Even here, I think GPK, there is a world where he can do better. But now we see it back-to-back where Tai Lung goes mid on Viper, and he destroys the enemy mid lane. So there's also, there must be a lot of like skill check also going into the lane. I think he's winning too hard, like he is overperforming. And they did this yesterday too, like on his Zeus. He also solo killed Mikoto. I think Tai Lung right now, you need to be way more careful giving him a matchup like this.
I mean, it's not only that, it's just that the way that LGD are playing, all the clips that we're seeing are people overlapping in the early game, right? Like you have this like multi-hero aggression towards mid. Like even though they're winning the lanes, they bring the numbers to crush the lanes as well. Have like no ability to get onto the map. Because like when you look at the heroes like Largo, Quap, you kind of want to have that like calm start to the game where it's like 15 minutes in, you might have made a couple ganks, you got items coming your way, Kez invites you to a fight. None of that was happening because it was just like a full South American train just plowing through Eastern Europe.
I was going to say, have they met LGD? Did they watch any of their games?
No, I mean, they were maybe distracted by the Zeus game, just looking at how like, oh wow, look at this. They forgot about the first 30 minutes of the game.
Go ahead.
This LGD team is all about aggression. They're all about attacking. I don't think they're a team that's very good when the game is even, when it's drawn out, when it's sort of this like I think BetBoom will be massively favored there. And I think BetBoom kind of fully misread the matchup and how it should be played for them. And that I think you need to do well in lanes against LGD. If you do well in lanes against them, then I think that crumbles their whole way of they want to play. But if you give them the early game and then you try to play from behind, like you're just playing right into their hands.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a thing that they will want to change up, obviously, right, going into the next game. Because LGD, I did see a lot of the things in the draft that looked nice. You know, you have the map play from the Batrider and the Spur Breaker. You have Viper, who's going to destroy the mid lane. You also have Drow Ranger with kind of, you know, Yuma had a free game, free lane as well. It's going to give the Drow aura later as well, you know, to Tai Lung on the mid lane. It just looked very clean. And I think also the Viper Batrider together, especially with Viper Shard being bought more often, it gives like a very easy execution, like to end the game. You go up to the high ground, Viper Shard, you know, you kill the tower, anyone comes close, bam. Pull them in, the guy dies, and you just make it very clean. So I think LGD had a very good draft, played very well. They were, this time around, they're the ones that actually kind of get the free game to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they throw all the eggs in this basket as well. Because like KJ, he doesn't even put a point in Splinter Blast until level 12. Because like, in his mind, he knows, I want Cold Embrace. We're staying on the map. We are going to kill BB. Like, if at any point the game gets harder, he can't split waves. The game could get difficult. But it's like, in their heads, it's like, we are not going to make these mistakes. We are going to keep killing. We're going to itemize and skill this way because we know we have like the kind of mentality to be able to make it work.
I think you then need to know, you know, a little bit of when do we match the tempo, when do we keep pushing it. Of course, LGD don't get punished this time around. There's been multiple other instances where we might see it. But focusing back on that mid matchup again, Quinn, because we talked about it, but were there any specific moments where you could feel that this Quap just had nothing left in the tank?
I think honestly, you see it after just a couple minutes. There's a point in all these Viper lanes where it becomes make or break. Once you get the wave on your hill and the Quap isn't in a position to pull waves, suddenly it's only going to get worse from here. Because, I mean, this is at 10 minutes. You're almost doubled. You're down over 2,000 net worth at 10 minutes. That's a bit ridiculous. And we talked about it during panel. Quap is a terrible hero from behind.
Yeah.
It's why oftentimes we don't see this hero blind. because she's just kind of sucks in these spots. She needs too many items. You can see it. He's struggling for items. You blink and you scream one time. Viper then kills you from full to 0 because you blinked into scream. You can't walk into scream and blink out. So much of the hero's kit is around being tanky. It's weird because she's a squishy ranged hero, but this blink spell allows you to get in and then get out if you have the HP to survive long enough to get out. But he doesn't. So he's just useless for the entire game. And you can feel it. The game just literally feels like 4v5. Every fight is a disaster.
Yeah, and I think it's like not just hard for the lane, but it's also, if you look at the, I really like this Firebreaker last pick. Like, you know that your lane should go well. It's what SB loves. It's how the hero thrives. You know, you want people to like get them low HP because GPK, he's already struggling. You just charge wherever you want. Whisper as well on Bad Rider. He has a free game. He can go around suddenly. You have so many 1+1 combos, which is what I just really liked overall what they did. Like, you can see it here too, right? Like GPK, he goes through and he's like, haha, it's an illusion. I can live. And in a way, like Spiritbreaker, Cowman just comes charging by. And again, it's what LGD have done throughout the tournament. They bring more and more people to these fights and to these plays. And it's just, I think this time around, they really nailed their draft.
Yeah, I mean, just like the finding the Spiritbreaker here as an option is like when you have all these ways to kill heroes, Spiritbreaker is one of the best at kind of tying it all together. And because of like how well the lanes went, knowing that you have just simplicity across the map, Spiritbreaker likes playing these games. It's a reason why we don't see the hero too often. It's because like how many times you see 3 lanes won where the cow can go anywhere? Normally it's like you go and kind of trade one, you win the other, like it kind of gets a bit awkward, but winning all 3, the cow's going to look supreme because you just have this like global presence of just shutting people down when they show for a millisecond on a wave.
How would you rate his Spiritbreaker performance? Because I know how much you love Spiritbreaker yourself, T. It was a pretty good performance.
I feel like
Apart from the planner pocket, please.
apart from that, I'd say
We're upping the number right now.
It was like a 6.9. It was nice, but like there's room for improvement. A lot of room for improvement, but I think people say the cow's easy. The cow's quite a technical hero. And for that reason, it's a 6.9.
The other reason why I think you're enabled to pick up the Spiritbreaker pick, not only does it look good in the draft, but you have to remember who his offlaner is and what hero he was on. Whisper was on his bat. He was on his signature. You're able to lead the lane a little bit more when you put Whisper in a position like this. Man is always going to be able to stand his ground, even in a potential 1v2 situation.
You gotta stop giving this man Bad Rider. It's like, it's this guy's best hero. He plays it offlane. He plays it mid. He has great itemization too. Like, he's not just the guy that will sit in his lane and like kind of wait and chill. No, you know, he is the guy. He even like back in the day, he popularized, you know, the early drums, joining the fights. Like in this game, he has Tranquil Drum Blink at 14 minutes. Look at, they're killing your offlaner at the tier 2 tower. Like, this team with their early aggression and their players, you know that this is how they thrive. If you're BLAST going into the second game, you need to step up your bans, you need to step up your play, and you need to be able to fight this team when they make these moves.
This, I think, BB, they had too much respect towards the tournament, towards the team that they're playing against, right? Because when you're looking at the bans, right, they had the clock in the tree. Like, that's because Drow was in picked. It's like, oh, how do we stop the Drow having the best lane? No matter what, Drow is going to have good lanes. People first pick the hero for a reason. When you get to the stage, like, if you're getting respect GPK puck banned against you, you should throw some respect the other way. Because giving Whisper a back rider, like, again, second phase this time around, it easily could be a first phase pick next time if they really wanted to.
Yeah, it's a massive oversight, genuinely. I think when you look at this LGD team, one of their biggest weaknesses has been the ability to catch people. Sometimes they overcommit numbers, and they clump in places, and the enemy kites them around the map, and they get out-farmed. Well, Bat Rider stops that. He gives you catch, but he also gives you wave clear. I think it's like the perfect hero to glue their lineups together. I mean, the Spiritbreaker, too. I think both of these heroes, they were really great picks for them because they combine what is a very, very clunky first 3 heroes otherwise. And I totally agree. I think next game, you can't give this hero to Whisper. It's just not acceptable. And I think, honestly, it's a pretty ridiculous mistake for them to make in the draft. Like, it's the one hero that's won them so many games. I think Whisper has been the standout for this team, arguably even the standout of the tournament so far. And you give him his best here, it's just absurd.
Yeah, it's cocky, I think, to say the least. Like, their bans were what, like some Treant Clockwork? You can definitely, you know, shove those away and go for the Bat Rider instead, because this is at least a type of game where you can go and be like, okay, this game was like, they can tell off of the feel of the game. This game was difficult, and it has a lot to do with draft. Sure, there's small gameplay stuff where LGD also had the upper hand against you, but still, this game was just not as easy as it should be.
I do think that's the give and take of both teams opening their drafts with their carry players, right? You want to pick up the Kez, and then their carry heroes. You want to pick up the Kez and then you give away the Drow. So for the side of LGD, they don't have to worry about banning out this Aber either. So they also get a better second phase ban for themselves. And you're so worried about how this Drow is going to get set up in lane on the side of BLAST that you're so focused on what is a good position 5s that we have to take out. So you almost need to either take the bat for yourself or it's first phase ban. There is no ifs or buts of where other positions you want to put it.
I do think you should take it out, because at the same time too, if you look at LGD, they had a good second phase ban. I mean, it was simple and easy. It was one puck, take it out, and it's similar. Like at this stage of the tournament, if you nail your bans, it can really hurt the opponents like drafting and what they want, get them out of their comfort, and it's obviously, they have a long break. This is what they can talk about right now.
I also kind of want to bring us back down a second, right? Because even though LGD crushed this game, when they go high ground, they still kind of, they show us the potential weaknesses to their kind of aggression. Like you see here, they're doing the reset, like they're cold embracing at the low ground. Of course, they have some insane lead. They had like Aegis for 40 seconds. But in the back of my mind, I'm going, what if LGD didn't crush the lanes? What if this was their high ground attempt in an even game, like where you're losing the Aegis? Again, it was on 30-second cooldown, and like Spirit Breaker wasn't there. He's charging in later. Like there are these moments that like you can feel the momentum, the gold lead, what they do from lane, enables them to make mistakes. But I think for BB, it's like if your lanes don't go that poorly, LGD do give slim opportunities to punish. The problem in this game, there was no room to punish it and actually convert, because like, your game was already over. But LGD, it's not perfect from start to end. There's still these little moments.
There's a potential caveat to that, because Yuma, when he was with us, he talked about the PTSD he has about going high ground. And I think the reason why it's pushed in that way and in that regard is because they know they have the lead. Otherwise, if it's a closer game, they waited out that 5 more minutes he talked about, just waiting a little bit more until they choke the map out. I do see like some amount of discipline, at least in how they talk, try and get converted into gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear they've talked about the stuff and it's still just messy. Somehow, something innately about the way they view the game or play the game is just not that good at going high ground. And I think that's a significant part of Dota. Is in some ways you have to put all your eggs in one basket. Yep. No team is good at every style of play, and their style of play is aggression in lane. You can see from the way Tylong picks his heroes that he wants to stomp his lane and snowball. And I think whenever you do that, that means you're going to be worse at other parts. And I think, like, when I think about our team, the way people beat us is if you can shut us down in lanes, then we can't do anything because we're used to being ahead. So we're really bad from behind. And I think you have to understand what a team wants, what makes them tick, what are they good at, and then really at a fundamental level try to beat that. And I don't think BLAST has done that so far.
Yeah, and I think on that note too, like especially with what T showed and what we're talking about, if they're not that good at high grounding, I think Viper is a really good hero that cushions that. Like first of all, you do really well in your lane, you shut down the enemy mid laner, and then you can build the shard, which in my mind is actually like top 5 shards of all time. Like it actually allows you to end the game. I don't think there's other shards that allow you to do that. So there's like so many reasons why you should be thinking about like the Bat Rider and the Viper like even more if you're BLAST, which is why I think it's not really that complex for them to find like a nicer draft and better bans for the next game.
Feels pretty simple what have been foundational prop-ups for the side of LGD. So for BLAST, it should be an easy fix, hypothetically, but we'll see after this break if they're able to implement them in a game number 2 draft.
Okay.
Ready?
Sure, yeah, go.
We had a look at some of the props on Polymarket, but we've decided to come up with some of our own. All right, I'll go on. That either Tormentor or Aegis will be stolen once during the playoff.
That's quite likely. But that's likely to happen. Roshan last hit steal was like...
No, I'm saying Aegis. Aegis being snatched or Tormentor last hit being...
taken by the enemy team that wasn't taken originally.
Yeah, they had not done the other 90% of the damage.
I think it's quite likely.
Yes, 65-70. It is accurate to me. It's a nice play. It's a nice play. Yeah, it's a nice play.
It would be a pretty nice play if you got the Aegis steal.
It's locked in. Great.
LGD and BLAST here. LGD having taken game number 1 in what felt like a very, very convincing fashion. At no point was there a massive slip up on behalf of them, and maybe BLAST getting a little bit too eager with the way that they want to be able to play the game and not really taking into account just how aggressive LGD can be, just how good their lanes can also come out on top.
You gotta reset and I think reassess the situation, because I think they all felt like that was the case. This is a game where you got shut out. It wasn't close. There was not really any point where it looked like you were going to come back. And to me, that's either, okay, we either played like trash, which I don't think they played like trash. I think it was just a tough game. And so I think they also understand that. And so you be realistic. You don't overthink this. You're like, whatever, it's a tough game. Everybody chill. We'll just change some things for the draft next game and it's going to be fine. I think that the not overreacting is a really big part of it.
It could be as simple as like you keep the same pick order. You just run it back. Second phase bans, like we were mentioning. There's been multiple Batriders conversations, multiple Viper conversations. Again, the Clock, the Tree, they're good heroes. They're respectable heroes, but they don't like shape the draft as much as other heroes, specifically for LGD. So I feel like for BB, just having that comfort of seeing the same draft pattern might be their friend in a game where it's like your opponent is so volatile and you're not knowing what they're going to be picking next time.
Yeah, there's the benefit for both teams to have that potential run back there for them, but more importantly, I think it is for LGD, because when we look at South American teams, it feels like they've always been a region that has shown up at international performances before, at Tier 1 events, but this LGD roster right now doing a lot of representation for the side of SA.
Yeah, again, of course, there's the asterisk to the Valahia that they did win. Again,
that's why I said Tier 1.
Exactly, because it's like it was Tier 1, then it got to 2, but still, like even outside of that, it is not a thing that you see too often. When you look at the year like 2023, 4th place, the fact that LGD is now 3rd place, this is the tournament for me where it's like you are going to cement South America as like one of the regions of the year that you look towards for TI. If you can get yourself into the grand finals, even if you don't win it, just getting to the grand finals alone is that respect you have. Like in the previous tournament, we were talking about playtime quite a lot, right? It's like, wow, what the South American team. So to have 2 teams in 2 separate tournaments be so kind of I guess, gripping to the storyline is really important for South America and of course the rest of the year.
No, they're just 2 really good teams, and I think they bring a different playstyle. Like you can see, the way LGD play right here, the way they played yesterday with the position 5 Axe Grimstroke running around like minute 5 top and bottom and gold gate and double TP. It's good for Dota, it's good for the scene, it's great.
A certain je ne sais quoi, as Quinn would coin it there. And we'll see if it continues into draft number 2 here, because we want to see just exactly what adjustments have been made on the side of BetBoom. With LGD 1 game up right now in this best of 3 in the lower bracket finals, they're 1 game away to making it to a grand final to get to face up against Yandex. And of course, BetBoom, they're hoping to be able to bring it back here. They're hoping that they're the team that makes it to the grand final and seeks revenge on Yandex, but it feels like right now there is going to be a lot of adjustment on their behalf there with the draft. We are going to be seeing LGD this time around have first pick, so that is going to be a change up than what happened in game number 1 there, where BetBoom were able to open up with the Kez. Yeah, we will see if there's going to be something with the draft that's a little bit different. Quinn, you already talked about it yesterday, needing to ban heroes like maybe the Lone or the Puck, the generic heroes that people generally ban against you when you're first pick, when you have to now ban them yourselves, because it just changes the whole draft dynamic.
Yeah, this stuff adds up. I'm curious what the ramifications are going to be. We're not sure yet based on, they're still missing 2 bans, but the ban is not banned yet. It's going to go through.
The thing is, though, the way that you ban the Axe for BB, if LGD is to take Drow, we know the Undying is a comfortable pick for BB. So now we're moving away from like the tournament meta, and like this is where you can say, is LGD comfortable enough to go for a Drow in this position? Like knowing that they're a team that can deal with it. Even the Kez is still in the pool. This is the value, I guess, of LGD banning in this style. You just flood the pool with so many heroes that it's not as if it's like, oh, you get one, I get one, draft progresses. Like there's like 3, 4, if not 5 options in play.
Yeah, I'm honestly not fully sure where they're gonna take it. This has a lot to do also with like comfort and just feel going like into this game. And also, what is your read on what you feel like BB will ban out in the second phase?
Now I wonder if they're gonna respond with Drow like it was done to them last game, because I think BetBoom has not shown a propensity to pick the Drow quite as much as other teams. They've banned it quite a bit, and they have played it some. But I think when you think about LGD compared to BetBoom, I think of LGD as playing Drow way more this tournament. So I wonder if they're as keen to play it, even though maybe it's a good matchup.
There's also the consideration that it isn't necessarily a carry-to-carry matchup that's getting picked here. LGD have run it mid with talent before.
which is such a good role for the hero. Like, we haven't seen it in a little bit now, but it is so strong. Also, this time around, I think Winter Wyvern is a good ban for LGD. You saw what happened last game. Like, the Winter did incredibly well. It's also one of Kateomi's best heroes. I would be a little surprised if that hero slips through, unless they feel like, okay, there's another core you want to take out.
I mean, at the moment, they are currently kind of copying the second phase bans, right? The tree, potentially the clock as well.
Yeah,
of course, in hindsight later down the draft, it might be the same argument of why did you ban out both of them? Sure, they're good, but heroes like Wyvern that can dictate a lot more into your heroes could have been better bans.
It's surprising because you just played you played the same scenario. You were on the winning side, and it must have felt very good, right? When you had the Drow Winter Wyvern. So I'm a bit surprised to just see the completely same second phase bans.
There could be the idea that they still think the support trade of if they pick up a hood here, the Wyvern hood is pretty even and maybe more down to a skill and execution, and that they're more confident that they'll execute it at a higher level.
Maybe so. I hope so, because there must be some sort of idea, because Winter Wyvern shuts down a lot of what Kez wants to do, but the etBoom boys, they did find the Bad Rider ban, which is very necessary.
It's very difficult, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of thinking went into that, I'm sure. But it's better. I mean, I think already etBoom is happier with this. The other thing is while Kez mid is pretty solid, I don't think many carries are good against Winter Wyvern. Generally, the heroes that are good against Wyvern are supports, specific offlaners, and mids. Carries tend to be the worst role against Wyvern because they're generally physical damage, which is bad against his spells. So I am curious to see if they do put the Kez mid, and if they do, what that carry pick is.
All the offlane you said, right? What are some of the offlane heroes?
Stuff like Nightstalker, Darkseer, Underlord is pretty decent against Wyvern, I'd say.
This is nice.
Yeah. So they picked this against Jaw before, and it looked really good. That's why I was kind of curious if they were actually going to ban the Bat Rider, or if they were going to pick the Wyvern, something to prevent the Darkseer potentially instead. But Wyvern Drow these two heroes together are really bad against Darkseer.
Yeah, they pretty much will just they'll do some like right clicks in lane, and then suddenly Darkseer disappears behind the wave, and it's like, okay, well, he's just going to farm, and that's about it. And they do go for the old tried and tested Spirit Breaker Darkseer. I mean, if you ever wanted to talk about a partnership that goes back in time, this is it. The biggest bodies in the land that will happily collect an Iron Shell and just run into the middle of the fights. Also, playing our pocket in this game will be pretty good, because throwing it on your Darkseer Kez, who jumps into the middle of the fight, if you can have Bulldoze up and soak the curse, Winter Wyvern will never really have impact in the fight outside of those spells being on cooldown.
They were very quick on the starter pick. Obviously, it is quite good. Well, it is good against Kez, like we've seen the matchup before, but even then, I think Kez does pretty fine in the lane, even if you are to straight up lane into it 1v1.
I think the fear right now for BB, at least, is that the heroes look good outside of, like, if you ignore LGD, but if they are shut down in lane with the aggression we just saw, their comeback mechanism isn't very good. Like a Slardo with just a blink, like you can fall out of the game quite quickly. Drow as well, like you can win your lane, but again, if you're consistently run at, then you're always chasing an item. You're never really punching quickly into the game. So BB need to be mindful that one like kind of lane counter pick for LGD, we might just see the same game. Like Spirit Breaker, Darkseer, Kez, they will run around the map and just do things together like we saw in game 1.
Yeah, these heroes are good in lane, I will say. I mean, the big thing for me is how this Shadow Demon's great. This is an amazing Shadow Demon pick. It's super good against Surge and the Spirit Breaker W, so you have a lot of good stuff to purge. And you've also got a nice amount of physical damage on etBoom, so having some magic on the flip side is very nice. Because Darkseer, if he buys one Crimson and just owns everyone, it's really sad. Or buys one Pipe and owns everyone. You want to have some split damage, so that especially against Aura heroes, so they can't just buy one Aura and that Aura is good against all your heroes. So it's a nice mix, and I imagine the mid hero will be quite magic-y as well.
It should be, because otherwise some Crimson Greaves Rush, I think, on Darkseer is like, it's way too powerful in this game.
We're back. I mean, it's good with Spirit Breaker. We saw that last game. And it's good with Darkseer too. Like, I can see why they pick it, but I feel like GPK has to counterpick it properly this time.
Yeah. There is...
I was just going to say, this is also kind of forcing the Slaughter to not be in mid, right? You don't want to be playing Slaughter up against a Viper, so it feels like it narrows it down, makes the bans a bit easier to inside of LGD.
Definitely. You're going to get completely cooked if you go to the mid lane. Also, the two subs are, at least in the early game, are very bad against Viper. Like, these are not good heroes at, like, aggressing on the hero. No. And with what Quinn said, too, like, you want more magic damage if you're etBoom. Obviously, this narrows down your pick pool at least a little bit, going up against the Viper.
Okay, to find those heroes from mid lane, it's like, You want ranged heroes that can outlane. Like, we don't really see Lina mid anymore. Also, the build probably be more towards right click. You have Nature's Prophet mid that GPK has like a 20% win rate on. It can lane nicely into Viper and then just gank elsewhere, but then you're playing into Spirit Breaker and Darkseer. Feels pretty bad. Invoker's just been banned out. It's like, it's not that easy for GPK to find this kind of perfect pick for both lane and game for their team.
I think you should just go for the Queen of Pain.
Congratulations,
LG.
LG.
That was really good. I think they will do that. I think that's really good.
Yeah, they should keep that up.
Yeah. I think they should run it back, really prove themselves.
Again, I feel like LGD's drafting of Viper in this tournament feels extremely refreshing to how they drafted it before, because like when they opened in first phase and even opening second phase with the hero, it gave time for people to understand what was happening. But it feels like, at least in the last couple of drafts, promoting Viper to a later pick, it really kind of controls the lineup a lot more. It feels like so much more impactful. So I'm happy to see that they have kind of learnt from the previous tournaments and kind of really perfected when and where to pick the hero.
You're a whole new man today, T.
Huh?
You're a whole new man.
Huh?
You joined the Viper.
Yeah, I
the
mean,
LGD Viper specifically.
because they're drafting it a lot nicer. They're looking at the notes in the book. They're not just first picking Tailung Viper. They're
Method
fourth
to
pick.
it.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
This is
I'm an old man, huh?
It's an interesting spot because I think BLAST best options are Nature's Prophet and Sniper, but those heroes are both pretty bad against Spirit Breaker, Darkseer.
Yep.
So when you do that, there's a period of really high execution where you need to not die to those ganks, and if you can get out of that, then I think LGD can run into a problem where you've got 3 heroes that need a lot of farm. None of these heroes really want to make any moves on these cores, like you need items. And so if you're behind, it can be really bad for LGD. And so it may be a situation where BLAST has to sack draft integrity and say maybe our heroes aren't quite as good together, they make a little bit less sense, but you're going to be poor in lanes, we're going to get to our items, and it's going to be fine for us. Because I think it's really difficult to pick something that's nice with BLAST's heroes and also gets through the lane. And so I think their choice should be, we're going to do well in lanes, and we'll be fine in the game because we're skilled, and we're not going to get run over by you.
Yeah, I don't know if you can find both. Like, it is difficult, which is why, at least from the ones we're talking about, I would like the... I think it's just a good... If you can find a range hero that goes Pike, which both the heroes you guys mentioned, I think they do that. Like, Nature's does very well in the lane. You at least also... You have good supports if people have to reach on you. That's at least one of the things that SB does have to do, right? To get ganks off, at least in the mid-game. You're going to reach quite deep with the charge. You also have Drow Ranger Aura for most of the range heroes that you're going to take. So Nature's would be probably on top of my list.
I'm just scrolling through GPK heroes to remind myself, and it's like I'm not looking at one right now that it does feel nice. Like, again, I don't really want to see Lina. I don't really want to see Sniper based on just the time and the map that it will disappear. Again, I can also see an argument just because survive lane on Viper. Again, it's like no option feels perfect.
But on the flip side, sorry.
I was gonna say LGD. Maybe like Ench or something for KJ. Like, just keep it simple, have some like good lane into SD, run around the map, you throw some creep under the aggression that's inevitable, and you take towers, like you can twin gate, take Darkseer tower, you can twin gate, then run mid. Like, it feels kind of nice, but KJ's kind of got a real chill pick, I feel.
I kind of think that works. Like some Ench early aggression, even Chen. I think Divine Favor is actually kind of giga also, like in this type of game. This is semi-interesting.
Okay.
Because I do wonder, like, they have played it before as +5, but I do think it has a lot to do with the fact that they are on the same train of thought, that there is a high chance that this is what BB could have looked at themselves.
Yeah. No, 100%. I'm not even, like, normally when people talk about, oh, they're block picking, it's not really a thing, but here it feels like a block pick.
Oh, it also just feels good to see just how quickly you can collapse on one hero from the side of LGD. They see someone on the side of BLAST, you know Spirit Breaker is charging, you know Nature's Prophet is going to TP in. There just needs to be one more hero that joins them.
I mean, it's also...
Are they going to lane swap and like put Miro mid or something?
He's playing Slaughter mid against Viper?
What?
I feel like they might actually lane swap.
Yeah, maybe.
It's like if BB are to be eliminated from the tournament by GPK playing a Quap and then a Slaughter into a Viper that you've seen, I mean, it's quite a well-deserved elimination.
No, I mean, I think Kezu's right. I think they need to lane swap. I think it should be Enigma mid. Miro, I mean, I don't think GPK plays Enigma, so it makes sense. I think it has to be that.
I think so too, because, I mean, so what would you get if... I mean, Enigma, of course, if he goes into offlane, he will do very well into Nature's Kez, but freeing up the SD, it's not like it changes the mid matchup, unless you're gonna like start dual laning where you disrupt the Viper. It seems kind of cap.
Oh, they could dual lane, I guess. But I don't know if I don't think Enigma can solo against Nature's Prophet.
Because you need to like stay top at least a little bit.
But wouldn't you rather, or instead of dual laning, that you give Enigma like the best lane possible, he then rotates to mid with the Eidolons. So it's like Slardar is like kind of useless for 5 to 6 minutes, and let's say 7 to 9, like the Enigma then comes over, you take the tower, you open up the map a bit. It's not the best way, but at least Miro getting a last pick Enigma, if he sees the lane and I will demolish it, you can often take over games because of how well the lane goes. And into what Kez Nature's Prophet, Enigma should just have a chill time if his support helps him.
It's just difficult. I think like I would like if they did do the lane swap. Maybe it's a bit weird, but if you don't, like, and then you have Enigma off lane who's a bit level starved because he's dual laning. You have Slardar mid who's like getting starved, and then they're gonna dive your Drow Ranger with SP Darkseer. Then there's a Nature's Prophet TP at like minute 5-6. Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what BLAST do with this, because you can tell they were a little bit cornered on this last pick.
They definitely were, and I can hear it in your voices right now. You're a bit unsure exactly how BLAST are going to make it work for themselves. A lot of heads are being scratched right now if they're going to still run that Slardar mid, if there will be a lane swap. Either way, it feels like LGD have taken advantage of what feels like a very confused BLAST, and maybe that's exactly what's going to get them a win in game number 2 and potentially make it to the grand finals.
Welcome! Game 2 about to begin here for BLAST versus... This is your cue?
LGD.
Come on, you can be a little more epic than that.
LGD Gaming.
Holy shit, that was actually really good. God damn, it's like John Patrick Lowry is here. What a beast. And we have some crazy picks. We have Drow versus Kez. I can't believe it. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Incredible. But
amazing.
In addition to that, we have some interesting storylines because, I mean, the panel kind of summed it up, but Viper again for Tai Long.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't want to pick Queen of Pain again. They picked the Slardar a little bit earlier in the draft. Like, surely GPK is not playing this mid, obviously. Then the Nature's Prophet's last pick from LGD because they think that BLAST are going to be picking themselves because that could survive against the Viper. And instead, it's an Enigma, which GPK doesn't play. So, is it the lane swaps?
I think that is the best thing to do.
Looks like it is.
Because Slardar actually lanes quite fine against Kez. And of course, it is a Prophet 5. So yeah. And indeed, it looks like... I don't remember the last time I've seen GPK play in the offlane. This is pretty cool and a necessary adjustment. And I'm just happy to see for BLAST that they're not falling into a similar trap as Game 1.
The Ola Core was disrupted, slowed down, surrounded, and First Blood will be going the way of Kiritich on the Drow. You couldn't ask for a better start for BLAST. Now the question is, I mean, we know that Miero can play Enigma. We know that GPK can play the Slardar, as we like to call him, affectionately.
You do, yeah.
But lane swapping, when they don't play these lanes, how big of an impact can that have on the players?
I mean, you'd like to think that it's more important to get the right matchups than it is to get the right teammates in lane. I'm not expecting GPK and Save to have the same synergy in lane as he would with Miero, because this is something you build up over hundreds of games. But I still think it's worth the sacrifice, because the lane matchups are just too bad. If you do the other thing, I think your Slardar will have absolutely zero impact. So I'm curious to see how mid goes, because this was the trade you took. Is this a lane that Enigma is going to win? Obviously, we talk about it from the perspective of GPK playing in the side lane, but what about Miero? How good is he at the 1-to-1 or 1v1 mechanics here, playing into Viper?
Yeah, luckily for him, it is a Viper and not a high skill cap Tai Long type hero, I guess. Depends on your perspective, I suppose.
Well, Tai Long can be extremely oppressive on this hero in lane.
He can.
But
you do have Eidolons. I feel like it's not the worst match.
I would say on paper this is a lane Enigma even wins. Oh, Ola Core again. I think he's going to live this time, but...
Barely.
Taking a lot of abuse here. He will have a salve and a tango, though, so we'll be back up to full sometime soon. Yeah, I was making the point that I think LGD are picking Viper against BLAST specifically as a targeted pick, because they've come to the conclusion that GPK plays 0 heroes this tournament that can lane against Viper. So they're effectively just blocking his entire hero pool with one pick, which is kind of crazy. And this game probably proves that point, because you could have put the Slaughter offlane and picked a different mid, right?
Yeah.
And they just couldn't find one.
I mean, what else is there? So Nature's Prophet we talked about. Does it need to be ranged? Like, is there a melee hero that can exist?
Not really.
Sniper? So it needs to be ranged.
Yeah.
Storm Spirit doesn't. That's barely ranged.
It's
very short range.
It's also bad.
Yeah. What else does he?
So the ranged heroes that GPK generally plays in mid are Storm, Quap, and Sniper, I think.
Sniper would have been.
Sniper is playable, but I think you lose too, honestly. And then you're playing that archetype hero they don't want on GPK, right? So you're probably not worried about that. Yeah, I don't know. Shadow Fiend, maybe, but again, not really the type of hero you're looking for. So it's pretty clever. Blocks so many picks.
Yeah, LGD came in prepared for this series, despite having a very long night yesterday. Played, I believe, the first series of the day, and then third series went a redonkulous amount of time.
That's the thing when you're the coach, though. That game 3 is going, and you're like, oh, nice, I have an hour to prep drafts while we play for 111 minutes, and I know how this game is going to end. So, surely he was looking through his documents at 8 o'clock.
I mean, in theory, that you joke a bit, but technically they should be doing a little bit of that at least, even if they end up losing that game, just in case. I mean,
of course.
Right?
Of course you prepare. Also, they probably did some prep regardless against BetBoom if they were to face them at some different point, if the results have been different. But obviously, you do target your preparation clearly toward your direct next opponent, but that doesn't mean you ignore everything else that's happening around you.
Much like you do in casts.
Yeah, that's right. And you in Relic Arena.
How dare you?
That's a good try.
Just because you're so good at the game that I made. I cater it to you, Cinderin.
Thank you so much.
All I cared about was you.
You cater to Kyle, I think.
Yeah, true. Completely obsessed. Charge coming on to Kiritich, and there's the TP from KJ, but the Gust puts the charge to an end.
Nice Sprout placement.
Have to reroute Kiritich. Trying to get away, save with a disruption. Back is there from Theolacor, though. Oh, man.
Oh, that is so satisfying and so lucky.
Gaben approves on the Spirit Breaker bash. Theolacor will drop to the Shadow Poison, but they get the kill they came for, which is the drop.
Yep, they get that kill 17% of the time. Or, well, maybe a bit more. I guess he missed a couple of...
It's pseudo-random.
Yeah, might have been 25. We are seeing the result in mid here. Tai Long is pulling ahead against the Enigma, who, by the way, now might be under some fire. Charge of Darkness on the way. Teleportation is on cooldown, though. So I'd imagine King Jungles will be too late. So see the replay here.
Boom! Shakalaka!
Oh, they are gonna... Okay, never mind. He did stop.
They are gonna hit some creep.
I was like, is he actually gonna complete this charge through the tower? But no. You can still see Tai Long placing his hero very offensively, was cutting between the waves here. Wants to get merit out of his siege creep. Now Save will rotate over to assist. And
Nero's doing good on the levels, at least.
Yeah.
Obviously, the CS is a bit under the gun right now. 40 and 5 versus 30 and 8.
It's probably some of these are Eidolons, so they're only like half a CS.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's
I mean, I think he's done. It looks
close
like he's
to a
done
draw.
fine. Yeah. That's all you can hope for a player that does not play mid.
Yeah.
And what about
Definitely
the GPK Slaughter? Look at his CS, 38 and 12. He's having himself a time.
Yep. It's an easy lane, so expect nothing less. And he's going to even have a lot more coming his way. He has a double wave on him right now, so he should be far ahead now of the Kez.
Should play offlane more often, apparently.
Yeah, maybe there's just swap roles entirely. I'm sure Miero can play Ember as well.
Didn't work for Toronto Tokyo, though.
Nope.
Although he made the transition of mid to support to offlane.
Yeah.
Straight from mid to offlane.
There were a couple of more steps on that chain as well, such as changing every teammate and region.
That's right. And hairdo.
Yes.
Hair color.
That was probably the biggest issue.
Yeah, you gotta. It's consistency. That's what being a pro athlete is all about.
Just like Yatoro has a new hairdo every single tournament, including no hair. He goes through all of them in a cycle.
That's right.
Much better start this time, though, for BetBoom. That's the the main takeaway here is all 3 cores have a game, unlike last game. So they get to play to the style that they like. And the good news with playing Slaughter offlane instead of mid is, sure, you get slightly slower levels, but you buy the same items. So GPK can go the exact build that he would have wanted to in mid anyway. Which seems to be 2 bracers, treads, and then 1, assume it's just going to be Blink, Shard, BKB. I don't think there's any reason to get too crazy here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And you know later that this combination of Slardar Drow is going to kill fools real fast.
Fools?
That's right.
It's true. Very scary indeed. And of course, the threat of the black hole. We saw that yesterday with DM just dominating with, even when he missed the black holes and canceled it, thinking that it was canceled by somebody else, when in fact it was him.
I mean, Enigma has to be a broken hero then, right?
Yeah.
If you,
for sure.
If you're, by virtue of being in the game, you just win. That sounds like a first pick to me.
Yeah, absolutely. 8-minute power rune will be top for, oh, never mind. That was denied by Kataomi. Haste.
Dire are scanning.
GPK is going to be spotted here. Charge coming out. Raptor Dance going to be canceled though, and now the Grappling Claw to the north. KJ makes his way here as well. Crush going to be reserved for Theola Core. Yuma now gets the Raptor Dance off onto GPK. Gets broken now by Tylung with that Viper Strike, so it'll be a support for the offlane. Well, do you want to call him offlane this game?
Let's just call him Core and keep it safe and simple.
Okay, Core.
Yep, support for Core.
Proud on the Miero. KJ here to stop the push.
And of course, the big bad Mud Golem with Ion Shell is going to kill the rest of the wave. This is obviously one of Darkseer's biggest assets as a hero, is being able to farm in 2 places at once when you go Helm of the Dom. So Whisper is stacking his Ancients and farming mid and farming his lane at the same time. Very efficient. He would be proud if he wasn't busy looking at stocks all day.
Yep. You just have to, you have like a contractual obligation to mention EE in every cast, Syndra?
I think if anybody can't say that, it's you. You're like the last person.
That's the point.
You've definitely mentioned him more than me, even.
Who?
EE.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You
are.
Okay, nice. Good one.
Gets jumped on by Yuma. But there's the Cold Embrace. The charge connects, but again, you got the backup now from Save. As Yuma on the south side. Kiritich in a little bit of trouble. Disruption's going to hold him in place. As the Mud Golem surrounding him with all these Ion Shells stacking up, Kiritich cannot withstand the pressure. Kataomi will get out through the gate.
That could have been a pretty good Enigma TP, I think. He has almost full mana on Miero, and I mean, you're playing mid, so now you have a little bit of a potentially different responsibility with responding to certain moves. Maybe he just didn't fancy his chances. He got a mid tower out of it. A nice takedown on the Drow. Looking for their own move now onto Yuma's Kez.
All right, timeline on the first black hole of the game, Syndra.
Before 35 minutes.
Come on, you gotta be a little bit...
He'll beat DM. He can do it.
Do you think it'll be in the next 2 minutes?
No.
I'm gonna say... Okay, I'm gonna say in the next 3 minutes. 13:30.
Okay.
13:37. Give me the lead status here.
Yeah.
I'm pressured to tier 1 now.
Congratulations on showing your age. If it was current gamers, they would say 1367, which is of course a number of seconds in a minute.
Very good.
Yeah, there you go. Happy to help.
GPK getting pretty close to Blink Dagger already. Picking out a nice stack. Creeps here. Not the most efficient, but not bad. So he'll go Blink into Shard in all likelihood with, well, does he go BKB? They have 2 BKB piercing abilities instead of 4 this time around for LGD. Is that a Kez laugh?
Yep.
Okay.
You couldn't tell it was a chicken? Sounded very chicken-like to me.
All right, tier 1 uncontested. Miero claims it. LGD seem to be kind of content with how the game is being played out. I mean, who's happier in this position right now?
Probably BetBoom, because it's not like game 1. I think comparatively,
out of position.
This already feels like you're how to say, you have a say in the outcome of the game more so than you did in the previous one post draft. So, and their lineup scales really well. Enigma late game is obviously a beast, so is Drow. You have the Amp from Slardar, you have really strong late game supports. Every single hero on the Radiant goes the distance with no problems.
And this will be the Blink Dagger reveal. Whisper, 2-level advantage on GPK right now. He's gonna get crushed to start things out with the bash to follow.
Can't surge.
Yeah. Demonic Purge comes out, so nowhere to go for Whisper. Good kill from BetBoom.
Nice and easy, yeah.
And is it gonna be chicken on the menu? Not as high quality meat as Kez, but they'll take it. The Spirit Vessel finished on the Nature's Prophet.
He's really rich on Drow for having 2 deaths. It's impressive. He's ahead by 1,500 against Kez in spite of 2 deaths, but Kez obviously 30 CS behind.
I believe Kez has the Mage Slayer on the way, I would assume.
Yep.
That'll help his farm quite a bit.
Oh, hello.
Okay, runs right into the old Drow Ranger, and of course Yuma is there to cancel the TP. So this is gonna be the 3rd death as KJ will claim it from global range.
It's really telling about Mage Slayer as an item that you buy it on Kez against basically 0 heroes you want the spell damage reduction against. It's okay against Enigma, but it's not like some Quap, Ember.
Yeah, you get it for the damage over time on creeps, right?
Damage over time.
Like a cheaper Battle Fury kind of.
Perseverance is amazing. You want the mana regen on this hero. Magic Resist, kind of irrelevant in this game, actually. So if you're still buying it here, damn, it's just too good. They nerfed it again in the D version.
I mean, why does it need to do damage over time? Why is that part of it?
I don't know. You tell me.
I thought it was supposed to be anti-spell.
Yeah.
That's what the identity should be. Not
That's right.
The damage over time, if anything, should be the side piece.
It's called Mage Slayer, not Jungle Slayer, but apparently everybody in the jungle is a wizard. It's all good.
Kiritech, despite the 3 deaths, still top net worth, and I guess that's good news for BetBoom because LGD, they don't really have anybody farming up a storm. Kez is going to start catching up now. The Viper, I was expecting Whisper to be more farmed, and not that he's not farmed, but...
This is an interesting smoke because there's no inherently obvious timing to this. You didn't just pick up an item of any kind. Enigma still doesn't have Blink. So it's going to be hard from Yero to find the initiation. He has a Vessel, though. And they're doing it without the Slardar, and they're doing it toward no objective. There's no Wisdom to steal. You can't just blindly hit this tower. I guess they kind of smoked primarily to place vision, and then they were hoping for perhaps a little bit of a skirmish, but all they get is this lane ward.
Sometimes being random is to your benefit.
This is nice, by the way. You see there's a dire obs down here, and they see that with their obs sentry, but they're waiting. They're letting it stand there to try to bait a response and not let the enemy team know that they've played wards of their own. How long are they going to let it stay there, though? Oh, now the siege creep's destroying it, so that's a dead giveaway.
Goddamn creeps.
Eventually.
Look at that range. Trebuchet would take that out in one go.
That's one of the features of Trebuchet. One-shots wards.
Very useful.
Okay.
Whisper cleaning up with the Centaur Ion Shell combo while he's jungling.
That move probably cost them 1,000 gold, actually. Just
it seems like it.
Walking over there to place that ward and then kind of doing nothing. In the meantime, the Dire lineup's just farming, and this is obviously one of the upsides to, once again, I think the criminally underrated hero of the patch in this tournament of Prophet. Whatever role you play him in, these slow games, farms everywhere he wants, joins all the moves, takes towers, and even for King Jungles, who generally speaking almost never buys scaling items in his builds, he has the luxury of doing it on this hero if he wants to. So far it looks like Axe will be the plan. He's bought the shard now, so it's going to be the Curse of the Old Growth. Really nice. Similar logic to the Spirit Breaker. Give vision of targets so Viper can hit them in trees, so Kez can chase. It's going to feel like an awesome upgrade for them. Obviously, this is not the old Curse of the Old Growth. The radius was reduced from, I believe, 1,200 to 900. Still pretty big search rate.
Crush initiation on Yuma. Yellow Core is going to force them back, though. Now the Dispel, Yuma's fine. You're talking about the shard, right?
Yeah.
The Ags. Okay.
Yeah. He's going Ags next. But
yeah, it's interesting that I mean, what's the reasoning for going Ag so early? Because there's so many different items you can get on this hero.
I mean, it plays in, if you're playing it as a support, it just plays in very well to how you're trying to play the game. Just, it's an additional global aspect to your hero. It's cost efficient, AoE root, reliably going to hit everybody. The stats are nice. On a support, it's good to become tankier. So it's kind of, I would say support Prophet has two general build paths. This is one of them, and the other one is to actually become a 4th core. But that's not how King Jungles generally plays, so this is just standard. I think he's going to go this and then maybe a Hex.
Got the homie Curse.
Yeah. Killed by the Forest himself.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. We saw this yesterday against an Enigma.
Yep.
I'm seeing the Treants now take the place of the Eidolons. There's now a Blink Dagger there for Miero.
He gets a Vessel Charge for dying, though, so it was worth...
Crush from GPK showing off that shard. Charge is coming in, a nice Black Hole coming out. Onto 2, which will result in 2 kills. It was the 18-minute mark, so just 5 minutes off.
Pretty close, Shannon. Good job.
I mean, just imagine double this time is what the first Black Hole was yesterday.
Yeah, I don't even need to imagine. I was there. It was riveting.
Do you remember?
Do you remember? I remember. Look at that damage. Wyvern. 1100 with the Curse.
Yeah.
Well, there's obviously some other elements in there, but the majority of it is physical.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Couple of nice picks for BetBoom, stabilizing the game again. It was starting to look like LGD were just getting more out of the map, but now we're back to square one, basically 0. And something that the Dire lineup doesn't really have is ways to stop BKB Black Hole. They only have Spirit Breaker ult, which is not even reliable because you need to be angled correctly relative to the Black Hole yourself. You need to not be in it. Your status resistance doesn't matter for that, obviously. And a stun from Kez through using Raven's Veil. So not any obvious long-range cancel.
That pierces?
The stun from Shoto side pierces BKB.
Of course it does.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't it?
God, it's so ridiculous, actually.
Don't worry. It'll be nerfed. Again. And all the Kez fans on Reddit will be like, oh my god, they butchered my favorite hero. And he's just always good. Always.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, that's how I really feel.
Tai Lung with the Aegis as the tier 1 gets denied. That's interesting. I don't usually see it on a Viper this early. What is he opting for? Is it the cookie cutter build? Has Dragonlance, Manta?
Yeah.
Hurricane
It's going to go
Pike
Manta
down?
Pike, yeah.
And they're going to group up for this Tormentor as well. So similar play to game 1.
Yeah.
Roche in
but this time
Stormy.
without 8k gold.
True.
So pretty significant difference in that regard. Shard will go to either Spirit Breaker or the Kez, who is 3rd on net worth. SB will be the winner again. Unfortunate, really, because I think the magic is just borderline useless here. I guess unless you do some sort of clutch redirect of a curse or whatever. I guess if you take the Demonic Purge instead of your Darkseer, that could be interesting. Or your Viper. There's a hero I would want saved to play in an elimination game. Shadow Demon is in the top 3. So, trying to limit his impact. The SB could be something. Going straight BKB this time, Theolacore, no build-up items.
I have to say, despite getting this Mage Slayer, still bottom net worth of the core is Kez. That's really surprising.
Yeah, I think the hero needs a buff.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe a built-in Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Since he's not buying it anymore anyway.
Well, Echo Slash already is kind of... But he can have another one.
+1 Echo Slashes?
Yeah, base. It's all good.
So what can LGD do with his Aegis? They have a lot of towers they still need to get through. There's still a tier 1 top. All the tier 2s.
It's tough to force anything, because I don't think you're inherently favored in a type of team fight. You can try to look for a skirmish. If you get a smoke and a good charge, enemy team is a little bit out of formation, then maybe, but you have to respect the Black Hole, you have to respect Curse. And of course, if you go on a single target and you haven't accounted for where Shadow Demon is, this is the problem for Spirit Breaker in that matchup, is you charge someone, that hero gets disrupted, you get purged, you die. And you didn't really accomplish anything except forcing a disruption.
True.
So it's definitely not easy, and a big props for the Shadow Demon pick in this game. I think it's very good.
Miero charged up. KJ joins the party. Nether Strike into Tai Lung's right click. That will be the kill onto Miero.
They managed to do just what they needed to do, which was find a straggler somewhere. Get the play going. King Jungles is actually gonna die.
Oh dear.
To the Vessel plus Idol on Onslaught. That's that shard on Enigma. Being put to good use. Still looking for the tower. I don't think they're gonna get this one.
No. BKB now online for GPK. As they're gonna smoke up. I mean, Miero's up in 20 and he still has Black Hole.
The only thing you need to be very worried about here for BetBoom is not to get vacuum comboed as you approach. And well, LGD seem aware of that.
I don't think we've seen vacuum or wall the entire game.
Well, that's the new Enigma, I guess.
Yep.
Is this how you play offlane in this patch? You just don't cast your spells? I could be good at offlane.
Well, you're not good at farming.
Although you have to farm all the time. You actually
you hate that.
You have to be
goes off the blink dagger.
Loving the jungle. Charge onto save and the silence
from Kez and the death coming. Golden Brace keeps him alive a little bit longer. Is he going to tick away though? Disrupts himself as well. Meanwhile, first only onto one. Black Hole comes out again, only onto one. Is he going to knock damage onto Whisper? A nice double crush from GPK with that BKB activated. Miero's going to get taken out eventually as Yuma's still alive. As Tai Lung getting gone on by the Drow Ranger, but meanwhile GPK getting isolated. 1 versus 2, gets Nether struck and killed off eventually. It's a 4-for-1 so far with the buyback on the Shadow Demon. So LGD absolutely destroying this fight.
MVP Talon Toss twice in a row from Yuma. The first one gets Shadow Demon down to 2% HP. He has to self-disrupt, doesn't get to play the fight at all. The second Talon Toss, he silences the Enigma after 2 seconds of Black Hole. Really nice collapse play here from LGD. Look at the replay here. So nicely timed silence together with the Prophet coming in. Good Cold Embrace, kept him alive and allowed him to disrupt himself, but it's a 2-man back wall. And pay attention to the Enigma here again. GPK gets the crush here. But the Talon Toss first. Tai Lung on his Viper.
You know, in the end, obviously this was in the heat of the moment, but BetBoom having to use Cold Embrace and Disruption on Shadow Demon, who dies right after the Disruption ends. That's 2 big spells wasted effectively.
That is very true. It would have been better for him to just die and buy back.
Yeah.
Now they take the tower as well. This is a huge...
A big swing.
2 minutes of 6k gold, basically, for LGD.
Yeah, Aegis is down. But LGD now a little bit more comfortable position, 5k lead.
Yeah, they know Black Hole's on cooldown, so this is just a power play. You have everything ready again. You already showed that you can win a fight against Black Hole. Oh my god, Shadow Demon is in trouble again. And he's gonna get...
coming in, and Nether Strike to follow. He is dead. That's a dieback, effectively. Kiritich now focusing onto the Nature's Prophet. It is just a support, though, so 1 for 1 to start things out. Nice vacuum onto 2. Attempted TP. First comes out at the last moment. Drow is out. He is good to go, and now the Darkseer getting turned on by his team. So LGD staying around a little bit too long. Good counter initiation there from Kataomi.
That is such an important curse. Drow is 100% dead there. The Centaur creep was approaching for a stomp, but got into the curse radius, so couldn't cast the spell. Deserved tip there from Save onto Kataomi, recognizing that. This was a very dangerous moment in the game, and kept things stable. You're going to see the replay here. So first of all, the Prophet ult, you see the charging Spirit Breaker. You can't blink on SD. Your cast times are too long. Okay, just going to TP in and place a ward for info for this follow fight. Pay attention now to the curse here after the back wall. The Centaur is coming in from the top right, and it will probably make the stomp here, but there it gets redirected.
Yeah.
So can't quite get that stun on the Drow. This would have been a good fight for LGD, even with a dead Darkseer, if they would have just stopped Drow's TP out. But now, BetBoom once again stabilizing. Very back and forth affair, this one.
And that's exactly what we want to see. So Miero almost done with his BKB. That is going to be very big.
Yep. Don't have to worry about Talon Toss anymore. Now he only has to worry about Kez's other ability.
That's right.
It's fine. Keep it up, Kez.
And Kez could go Basher at some point.
He could. Yeah, that's true. He probably won't.
Could be good.
Since he already has a stun, but great suggestion.
Thank you. Just saying, if it becomes a problem.
Could also go Basher on Prophet. He's ranged, so he can hit Enigma outside the black hole.
Hey, we've seen... Wait, what hero was that?
Coddle with Abyssal.
That's right.
That's because he
Wait,
got
was it a full abyssal or
I
was
think
it?
so. He got cast range from his ult, so it had some merit.
That was fun.
I don't think I've ever seen abyssal on Prophet.
Maybe when it was the old build, potentially.
Which old build had Basher on Prophet?
I mean, the old Basher.
Oh.
The old abyssal, that is. I don't remember the exact recipe, but I mean, I remember back in Dota 1, we'd see Basher Sniper Cinderin.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Everybody really didn't know what they were doing back then. It was a great time.
I feel like there must be a situation where it makes a little bit of sense. You got Headshot and Basher. Yeah, you get a lower percentage, but you're attacking really fast, you know?
Yeah.
Try that in your turbo games. I mean, that's where the pros get all their information, is turbo games.
Yeah. I'm sure the Zeus AFK Fountain is a classic turbo strat.
I mean, it was.
Yep.
Actually, literally.
Yeah.
Did you see the Reddit thread?
Yeah. I don't think that's where they got it from. I think it's because they played a game in which they were against that. So
You don't think that they saw that Reddit clip and it inspired them?
Maybe it inspired the opponent that they played against that did it, and they were like, this was really annoying to play against.
Okay,
Let's
well,
do it ourselves.
That's how it works.
I guess so.
It started with turbo, Cinderella.
Yeah, it all starts in turbo.
Give credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
I mean, you meme, but that is where all the late game situations are, because every game has late
That's
game.
true.
You're getting a little
You do get to
glimpse.
try some insane strats. But at the same time, if you have a theory of something being broken, you could also go into demo mode and just put the items on your hero.
Yeah, you could, but not everybody's a nerd.
I think the target dummy in the demo mode might be better than the average turbo player. So it's probably very accurate.
Certainly has more HP.
Yep.
All right, we got a smoke now.
Whatever
from...
that means.
Of course it's better. You can't die.
It will outlive the turbo players. The dummy lives forever.
It does. Only a 4K lead here for LGD as Roche is up and running.
It's funny memeing on turbo. I don't even dislike it. It's just funny to me when because you
hate
play
it.
it so much. No, it's absolutely. I absolutely despise turbo.
I mean, late game Dota is the most fun to play, so why not amplify your experience?
Well, this is a philosophical question. Is it late game then in turbo? Is it just mid game?
Yeah, that is a good question. I'll have to ponder that as we cast this very important game.
Don't think too hard. It's not your forte.
Yeah, that's mean. Blink Dagger for Cat to Omi. Had a good curse before without it. Now can get in very good position.
They get some good vision here in the triangle. This is a very strong setup for LGD, but I don't know if they have any obs left. I think they already spent... No, they had one more. Okay, there we go. Fiolacor will place it. Were BetBoom to walk up here, this could be completely disastrous. So much good coverage currently. LGD with a ward in the top lane and on the hill. And while these wards are usually obvious, gotta go there to deward it eventually, or not play the area for 6 minutes. But now it's daytime. This makes things easier.
BetBoom under the cover of smoke, though. Miara looking to open things up potentially. GPK is going to be the one to show.
And again, another boon to having Prophet in all these stalemate situations. King Jungles is just going to put me up
Fiolacor found, killed off easily.
Nice find. Yeah, this should give them the D ward too for Kiritich. Yeah, LGD just have to call it quits. Mission failed. I do like the idea, but didn't quite work out that time. At the very least for them, King Jungles, as mentioned, was pushing out bot. Disruption onto Tylon.
Yeah, he's got the AC now. Crush comes out from GPK. Lots of damage, even popping the BKB just to ensure. And the Black Hole, okay. They really want a Tylon dead, and they will get him. Now, if this opens up Roche, then that's going to be beautiful news for BetBoom. Crush comes out again. GPK getting pretty low, though. Disruption can try to keep him alive as Kiritich absolutely destroys KJ. And GPK somehow going to get out of this. That's 3 dead for LGD effectively. Now the Roche should be BetBoom's to give, or to get. They have that amplified damage, and GPK back up to a respectable amount of HP.
Getting a lot of merit out of this Enigma. Sure, it's a one-man Black Hole on the Viper, but it gets them the key kill. Now then Aegis onto Drow. Things are likely to slow down in a big way once more. I'm so curious to see what KJ does if this goes late. He's currently queuing up a Pike, So that is the beginning of a late game profit build.
Yeah, just play for it. Get that bobble eventually too.
It's also just it's a high value item because you're looking at the matchups you have against a hero like Slardar. You can maybe, distance yourself. You can save a teammate with the defensive component of the Force Staff. So it still has that supporting element to it. But have to say, they haven't got all that much out of the Ags. You want to look to find fights with that you can play on the tempo, but etBoom have not been caught off guard, really.
Yep, that's true.
Which essentially means, like, that's the thing about buying items like this on profit, whether you play it mid or support, is every passing minute that this doesn't find impact, you could have farmed faster. So essentially, this Ags has cost him more than 4.2k gold because it's also cost the farming speed that a Maelstrom would have given him. So it's probably cost like 6k at this point, this Ags, versus the other build. You really want some value. He's going to switch to a Ghost Scepter. Is he going to upgrade that, perhaps? Isn't buying it yet. I don't know.
It makes sense against Slardar and Drow. They have a Crimson as well to mitigate a little bit of this damage, along with the assault onto Tai Lung. So I think Shiva's is also being built by Darkseer, so they're going every armor.
Yeah, they should.
Item in the book. I guess Lotus would be the last one I can think of that is high value, although how much does it take off this game? It's the Corrosive Haze.
Gust.
I mean, it's good against Winter Curse, theoretically.
Yeah, could block a curse, which can be huge. I think that would not be a bad purchase, but Spirit Breaker is queuing up Shiva's number 2.
Okay.
I kind of like the Lotus. I think Haze Gust Malefice is already a good enough argument to buy at least one. But maybe they're just worried that, well, it's going to go late. He's going to get Corrosive Haze Undispellable. Still good against the rest, though.
Yeah.
Tower's gone. Easy pickings for Drow. Oh, never mind.
Fortified and charge coming out. Frost Shield in the defensive measure here for the Drow. Kiritich, they'd like to burn this as they get the vacuum and the wall, but no follow-up. And now the surge away, so LGD. We're thinking about getting in on there, but not happening. Still 2 minutes on the Aegis.
It's really difficult with the double Lincolns. Gets one placed on her by the Enigma, has one herself. Your initiation is so heavily reliant on Spirit Breaker. Now, you can break the Lincolns with Wrath of Nature, which is what they did. The reason they were able to charge Kiritich was that they popped the Lincolns before the defensive one was placed by Enigma, so there is a small moment of opportunity. The problem is, even if you get the charge through, you can't ult. Because then the defensive one already came out from Enigma, so you couldn't commit fully for the play. It was a nice attempt, but not quite. Now the second tower. Not long for this world, etBoom. About to themselves in a better position. Look at the net worth difference here. I just realized just how far ahead Drow is. Almost 6k on the Ked.
Yeah, that's true. Drow's had a very good tournament this time around as we have the Roche banner placed for etBoom, so high ground is what they are setting their eyes on at the moment. Tai Lung will throw out a Viper Strike, and yeah, one more hit should take out the banner. Do have options for that.
This is not easy to push into against Darkseer. You have to be very wary that you don't clump up.
Doesn't have a wall at the moment.
Even just vacuum Shivas with a charge is actually devastating. Echo Slash. Have certain things that...
Speaking of charge, what do you think of the Spirit Breaker Ags? Is that something that anybody in pro games would go for at any point?
Probably not after it got fixed. When it was bugged, it was...
Who was it insta-giving a? Meepo, right?
Yeah, illusion-based heroes. It was so stupid.
So funny.
No, I don't think it's a good enough value proposition. Like, in theory, maybe you can run this on a core if you get farmed enough, but then you're playing core Spirit Breaker and doesn't really seem to farm fast enough. And lane well enough. It's just too many downsides. So they are going to hold. This is a game that I still feel like theoretically just inherently favors the Radiant at this point until the end. I just think their lineup is stronger late game. Minus armor becomes incredibly powerful. Enigma, late game king. Shadow Demon and Wyvern. Two of the absolute best supports late game.
But Chicken.
Can Chicken conquer all of those issues?
It didn't yesterday. The Black Hole reigns supreme.
And then King Jungle's just going to queue up a Hex now. So he's been through the entire library of items and changed his mind every 2 minutes. He did buy the Ghost. I kind of like that because the way he's been playing fights is that he teleports in, places a ward, and then he dies. With Ghost Scepter, he's either going to force out a Demonic Purge or he's going to survive and cast his other spells. Just have impact for that much longer.
Theolacor, he is buying the plate mail. I wonder if he will change this build up though.
I can't help but feel like this is a position 5 Prophet. The way this game has been played, if he went farm heavy, he could have had almost 20k net worth, actually. At this point. Could have at least had 50.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before, for sure.
9 class in this game would have gone Maelstrom, and he would have been big. And I'm not saying that's better, it's just different. But considering...
You kind of are saying it's better this game.
I'm not saying it's better this game. I'm saying with what happened, it would have been better. But you can't, at the time that he's making this decision, you're not like, okay, this is definitely happening in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, but you can say that now.
Yeah. In hindsight, I think this was not the right idea. But I liked it at the time for what it was signaling they wanted to do. They just haven't managed to. So now it sucks. I guess the hope at this point is that you can use this to break a Linken's and or, well, then the Axe doesn't even matter, right? But hope to maybe force a BKB with just the root itself at the right opportune moment. Could be kind of nice.
Yeah, the longer this game goes, the more I do favor BetBoom as well. The Enigma, the BKB, Blink, Linken's, Shiva's, Refresher to come now.
Yeah.
Or if they just get the next Roche, they can get the Shard as a stopgap.
Harpoon now for GPK. So more reach. Ideally wants to... You just want to play in tandem with Drow. The target is actually not even that important, I think. You just want to make sure that Drow is hitting whoever is hazed. So
you
with
can't
the Harpoon.
click allies with that, can you?
With Harpoon?
No, I don't think so.
No. Only trees and enemies.
That would be nice.
As in you pull yourself toward allies?
Yeah.
Sounds like that would hurt like hell. Somebody just throws a harpoon at you
Right,
and then
deal 100 damage to your ally. Just like the old toss.
Yeah. No, that's true. It
I
used to
missed
deal
that.
damage to allies. Actually, totally forgot that.
Nice little detail.
Yep.
7k net worth advantage between the Drow and Kez. Crazy difference.
That means the rest of their lineup is behind.
Yeah.
But
the Prophet, I think, I guess only 1,000 net
that's the
worth
thing,
between
right?
the Prophet and SD.
It's a 5 Prophet in a stalemate game, and he's barely beating the enemy's Shadow Demon. That's just not very inspiring to see, really. I think even in spite of his build, King Jungle could absolutely prioritize farming more than he has been.
Whisper has his shard, so you can see the little glowy trails now all over the place.
Yep. Drow with the BKB purchase. Was that full BKB? I mean, she's 6-slotted now, 40 minutes. Fully 6-slotted. This is replacement for treads, so we're basically closing in on maxed out.
Didn't go Ags.
Nope.
Seeing that a lot lately, too. You get that silver edge, though, for a little bit extra move speed. And the break on, I guess the Viper is the main target for the break, if you were caring about that.
Yep. You should.
Smoke from LGD to the north. Miero, is he going to get jumped? Pops the BKB, though, looking for the black hole target. Can't find it, at least not yet. Vacuum. Nope. That's Heritage focusing on the fat cow for the time being.
There's no way to talk about your mother.
Well, what?
Okay, gone.
Okay. Random comment that had made no sense at all.
That's right. That's how you
Roche
roll.
just spawned. Nothing big was really used. I mean, I guess wall. You're gonna try for it. Roche Belch.
Oh Jesus! Look at those crits.
Oh, he's gonna get this before they even get close. Oh my God, Heritage. With the H, Tyler's gonna jump in.
Oh.
You gotta pick up your goodies, my friend. Black hole just on the Viper. That's gonna cost him his life. Now in the meanwhile, GPK with a nice crush onto 2 heroes. Gets the harpoon onto the cow as well. This is a double crush again, and this physical damage is out of control for Kiritich and company. 3 for nothing, as Yuma, using one of his 20 abilities to try to get away, will do so along with Whisper.
Next level bait from Kiritich was slow to pick up the Aegis, and it baited Tai Long to try to blink in and take it. And then he's just completely separated.
Did they get anything?
I don't think he got anything. No, not even the banner.
Who has the shard?
Was that Roche 3? Oh yeah, it was. Enigma has the shard.
Okay, yeah. Disastrous for LGD, so BetBoom, huge advantage now. 11K, they have all the goodies. They have a Drow with an Aegis, and now you can go high ground. And without a buyback onto Tai Long, this is going to be at least a set. Banner place as well.
I mean, the fact that there's still a second black hole.
Yeah, that's true.
Is very worrisome here for LGD. What do you even do?
Yeah, that's going to be the mid lane, left to the illusions. 10 seconds for Tai Long, so LGD, if you're going to fight, this is probably close to the time. Tower already taken out. Kiritich going to reposition. 3.5 minutes on Aegis, so plenty of time. As the rest of his team is smoked up behind him. Actually looking for an opening here. All they really have to do if they want to play it safe, just wait for somebody to be out of position for LGD, get a pick off, then go high ground again.
Oh, he's Octaree as well, dude. What is this? Enigma easily second in net worth. Miero. And look at this slow pickup.
Yeah.
Actually worked in his favor. For what it's worth, I don't even know if you win that fight if you get the Aegis. I think your position is so compromised.
You can see Corrosive Haze plus Drow, it hurts.
Yep.
Even a Shadow Blade purchased by Kataomi. All the positioning items. Blink, Shadow Blade, Force Staff.
It's all about getting the curse and the heal. That's this hero late game. Your other abilities aren't really that important. Surely.
Interesting. Halberd. I haven't seen that in a hot minute.
Ugh.
Instead of the farming build, you get Halberd, Cinderin. Your favorite. GPK going for the Corrosive Haze on Thailand. They'll have the vision now for quite a while. Ranger Axe easily take it. This is a second set. Too late for LGD. Crimson Guard's not going to do anything.
Now the question is, you have 2 minutes. Can you make it to top here?
I would think so.
They have to take the tier 2 first. The wave is pushed out very far by Prophet. Kiritich obviously going to start making his way over there. The hope here for LGD's side is that you're definitely losing your tier 2. You're just hoping the Aegis expires before the siege of the third lane. 1.5 minutes to go. I think they can make it as well. They have 1 glyph remaining. 80 seconds. Yeah. I mean, they're obviously not going to fight into the Aegis at this point.
Still have a banner?
I don't think so. No. No banner.
Okay. BetBoom looking to push this to a game 3, looking very likely at this point.
Yeah, that pivot of the Slaughter to offlane was very good this game.
Just under a minute on the Aegis now. Backpacking both Cheese and BKB. Kiritich focusing tier 3. Tai Long and company attempting to delay.
It's a lot of archers.
40 seconds. Another Crimson Guard to mitigate a bit of this damage. Kiritich, like you said, 6 slotted and then some. Tower down and out.
Keeps using his Flayer's Bota. Notice that he remembers to use that item.
Yep, very important. Pro players know how to click buttons. That's good to know, Cinderin. Thank you so much.
They all forget to use it all the time.
Look at him die. Oh my god, he's just getting destroyed. He has the buyback as the black hole on the back line. Onto the Chicken Man all alone as a multi-shot doing a decent amount of damage. A second black hole, this time onto 2. And that should surely do it. Buybacks galore for LGD as they are melting under the pressure of Kiritich. His right clicks hurt big time. Pops the BKB as the Aegis will expire. Going on top of Tai Lung, though. There's the Cold Embrace to try to save him as Yuma trying to position himself on the Glacier as Kiritich just steps out, pops the cheese, and now seemingly invulnerable at this point. Gets off the Hurricane Pike. Yuma with a nice Raptor Dance, though. Kiritich again getting healed. The Cold Embrace doing work in this fight. Vacuum comes out. They finally kill off Kiritich as the buyback comes out from GPK. Triple kill for Yuma. It's again heavy cost though. They've lost every Rax except for their one melee in the top lane. And they buy back on everyone.
5 of them.
So if you're BetBoom, you just wait.
Yeah.
For Black Hole.
Yes.
And just
absolutely
go end.
Wait for the 2 Black Holes. Or excuse me, only 1. He doesn't quite have the refresher yet, but close to. Or you wait maybe for the Aegis as well if you feel like it. But yeah, look at this damage onto the Viper. 1, 2, 3. Huh. Holy shit.
That crit was
disgusting. Really nice footwork from Kiritich this fight. Just a lot of little things.
How did the halberd work out?
Yeah, great pick.
Oh, he has it here. BKB popped up. He was Cold Embrace 3 times in this fight.
It's Wyvern is very good against Kez. A clear reason why they picked it immediately after the drown.
Does fall eventually as whoa, what is this? LGD in the enemy base.
Fully Olo.
Yeah, I respect it. Gonna try to force some buyback, but there's the curse. Not gonna be that much damage, but holds him in place. Crimson Guard applied, GPK nearby, looking for the crush play. We'll get it. BKB though from Ked. We'll try to grappling claw into GPK, but he gets back to base.
They bought back Drow?
Buys back, gets the
Why?
Goes Scepter TP. Crush is gonna stop that in its place, so KJ dead. And Yuma, this might be a dieback for him. If they can just trickle him down with that Shadow Poison, it's enough from save. It's a dieback on hero number 2 for LGD.
All right, now the Drow buyback doesn't really matter because you killed Kez. That felt so unnecessary. You had complete control of that situation in your base defense. Did a really good job.
How much time was on his respawn?
I don't even think it matters. I think they would have defended with 4 regardless. I believe it was Enigma who had yet to respawn aside from Drow, and that was only 5 seconds. So either way, high pressure moment. But look at the replay here. Like this curse is already buying you 5 seconds. Slardar goes for the crush. She buys back with 12 seconds to go. I guess she thought the buyback was a guaranteed kill on Kez, which it ended up being a kill, but that was kind of close.
Yeah.
If Save hadn't clutched it up here with the Shadow Poisons and the catch on the Disruption. The last tick. My God, sometimes the margins are so thin. But this is definitely bare minimum megas with no Chicken Man and 2 Black Holes ready. Good luck to LGD.
Yes, indeed. Mega Creeps online, and the tier 4s will now start taking some damage. And by some, I mean a shit ton. 45 seconds for Chicken Man.
They have to fight 45. There's no way they can stall 40 seconds.
Nope. In their base.
Not a shot.
Tier 4 number 1 dead. What's the angle here?
Well, probably from top right.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, they have no waves. Good job, King Jungles.
Oh, okay.
All right. They
Fair
can
enough.
stall enough.
Oh.
I can't believe he got all 3 waves. I thought they would at least be able to protect one of them, considering Kez is dead. But maybe just a little bit of a lapse in judgment or focus. So it gives LGD a last fighting chance.
So LGD, their chance here is to kill Drow.
Yes.
No buyback.
They have to kill Drow.
But you still have to worry about double BKB. I mean,
if they somehow, could you imagine they somehow kill Drow first in the next fight? It's actually still winnable because she bought back. And I think you have to be eager to fight here. This is the type of situation where you push out the waves a bit, go for a fast smoke, and just hope you find her.
Yeah.
And I would make a case for Kiritich actually just playing super defensive with both supports next to him, or even hiding in base for 5 minutes. Like, I genuinely think that might be the best play.
Yeah, we all want to see that.
It's just, then you're risking giving away a Roche, or, well, you will be conceding one, but only if LGD even try to go for that. There's a chance they also wait for their buybacks, and obviously they're under the constant siege of the siege creeps, or the mega creeps, that is.
Yeah, we'll see if that buyback ends up biting them in the ass. 10 seconds for Roche, though. So if LGD is going to do something, it has to be now. Otherwise, we saw how fast this Roche goes down. And
He gets Aegis. If he gets Aegis, this game has to be over. Like, you can't let them have this.
No, I think it's... Oh.
Hello.
He saw it. It's too late. This dies in less than 10 seconds.
You keeping count?
No. Were you?
Pretty close. So you got it.
You say I got it?
Yeah, I'll see.
Or did I get it?
It was close. I didn't count, but...
Well, you don't need... You could just look at the timer.
Yeah, but I didn't.
Why don't you do things?
It's exhausting. You can relate to that.
Yeah,
it's easier to do nothing.
Oh yeah, I love nothing. All right, so Aegis, all the goodies again for BetBoom. What can LGD do other than type GG at this point?
They can type BG.
That's bad manners, though. Going to a game 3, you don't want to say BG.
Maybe they like the BGs.
Unless you're emo and you can type a question mark. I don't think there's any...
That's usually for comebacks, not for we lost, but...
It's true. At that point, it was only 2-1, though.
I think you have to kill Enigma. Drow is not an option anymore because she has Aegis, so if you can somehow kill Enigma first... Yarrow doesn't have travel, so he can't instantly rejoin the fight. Like, it's just... It's so difficult.
All right, Kiritich, one more tower to get through. Banner placed. And it will be given freely. Viola Core.
Okay.
Was trying to charge. Not going to happen, though. 19k lead for BetBoom. LGD, what exactly are they waiting for? Ancient exposed now. Sprout.
Get vision from Shadow Poison.
Yeah. Ancient already at half health, though. And on the Glacier, Kiritich will continue to right-click unless you do something. There we go. Tyling jumps in, gets the Viper Strike onto the Drow Ranger. Looking for the potential. Oh, but there's the Black Hole. Only onto one right now. Is it going to burn the Aegis already? And it's Miero, second Black Hole, but no, he's going to die before he can get it off. And now Kiritich on the run, pops the BKB, gets the Gust off as well, trying to run away as the Cold Embrace self-used on the Wyvern. Buyback now from the Enigma. Tylung and company have to deal with the creeps, though. Double kill from Whisper. 3 buyback from BetBoom. They can still finish this game if they just group up. They get the kill onto the cow, and that no buyback for him. Trying to jump back in. Whisper gets gone on, gusted up. There's the crush, though, from GPK onto Yuma. He gets Black Hole at the last moment, and that should surely do it. They get Tylung as well. That's going to create more buybacks. The vacuum onto several heroes with no follow-up whatsoever, but Yuma coming in at the last moment again, going for Miero. There'll be a dieback on him, but he's able to survive just a little bit longer. Trying to go for the throw. There's the Cold Embrace onto the Drow Ranger. GPK focusing the throw now as well. The fortification finally comes out. How are they even holding this right now? Now they're going to get the right-click damage onto the Drow. Double kill for Yuma as GPK going all out on this Ancient, but the Sprout's going to surround it for now. And now the Chicken Man going to work. Ancient super low as Whisper coming with the Blade Mail. They get a full team wipe onto BetBoom. How is that even fucking possible? Holy shit!
There is no way. There is no way they just defended it. There's
Holy
no fucking
shit.
way.
That is disgusting.
How many advantages did they just have? They had all their buybacks, Aegis, Cheese. They got 2 Black Holes off. They've got 90 seconds to run it down mid here.
There's only one hero with buyback right now.
It's only the Slardar.
I mean, is this a situation with Slardar you have to try to get to the Ancient? But it's going to start healing up now.
Yeah, it's not possible. All the waves are going to get pushed by Prophet. No shot.
Is the game over?
70 seconds. Time's ticking here. They're going to have, wait, do they have Glyph? They don't have Glyph, so they're only going to get the 1 Glyph from the melee racks here. Oh boy, it's sinking in. This is bad.
You get 1 tower and you go Throne.
This is real bad.
Look at these buybacks. So GPK has the sole buyback right now for BetBoom. The no buyback team, as some would call them. As Tylung going for the racks, actually. I'm surprised they're not going Throne. There we go. Yuma gets the picture. There's the 1 buyback. 36 seconds for the Drow Ranger.
They're not going to get the Glyph because they're not
just got
destroying the
buyback
racks.
now, so 2 up. There's a back wall from Whisper. Onto Kiritich. Pops the Crimson, tier 4 down. Second tier 4 now being focused by LGD. Can they hold on? BetBoom. Their buybacks, or their respawn timers are going to be up pretty soon. There's again another back move. You'll be able to get the Slaughter now. Half HP. Got pops the BKB. Focusing on Kiritich now. Trying to get back to Fountain. He's super low. Will be able to get back as the tier 4 is still getting low. Tailong with that shard doing a lot of damage now. Focusing the throne himself. There's the black hole coming in onto the Chicken Man. That's enough. But Tailong trying to focus the AT. He cannot. Has to back away. Vacuum and the wall as well. Where's Tailong to hit that throne? Black hole again coming out. That's going to be several kills now going the way of BetBoom. They held on. Jesus H.
Oh my God.
And now surely it's over,
Imagine
right?
Kiritich doesn't get buyback ready there. It is actually over. He has to come up and have to pose a bit of a threat here together with Sardar to force LGD's hand to spend precious seconds chasing him down, but this turnaround with the Satanic's gonna stabilize. Whew. And two back-to-back good black holes here. The first one on Kez, and then the second one obviously on 2 immediately after. A nice play by Tailong to blink out there. He's dead 100% if he sticks around, but this seals the deal.
Yeah.
And now I was about to say surely it's over, but man, you never know. Somehow, in this 3v4, if LGD somehow managed to hold this, that would be equally ridiculous.
No way.
There is no way, right?
No way. Ancient is
charged.
half health.
Kataomi.
Yep, Eondis already proc for him. And Tailong front line, and Kiritich focusing the throne again. Gets Viper stricken though. Trying to get, he's ignoring everybody, just going for throne along with the Enigma and Miaro and company. They do get the game 2 victory. Almost a complete disaster. But we are indeed going to a game 3.
It's hard to be confident for BetBoom heading into game 3. They look so unbelievably relieved with that. They must have played through. Yeah, they played through the scenario of losing that game in the most humiliating way, but ultimately by just enough seconds for the Drow to come back online and able to swing back. Hard to be confident for game 3. That was a very dominant position, a huge lead, and they almost dropped the ball. They do make it through to the 3rd game.
God, what a game. I'm out of breath after that one. And it's GPK and company, yeah, another lifeline for them. And what do you talk about going into game 3?
I think you talk about how you address the first and the second phase of the draft. Viper and Bad Rider are the key problems for sure.
All right, panel, break it down for us. Good Lord.
I don't even know if we're going to get to talk about the draft at this point, because whatever happened at the end there felt illegal from both ends. BetBoom genuinely handed this game back to LGD, and then I don't know what was going through Tailong's head to not only stop using Q or not use Q on the tier 4s.
Oh my gosh.
But he also killed the melee racks, which gave them the glyph. To be able to delay this and have Enigma come back up as well.
But it was, not only that, it's like you had like 2 minutes where you knew that they had buybacks, and like Nature's Prophet buys the Desolator on the buyback respawn. Like you could have TP'd to the to the secret shop. You could have like sold all your items if you really. You could have bought like rapiers and stuff. TP back to base by Deso, Drum, Vlad. Like if you know you're running down mid, if you know you've been giving a lifeline to win this game, you need to clutch up in the moment. They did not clutch up at all. The pressure got to them, but they could have won it. Like they had such a great window after BB just threw everything at an Ancient
like
that they could
this
not kill.
happens and then you don't get to end the game. It's actually so sad.
My God.
Because BetBoom themselves, they're like, okay, there were 7 minutes where LGD didn't have buybacks. Then they decided to go when they did. Watch Viper
He's not
attack.
using charge.
Why?
He just forgot to turn it on.
It's actually so sad. There's no poison attack that's stacking, because look how long this clip is. This tier 4 should be that it's not just the poison attack, it's also minus armor on buildings.
To be fair, the catapults and the creeps, they're the ones killing the melee rack, so it's not as if Viper turns around and, you know, throws a little fuck you to his own team. The creeps are kind of doing it, but still, like, the not respecting the Enigma respawn, not finding ways to stop his initiation, not going for the tier 4s. It's like, it's just awkward from LGD, but in the moment, like, you could see there was like people drawing down the minimap with the lines, there was like people pinging different items, like there clearly was like a mix of ideas of how to clutch up this win. They couldn't find just one of them, but if they were to replay this back, they instantly would have the doubt and the pain and the realization and the hindsight that what could have been.
You gotta take the good things. The fact that you could have still won this game is the good part, because the problem is, at this point, I would have rather have them lose like 2 minutes before. Don't even defend your throne, like just have it come out and lose, because the fact that you go down mid and you barely miss out on the W for some like rather silly mistakes is kind of big. But obviously, you know, BLAST, they'll be very happy about this game.
They were. They were absolutely
look
cheering.
At the smiles on them. This is the happiest team and the loudest team I've heard on a victory because they damn know that they messed up big time just 1 minute before.
My goodness, I think you can feel so much tension from both teams.
That table.
Because this late game is won on either side. BLAST at the point where they're pushing their base, it's over. And when LGD is pushing BLAST's base, it's over. I think LGD makes at least 2 crucial mistakes. The first one is they're pushing all 3 lanes, which I think is complete nonsense. You don't need that. You just need one wave in. All the waves were meeting. So when you take mega creeps, like when you wipe them like this, you want to kill the creeps before they meet. So they run straight to base, and you want to force staff the creeps so they get there as fast as possible. They didn't do any of that. They pushed all 3 lanes. They had no Deso, and Tylong did not turn on his spell. If they had done any one of these 3 things, I think they win the game before nothing even happens. They just win by default.
But it goes back to the same thing where where you keep referencing this Yuma interview, the idea of like closing out games, going high ground, the fear of the throws before. Like in that moment, I think most teams would have just gone, we need to go mid. But clearly someone, based on previous conversations, based on the way that they react to these moments, they wanted to go, even though they was dead for 2 minutes, they wanted to be even more careful. They wanted to really just think about what little plays can we add. But you don't need to do that. You don't have to overcomplicate it. It's the most ethical rundown mid you could ever do in your lives. You just gotta send it.
Especially because like you can maybe push the 3 lanes if you're afraid of them having buybacks or they have Nature's Prophet who can just like TP and like back.
This should be tier 4 straight away.
Yeah, I don't know why like this any racks being taken.
Oh, my heart, my emotions, my boys. Why are you doing this?
I mean, honestly, what you said, it's better if they just lose without the whole comeback thing is so true. Because to be like so close and then you lose because you just made a stupid mistake is like, oh my gosh, if we just, because it's not like there was any skill involved here. There's no like, it's literally just they got sucked up into the emotions of the moment and they just forgot.
Right, he's right though.
All they had to do was a click next to the Ancient, to be clear.
It's just one mount, just
and turn on Viper shot, bro. Come on, man. Why?
I don't think I've ever heard Kezu as loud as he was yelling about the Viper
Dude, you were molding.
Because it's so real. Like, it's the most OP shard that won so many games with. And in that moment, he's so good. He's such a gifted kid and plays so well. But in that moment, he forgets the most basic thing. It's so sad.
It happens when you're in that situation when you feel like you've been thrown that raft, right? And then that you could potentially win it out, that you could potentially be going to the grand finals. But now we're looking at a game number 3. And I feel with the way that it ended, so many people are forgetting how this started. We didn't know if that Slaughter was still going to run it down mid and go up against the Viper. Obviously, we did end up seeing the lane swap. And so, of course, that put BLAST in a great position as well to at least come out of lanes looking way better than game number 1, where they just got absolutely stomped. So not only were lanes better for BLAST, even though they were down gold during that middle part of the game, they were able to bring it back and then, yeah, close out the game in a shenanigan-esque way of the late game.
Yeah, I think of course the lane swap was like life-saving for their draft. Like, if Slaughter goes mid, then of course, like it's on paper that it's done, right? So they find the Enigma. It did take them a little bit of time to find this hero, but knowing you have a player like Mira, even GPK, willing to do those swaps, it helps Slaughter doesn't mind going to the other lanes. So yeah, I think like tactically, BB were under a lot of pressure in the draft due to these kind of constant pressure picks of Vipers and Spirit Breakers and whatnot. But they found a way to give themselves a game pretty much.
Whew.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah. I feel the same way. Like I have to like paddle back in my brain even because I fully agree.
Do you even remember the start of this game at this point?
I do, but it's literally the last 5 minutes is really like it's taking over. And it's important too for the players that they can kind of push that aside because they did do good things on LGD too. Like the first 15 minutes, they were very good. They had a bit of the lead and then later, they made some mistakes, but BLAST as well, I think the lane swap was super crucial, like we talked about, because I think LGD as well, they were going for the Nature's Prophet to like steal it away from them, make it a bit harder, but BLAST, they found the right answer.
Yeah, and I think one of the most key things for me in this game is that BLAST just have the better turret. Compared to last game, it's a bunch of heroes that are really bad against Viper. Viper is sitting there and spitting everyone. He's the Chad of the game. This game, Viper is not the Chad of the game. Dry Ranger will just outcarry you with their eyes closed. She's just going to buy items that are better against you. It's just a hero matchup that doesn't work for Viper. And I think that is, to me, the key. Like, it's just easy for either team. They just kind of sit there and they just shoot. And I think going into next game, you should not run this Kez vs. Dry matchup. It's lost both games. You have to consider this and really figure out this first phase properly. Because Cinderin said at the end of the game, Viper and Bat are big problems.
Yep.
This Viper hero, it may have lost this game, but I think it's only because it's playing against Drow Ranger. It made them swap lanes, and they were applying a lot of pressure, and LGD is ahead in this game for a large part of it, even though I think it's hard for them to scale. So they need to figure out these problems.
The Drow Winter Wyvern as well. I think the combo of the two of them is won both games. Like the 9 pick into 13 Winter Wyvern should remove something.
What are you looking at there, T?
I've just replayed the clip of the base, and he doesn't have Shard on Viper, guys.
Oh, he didn't buy it when they
He
went
didn't
down
even buy
mid.
it.
We blindly assumed he had it, right? In the chaos of the late game, we just weren't looking ourselves. But I just
Is it not toggled on right there?
No, he just doesn't have it.
Look at the replay. 59 minutes in, I just zoomed in again. He just doesn't have it.
Did he have the gold to even buy it before they started?
100%.
He had 1,300 gold.
I mean, you can sell an item. Just sell your Blink dagger.
Okay. Then it makes way more sense.
Let's retract a little bit.
Yeah. Formal apology. Submitted.
No, I don't foment any apology. Sell your Blink dagger.
You need to buy
Okay, but now you're getting angry about a different thing.
Yeah,
we got angry because he wasn't using it. He didn't have it to use, so we have to apologize for that.
Correct.
Because we assumed that he just have it.
Yeah, okay, I apologize for him not using it.
And instead you can get angry. Why the fuck didn't you buy it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm angry that he doesn't have it. I agree. And that they don't have it.
It's equally egregious.
Sure, but we have to apologize because
former apology.
Where is it? It's
just
right
to get mad at something else.
Exactly.
And classic Dota player fashion.
Come on, like, you don't need this. You need this. Lose game, win game.
Wrong item.
Do you want to go over there and tell him? He's sitting back down. You know,
put it on my head and I go in front of him.
Not now, you know, but still,
course not,
it is a little bit of a shocker. Because, like, the fact that we can... Well, again, we'll blindly assume that he has it, and then in reality, like, again, that's where it goes back to, like, when you see they all die, that you've utilized your buybacks perfectly, where it's like 5-second respawn on Kez, you tank a black hole, use it. Like, in that moment, someone has to provide clarity to the situation. Someone needs to calm everyone down, realize how you're winning this game, because you're not winning through just raw emotion. You need to have some level of calculation and understanding of, like, what is our damage output, which hero can provide BB that lifeline. So even in our moment of chaos and love for the game and misreading things, they too also have done the same thing, and that is why they have lost this game.
I mean, it's a tough one whether you want to really knuckle down and focus on how to improve the late game, or if you just want to look at the draft. You want to make sure that you don't put yourself in this position again. I feel like that's the more important one.
You definitely focus on...
No, okay,
no,
sorry.
you definitely focus on the next one. Throughout the clip, he does end up having the shard anyway on Viper. I think once he has the gold, maybe the courier flies over or he gets to go to the enemy shop. I'm not sure exactly what it is. But you have to focus on the next game at this point. Like, which are the heroes that you want to keep playing? Which are the heroes that you want to remove? And if they end up removing the Viper now, do you maybe have a replacement? Do you take it somewhere completely different if you're LGD and then just take the game 3 as it comes, play well, and I mean, you can see that both teams, it's not like they're far off when it comes to skill.
No, I actually liked what you brought up. It wasn't necessarily just this Drow Kez carry matchup that we have to question, but it was the combo of the Drow and the Wyvern, the fact that it's won both games now.
No, for sure. Like, I think the Winter Wyvern is just doing too much in these games. You can see both in terms of the laning, the saves, the Winter's curses. Like, you have solo kills. And this is not the first one. I saw a solo kill yesterday where Winter Wyvern kills some Enigma on the side lane too. And even here, I think also overall for LGD, like, they had a good position in the game. You know, 2K, 3K lead. Sure, it wasn't super much, but it's a lot of these small plays, or maybe you don't get the follow-up kill, or suddenly they get a solo kill with the curse. It really flips the game around.
Yeah, it's also like the type of hero that you kind of let the fight breathe, that then like Drow Ranger can then understand, like, where's my positioning? 2 heroes are currently locked into a Winter's Curse. I can then navigate the fight and play it accordingly. So there's just a balance of Winter Wyvern in these real clutch moments. Just opens up for so many other opportunities to then, you know, find comeback fights or to crush fights that you're already in the lead for.
I think this next draft will be very, very telling for not just this series, but also for the entirety of the tournament, for the grand finals too, because you need to... This is like where the rubber meets the road. You have to be able to reassess and figure out what was the real problems here. Kat Thomi knows what the problem is, because I think it's a really difficult skill set to build, to not just look and to change things, but change the right thing. To understand what actually was the issue here. Did this matter? Did this other thing not matter? Is it the Winter Wyvern? Should we trade the Winter Wyvern for something else? Is it the Drow Kez? Is that fine? You know, there's a lot of questions you can ask, and narrowing in and having a concise conversation about what actually is the problem, that is not easy.
I think it's also a bit of like, when you're first pick now, I would assume that whichever team is first pick, they will start with something completely different. Because the Kez opener into then the Drow, it just doesn't look good. Or like, at least in these 2 games, unless they feel like, oh, the Winter's a problem and you change something later. So also like the pick priority, like going into the next game, I think is very important.
I don't even know who won the pick priority going into the 2 games, but I feel like if it's LGD though, they're the type of team that they're like, I can see them running it back, right? Just on the fact that, like, they always have like a theory or a draft or a concept they want to try and apply. Sure, maybe in a game 3, an elimination game, especially after game 2, you kind of want to simplify things, but that's not the LGD way. They don't want to simplify things in a draft. They always enjoy trying to create that kind of, you know, problem that has to be solved very quickly. So as much as I agree with you, I could just see this being a repeat depending on who actually does win the draft priority.
Yeah, we're not going to know that for a little bit about it, but I do just... I have so many more questions about the fact that the Kez, again, hasn't looked really good. But how did you guys like the Nature's Prophet position 5? Because in all of this chaos, we have overlooked that one as well. It was the last pick for LGD, and it's a little bit of a, did it really add a lot? Did it take away? Was it just a non-existent factor? And another hero could have done a little bit more to accelerate this game in LGD's favor out of those lanes.
To me, he did a lot in this game, in the fact that, sure, like maybe there's other fights that would have done more, but this hero does a lot of the things that you don't see. I think he did things before the game even started. He made the enemy team not be able to pick the hero. I'm pretty sure that BLAST wanted this hero themselves, and he ended up blocking a shit ton of camps, which also, you know, ended up giving them a little bit more gold lead hero there, which is like here, you know, it's like minute 14, 15. He keeps blocking camps. They also double sentried on the back camps as well. So there's
You're talking about the bottom in the river.
Exactly, like the two, like the red eyes that you see when the sentries on the camps. So every minute there's like 5 camps that are not spawning. So even though you don't see him like kill heroes here or kill heroes there, this hero does a lot that you do not actively see.
I mean, he also was like TPing to spots where he wasn't even warding. He would just TP, stand there for 20 seconds. If no one then pressured him, then he would place the ward. So he wasn't even doing the classic like TP, insta-ward, TP out. Like he was trying to do these like little kind of mind games like, are people actually identifying where I am? Of course, with Prophet support, you just TP, you press shard, you give vision, you kind of understand the fight. Of course, a couple of times he will just disappear to a Drow Ranger later on in other clips, but even in this one, to be fair, he does disappear, but his job is just information the entire time. So he will kind of go unsung in the game, but he did the vision job.
I'm surprised that Drow and Enigma could get the net worth they did, knowing how often those camps were blocked for them.
And that they definitely found the right places, right, to like also farm on the map. And greedy enchantment that we all love, of course. JK removed that shit from the game.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Okay, you can nerf it.
Remove it.
Remove it.
It is okay,
nerf is a good start. We nerf, remove.
Maybe nerf like it. Maybe like it's minus gold per minute.
And like, or you have to pay for it.
No,
like
guys,
at minute 15, you pay a price.
Don't have to remove
like
things
gold
to balance them. Just give it a cap. Just say like after 500 gold or 1,000 gold, then it disappears.
Sure.
So you take it.
Did they
also,
not
like,
do this or something?
Yeah, Philosopher's Stone.
That's it.
But they removed that, so
yeah.
And then just gave a different equivalent of Philosopher's Stone.
Exactly.
Or you just stop cores from taking GPMs, and then supports can have a little bit of fun, but cores can't. You know, they already get the creeps.
I have heard you guys talk about this so many times. You're like, oh, if this hero gets picked in this role, then like you should. And I know it's all a joke, but how would you ever be able to dictate that? Like truly.
That's why. Just make it simple. See you later. Take the L and remove it.
Peace.
Well, look, we can talk about this theorycrafted all we want, but we do know that we need to have a second team in that grand final. We need to know if it's going to be LGD or BLAST. So let's get into our Game 3 draft. Big questions about if you want to have this Drow and Kez trade in the opening, if you want to be able to leave Winter Wyvern in the pool as well. And I think it really comes down to LGD at this point because BLAST are going to have first pick for themselves and LGD have to remove either one or potentially both of them. And if in doing that, what do they really let through? So far, their bans have always been a Coddle, Lone Druid, and Bane for themselves.
Yeah, so second pick has won both games so far. And that begs the question, is the first pick team going to adapt to potentially first pick Drow? And if so, what is the response to that? Because I think that would be the natural progression. Drow has won both games. Okay, what are we just first picking it? Are there other options?
That's also something else that BLAST could definitely think about because I believe it was in game 1, LGD last banned Undying themselves because they were prepping for themselves to get the Drow on the 9th pick.
So why not then LGD here, realizing this, they can ban the... but the thing is, okay, if they ban Drow, leaving Puck, then BB gets Kez, you don't get Drow. So that's already kind of a problem. Because I was thinking there is a route where you just let the Puck through, ban Drow, and progress that way, but...
So it looks like this, to me this says, Ember Drow.
They want to trade Kez for Puck?
Kez for Puck,
Yeah,
I
that's
suppose.
what I'm thinking.
But I think BLAST might just take Puck then.
And then you take Kez, and they then get to protect their Puck. Or you have to then ignore the Kez and then you counterpick the Puck straight away.
LGD might be okay with that matchup because Tylong also plays at mid. I would assume that Kez does well mid against Puck.
Puck is honestly fine, to be honest.
Okay,
there's something, I forget what it does you can dodge, but there's something you can dodge with the phase shift. It might be...
Talon?
It might be parry. No, I know you can dodge Talon, but there's something else.
Oh yeah, this hero made it through.
Okay.
Yeah, that's always been a first phase ban for LGD in the last 2 games, so... Looking towards the Drow and Ember going in, it does allow the coddle slash puck.
Yeah.
Already with coddle, you need to respect like the illuminate hills, the lockets, sure there's chakra combinations through ember tides and timbers and these type of things, but I think just purely the heal alone is something that maybe isn't as respected much on the hero. When Falcons played it on mid, like it was creating such clutch moments. But coddle to 4, puck to mid.
Surprised they don't do a similar thing where Aurora just took the storm away when we saw Falcons open with a coddle, and instead they still go for that puck. Like, do you look at banning it out? Do you kind of have, oh, GPK storm, we don't really mind too much if it is into a puck, even with the coddle, helping him in the later parts of the game?
There's a matchup thing, right? Because that was a mid coddle versus this is support coddle, so that also shifts kind of the
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
yes.
I do think the coddle
My brain turned
got
off.
shifted more towards mid because the storm wasn't there as a pairing to have coddle as a 4. Whereas BetBoom right now could potentially pick up a storm and have the coddle as the 4.
Yeah, I mean, puck is pretty good against storm, so generally the way the theory has gone on, because this first phase has happened a lot where coddle's first picked, and then you consider storm, ember, puck as the other 3 heroes. This happened a million times. Generally, it is puck is good against both, is very good against storm, so then you would want coddle, ember. Ember's banned, so you can play coddle storm against puck because you can get really farmed and you can tank through the coil and things. There's gameplay there, but generally I think both sides have been comfortable with puck against storm coddle.
Okay. That's more what I was wondering.
Yeah, like I think puck is obviously good against coddle and against storm, but I think also when the coddle storm are paired together, I think it shifts it a bit too. Like if I'm the coddle storm, you're not that unhappy, right? In this matchup, even if you get coiled, there's gonna be holy locket behind you, illuminates to like maybe push you through the coil overall and just to like live. So yeah, I think it's pretty fine for both teams. It's a lot about the follow-up though. Like maybe if you're LGD as well, you can look for heroes and damage that allows you to overkill in that coil before the storm has a BKB, whether this is Hoodwink or Snapfire, and just have like so much giga damage in this coil that the heals just don't matter.
Yeah, you can have even like have really cheeky stuff like puck AA, and now you will just kill him no matter what. The response to that is Storms can go BKB first. I know GPK in particular is probably the most comfortable player playing Storm against Puck. I've played against him multiple times and we lost a lot whenever I was playing Puck. He was playing Storm. So I think it's a matchup that they are super chill with. They're really comfortable with this combo in particular. They've played it maybe more than anyone else. So I think it's decently likely they say, screw your Puck, we're picking Storm anyway.
I think so too.
So then maybe LGD also have to think about using their one ban here to take out that storm, or if there's something way more important and impactful.
Yeah, it definitely depends what their read is overall. It's not sure yet, because I think the Storm, I mean, you can make arguments for both, and it depends a lot on what LGD want in their next phase. You know, maybe they're like going super nuclear, and like Quinn said, there's some AA in the mix, there's some Silencer in the mix, or maybe even, I think Bane out of the phase. Just kidding, that hero's first phase banned.
Yeah, what's being left in the pool that has been taken out in the last 2 games, Tree and Clockwork, right? That's normally what's been placed in these second phase bans, and right now not being picked.
I mean, like the out of phase, like the Clockworks, the Hoodwinks, these like generic hero draft progression heroes are perfectly fine for LGD. Having that additional lockdown and just ways to kind of like play into the map against Coddle is really nice. Like Coddle's, he's all about move speed, so historically he's always shut down by, you know, Kunkers and Disruptors and any way to kind of gap close on the hero, especially with the pacing that he naturally will provide. So yeah, LGD. I wouldn't be surprised if their draft is just, you know, Puck plus Pos 4. Then you wait for a bit more of an identity of BB. Because like for Coddle, there's as much as theory crafting of like, will they go back for the comfort of Storm, will they do other things? It is a matter of like, there are so many directions you can take Coddle, so LGD shouldn't reveal their hand, and yeah, they do go for the clock, just to kind of hide their draft a bit more.
There's a different hero that they also played last game. There's a world where I think I could see them go like Slardar +1 as well. It's like a semi-flex. I think it's overall okay, unless they want to keep it open and like pick. I mean, is there something wrong about picking a Storm +1 here? Or let's say that is the hero that you want, is that like 18 exclusively?
I think you could pick it here. I think it's fine. I don't know if there's anything that they would respond with that matters overly. Huskar's already banned anyway, which is maybe the only hero you consider to go, you know, full destroy the puck in lane mode, but that hero's kind of bad with Coddle. So yeah. Ember's already banned. That would be your best choice. I would be surprised if they don't take Storm here. I'm not sure what else is like overly natural. You could take Slaughter, but it's kind of bad against Clockwork, and it's not particularly good with Coddle if it's a mid. You can put it off lane, but then you're still in this position of what are you putting mid?
It also depends on what you want for your 5 position, right? Like taking Slaughter enables ranged heroes. Like you can take like Silencers and other heroes, right? Because you have this body that naturally goes in. But they double pick the core, so which means it's like Largo is your mid. Largo is your offlane. They don't flex these heroes to other roles, so...
That is interesting because, okay, so Largo Kato is very good together because they can cheat the lane. It's like the most lane cheating ever. You illuminate, frog stomp, you stack everything, you keep giving him chakra, you have like infinite HP regen as well. So I like the combo together, but then I'm still thinking, okay, who else will you go for later?
Yeah, I mean, Kez is still in the pool. You can take Kez on 18 if it's not picked here, which it could be. Yeah, okay, so you'll need to counter pick the Kez. There's something like Faceless Void you can consider, depending what this next pick is. But I think the Cuddle Largo is also pretty nice against those first two LGD heroes just because they're not that high damage. Now you've got a ton of healing, a ton of sustain. So from like these picks from LGD, you need stuff to cut through because there's a lot of beef there and they don't have damage issues. So you need to have enough damage on your own on LGD or you can have problems in longer fights.
Don't you also have to be mindful of like Kiritich taking like the Terror Blades as well to close the phase? Like you don't really care about puck jumping you because you get like Manta and you get tanky. Kez on the 1-to-1 you're perfectly fine with. Like if Clock's never going to pressure you, you already have like Kotal to buff up your chakra, so you have meta cooldowns and stuff. I don't think SD is much of a deterrent. It's okay, but...
Good against SD, but I don't love SD into like sustaining lineups. Because the hero's not very high damage, at least to me. Like, I'm not sure if I mind being Largo or Kato, like seeing this hero come out. I don't know how you guys feel. Or just who asked us, also good.
Yeah, I was expecting them. They have way more of an opinion than I do on it.
And there's the Terror Blade.
Keep it up, everyone.
Keep it up, Kezo. I agree with you.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, I think their lineup is... This is an interesting draft for them. It's not one you typically see.
From LGD, you mean?
No, from BetBoom.
Okay.
Because
I thought that was whole LGD's shtick.
Is it not always with the Largo's fault? I feel like him entering the mid phase of a draft just gives it this like weird kind of loss or kind of strength. I like Terrorblade though.
I mean, TP Kato is also very good together. And I think you have like two beefy guys with like a lot of sustain in front of them. And Kiritich, he's been quite good on TP. Like even when other teams and other players didn't pick it as much, he was already like one step ahead of the meta. They still need to protect it though. Like I understand, you take out the Darkseer against the TB. It is obviously one of the worst matchups that you have to take out. But there are more. You know, there's your potential Underlords and whatnot. We'll see a bit more because obviously BB also, they have to show their +5 hero next. So Whisper will know he will see everything for his lane.
Yeah, I want to see what he actually does look for because almost all of his stuff has been banned so far.
They didn't ban his Timber.
Oh, is it really not?
That's a bit of a problem against the heroes that BB are playing themselves.
I'm kind of shocked that they ban Enigma there and don't just pick some Enigma deterrent and then ban Timbersaw because Timber is like the response to Terrorblade generally in terms of offlane heroes outside of Darkseer. So this is I feel a bit of an oversight, and I think it actually gives LGD a way to play a later game, whereas before I think potentially the scaling is tricky. Now, I mean, they picked Treant too. It's like the biggest gimme Timbersaw pick ever.
Fully based. Yeah, and it's also it's Whisper. So first of all, he has full choice. It's elimination. It's game 3. He should have the freedom to take what he wants. But this is one of the best Timber games I have seen.
Even though it's like one of the best Timber games, in the back of your mind there still is the argument of like Terrorblade with, you know, Manta +1 item, Manta +2 will be like the biggest carry in this game that you can play around. So if they want to concede the map to Timbersaw, give him 15 minutes of aggression, you just kind of skip waves and do stuff. I think BB, in the back of their minds, they know what they're farming for, but the Timber does feel somewhat inevitable with how they've drafted.
I mean, I'm honestly not sure what's better. I think if you're trading for like other stuff, I think Underlord is okay, but then you have too much control and too little damage. That's why I think like Timber just makes up for it very nicely. Like even if you're SD and Clock, you want some more of that damage. I think if you want to be like a bit more Flare type of player, you could look for like an offlane Phoenix as well, potentially. I do think then still you're in the boat of you're lacking damage overall, but you have a very good lane.
I mean, all the heroes that you're mentioning are damage, right? And you've already said about the team fight. Like if it is this type of hero, I mean, Puck has to have like a flawless game.
There it is.
Yeah.
Let him cook.
Nah, it's a good call, and I think I don't know. I like LGD's heroes better, genuinely. I feel like this Timber rounds things out super well.
Yep.
I think it's really good against all the heroes. He scales insanely well. And I don't envision BB being able to win this game fast enough. And I feel like they genuinely get outscaled pretty hardcore by Puck Timbersaw. I think it's rare I say this, but I think LGD has outdrafted them.
I think so too. I think this, like beforehand, it was still somewhat okay. I think the support duo from LGD needed something specific. I'm a bit surprised they didn't see this coming, and they did not ban. Like, it's not just Timbersaw, it's Whisper Timbersaw.
You got the certified thumbs up from him too.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, he's feeling good. This guy, when was it, like in Beast Coast, like 5-6 years ago, or like Singapore TI? This guy was destroying people left and right with this hero. This game is on Whisper. This is a 10-0 for him.
The silver lining though for BB is like the Largo Coral lane should farm for them. The Slardar into Puck should farm for them. So even though Timber on paper is really good, you are potentially looking at 2 other lanes that are going to go better for BB, and maybe they can utilize their resources to then get a couple kills on Whisper, slow down his game. But yes, Whisper has an exceptional game ahead of him, and for BB it is a matter of just like respecting him and getting Kiritich online. But in the last game, the Drow, he was top net worth, he found his farm. I'm sure he probably can do it again. I just hope this is a kind of an even back and forth game.
Yeah, I'm also curious how you guys see the lanes, right? Because in game number 1, you didn't really feel too strongly that LGD would do as well as they did in lanes. They did better. They ended up going quite even for game number 2, but does 3 lean one way than the other, over one way than the other? That was a lot of words for not a lot.
I feel like everyone should be pretty happy with the lane that they're in, right? You have some Caudal Largo, you're pretty chill there. I think the Tree and TB, we'll have to see, I think, how it plays out. I think Timber early on doesn't really pressure, but he can pressure later on. And mid, I don't know, Puck, Slardar, both kind of chilling.
Yeah, I think a lot goes down to moves made, because I don't think lanes, for me, swing one way super hard or the other. So it's a lot about skill, it's a lot about moves, and about who's locked in for a clutch game.
We're locked in to get to watch, hopefully, a clutch game between LGD and BB. But we're here standing to the side with both our coaches. It's Caps and Bulk.
Hello, yes, I am indeed here with both of our coaches as we move into this exciting game 3. But I want to know about game 2. How did you deal with the roller coaster of emotions going through that late game?
I didn't. I wasn't watching. I thought we lost, and I was outside doing prep.
I respect that. And how about you? How are you feeling through it?
I'm feeling good. I love these games like this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously LGD, you guys have been playing really aggressive, fast. It looks like your draft is set up to do that again. Do you think you're going to be able to run this over, or do you think it's going to go for another late game?
I think this one is going to go more into scaling. We have like Puck. They have some nice lanes, so it's going to be hard to make anything to take over the game. So yeah, the best late game team wins.
All right. And how about you? Are you feeling confident in your draft? Do you think you're going to take this win?
Yes, of course. I think we will destroy them.
Damn, strong words. Let's see how it plays out and throw to our casters.
Thank you. BetBoom versus LGD on the horizon here. Game 3. Interesting drafts, some very familiar faces, some
bold words.
Yeah, very bold words.
I think we will destroy them after giving them Kez Puck. That is bold.
Well, maybe they've been holding on to their strats.
Look, I'm all here. I'm all for it. If this is going to work out like that, that would be crazy.
All right, well, let's go into game 3. We'll find out who is going to be eliminated and who will go to the grand finals against Yandex. Game 3, elimination on the line. Looking at the lineup, Cinderman, who do you have your eye on?
I mean, I have to say, if you put me on the spot, I really like LGD's lineup based on what we've seen work in this tournament.
So you agree with the panel.
Yeah.
The panel's usually wrong, though, and you're always wrong.
Okay.
So I'm going to say BetBoom are going to easily win this game somehow, just based on your prediction.
You and Bulk can celebrate that prediction afterwards then.
Okay.
I will say this much. I really, really doubt that BetBoom are going to destroy them. I thought that was a very bold statement given the hero-to-hero matchups here. I think it's an excellent Timbersaw game. As far as I'm concerned, this Puck is not countered almost at all. Again, as a first pick, there's only really the Slardar that in my mind is good against that hero. So I think this is going to be a difficult game for BetBoom. But the good news for them, like they talked about, they have strong lanes. And Save on Coddle has an ability to really accelerate games and make early mid-game fights very strong for you. You have a lot of healing between Coddle and Largo. So perhaps between all of those heals, you can outlast Puck and Timber in mid-game fights. They might have cracked the code here. I'm just saying, statistically in this tournament, I think we've cast Kez Puck and they haven't lost.
Yep.
Together.
That is probably accurate.
Strong duo.
All right, Bowling will hit one. Miero will lick himself.
Yep. Lovely. Like a
Much
cat.
like a cat. Ooh, wow, you and I have been together too long, I think. I think we should break up now.
Maybe it should be a cat instead of a frog.
I mean, the closest thing we have to a cat is PL, and everyone hates him.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that the opposite of a cat?
Well, that's not the cat's fault. That's the hero design.
In a way, that is the cat's fault, though.
Do you think PL looks more like a cat than Brew?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Just checking.
What kind of stupid-ass question is that? Whisper's playing Timbersaw, by the way. One of his old-school heroes that he's used to dominating. And this guy has such a big hero pool, though. Love watching him play. The carries not big hero pools in this tournament, though.
Yeah, the players have, but some carries are created less equal than others right now. So don't blame them for running the heroes that are as powerful as they are. We've seen Kez, we've seen Drow just look better than anything else. But with the Drow banned, we only get to see Kez. They let him through to second phase as well. I thought he was going to get first phase picked again with the Drow ban. And then the other team would respond with Wyvern. But maybe that is the exact reason it did not get first phase picked, was because they would consider that too big of a counter. Now I have Kataomi back on Treant. I think this hero has looked exceptionally strong in the hands of BetBoom. That's actually what gives me more confidence than anything else in them here, even though, like I said, I favor LGD, but Kataomi's Treant has looked insanely strong in all of the games they've played it. So, see if this is going to be the same once more. Save. Taking some damage. He'll be okay.
Yeah, I do hope, because of the fact that we're at game 3, this needs to be an epic one, of course. We're all rooting for it, which means Aghanim Scepter Tree is coming, guys. For those that read those patch notes many months ago, where Tree gets enormous and gets Cleave. Very important. The Cleave is the most important part of that. Don't let Cinderin tell you otherwise.
Okay.
He will be buying that at some point if the game goes long enough.
Blink Ags seems to be the way to go. Becoming that tanky, monstrous frontliner with a Cleave.
It actually makes no sense why it cleaves. Get an
They
Echo
tried to
Saber.
make it a core, right?
Yeah.
They gave it a shot. There was a patch where some heroes that could not be flexed Valve were like, hey, this hero can only play support. We can't have that.
I mean, I've played the core a bit. Cinderin, Topson as well. It's the Armlet Echo Saber build. Ag.
Yeah, Topson playing a hero core does not mean it's viable for core. It means Topson's playing Dota.
That is true. How is Kiritich's matchup this game? Terrorblade, in theory, against the Timber Sun, not great later in the game, right?
It kind of goes both ways, because Terrorblade is one of the heroes that has so overwhelming single target damage that he can actually kill Timber. The downside is you don't really buy Nullifier, so against the Ags, you'll need someone else to deal with that, but you have Largo Lick already.
Oh yeah, true.
Meaning that if Whisper wants the Ags to be reliable, he has to buy BKB, so that's a pretty expensive one to get to.
Or just don't buy it.
Or don't buy it, yeah. That's definitely a possibility here. And gotta say, so far, very nice start for BetBoom. This is what I would argue their lineup needs, is to have the lanes go favorably, not a draw. And currently, a big advantage, especially the mid lane, GPK putting on a clinic here against Tai Long's Puck. 27-4 against 17-0.
Wow.
Pretty big advantage. This is a matchup that we've seen be mostly drawish. So, GPK showing how it's done.
He was due for a lane win in this series, I feel like.
Yeah, I think he's just happy.
Game 1, he got absolutely destroyed. And Game 2, he didn't even show up to mid. He was scared.
He took a little break. He got destroyed so hard, he needed an hour off the court.
That makes sense.
He's back.
This
He
is
licked
two games
licked
now
his wounds
on
like a cat.
There we go again.
Yeah. Like PL.
That's right.
He's back.
Yeah, Kez taking a decent amount of damage in that top lane. We're not seeing a Drow. It feels like Drow, Kez, Puck are the 3 heroes we're seeing very consistently at the moment. Glad to see the Clockwork back in the fray, though.
Some good pressure down bottom.
Yep, Kiritich can take
not
some
chase through.
damage here. Shadow Poison as well, only 2 stacks right now. As mid lane continues to be dominated by GPK. So he will definitely be getting level 6 before Tai Long.
Yep.
Still not the easiest to kill though.
It's still just, it's good to see Puck not drawing or winning for once. We were talking about it in the green room that this hero just seemingly doesn't ever really get countered in much in lane anymore by the pro teams. Maybe it's because the counter matchups don't scale well enough. Maybe it's because they have other glaring issues. You know, some of the classic ways of dealing with Puck would be old Dragon Knight or Sniper. Nobody really seems to favor them much when they're running into it. Huskar obviously is banned a lot of the time, especially against Tai Lung.
Oh,
Down bottom, Fiolacore,
Meta from
that's
Kiritich.
it.
First blood for the Terror Blade. Whisper. Not able to do too much yet. Level 4 right now on the Timber. Good amount of damage. Yeah, with that living armor. Not that Terror Blade needs more armor, but
it's really, really good on TB, this ability. You have low max HP, so percentage-based wise, this actually heals you quite a lot of your pool. And obviously the flat damage block is really nice against a lot of the pressure he could be taking in the lane. So, plays nicely hand in hand. Now Kataomi, this is an interesting move. I don't really know how this is going to work, but that's why it's interesting. Moving in toward mid.
We're watching top at the same time here. 4 stacks of Shadow Poison, and he gets blown up.
Gets popped like a cat.
Oh, that's not the corrosive haze I think he's looking for. GPK still getting used to the buttons.
Well, wasn't he using it to aggro the wave?
Oh, was he? Okay, I think. Fair enough.
I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt. I didn't see it.
Doesn't it aggro if you use it on the hero too, though? Or am I wrong?
No, it should, I would think. No, maybe he misclicked then. Just assumed you're wrong. It's a safer, statistically safer bet.
It is, actually.
Oh, nice damage.
Very
Whisper.
aggressive. Kataomi almost gets instigated
another
there.
chain.
Another whirling
Good
death
movement.
will do the job. Timber chain, though. Can't close the gap quite yet. Fiolacore will join.
Kataomi. Oh, is he actually going to steal the wisdom?
7-minute wisdom?
No, they have to TP. They're going to
in
kill him
big.
here, potentially. Oh, he gets it?
No, he doesn't. He does not. Good attempt.
Close call.
Yeah, if he was there 1 second earlier.
Now I know he's there. They got the cog knockback. He is wasting so much time.
Oh, yeah.
And
TP?
Gonna live.
Okay. Yeah, very nicely done.
Doesn't even TP to base, TP's to lane. He wants to stick around with Kiritich. Sure, you didn't get the wisdom there, but you forced, I think that was 2 or 3 TPs, and they chased you for half a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Some S-tier space right there from the tree.
And GPK, top net worth in the game, will go for the blink first.
Yeah, only 1 bracer when he plays it mid, instead of the 2 in the off lane. So we'll get it faster. And also more CS than last game, I think. Point.
All right, so aside from the lick on, I'll have to hold that thought, 8-minute power rune coming. GPK getting bowled on. Gets coiled as well as Yuma joining the party with the Raptor dance. Already at half HP is the Slardar still inside that coil. Gets licked, but the disruption is there. LGD gonna try to surround him, but the crush comes out. Illusory Orb, and he finally will be bursted down. Well, I say bursted. He'll be ticked down slowly. Death by 1,000 cuts, as it were.
Nice rotation from Yuma there. I understand the tip. That is not a straightforward play for the Kez to make. But a nice kill onto Slardar.
Yeah, how high value is Lick this game? You got the Timbersaw Ags eventually.
Yeah.
Puck Silence in theory.
Whirling Death debuff.
Yeah.
Actually pretty meaningful. It's a big chunk of health.
Is Shadow Poison dispellable?
No.
And that's pretty much it then.
But even just like
whatever
getting rid of Timber potential Ags is obviously huge. Puck Silence. And you can get rid of the stacks of Kez's Katana.
Yep, I knew there was something from Kez.
Puck's Kez's Silence on an ally. You can dispel that, obviously.
Yep, more things from Kez. Okay. We got Tai Lung joining the party as well. Kiritich at very low HP gets Silence. Sunder available. Can he find a target? Nope, because there's a chicken in his midst. As Yuma shows up from the south. And try to pressure this tier 1.
Has been raised well. He knows to be quiet around the livestock.
Yeah, what kind of livestock have we got this game? We got
Kez.
a chicken, a frog. We'll consider a frog.
Livestock.
Yeah. What else?
No fat cow this time.
No, I think that's it actually. I guess Slardar. It's a fish creature.
This is a really big stretch. I guess Terrorblade is like a demonic chicken. It's got wings. Fair enough. Coddle is on a horse. That was your obvious choice,
that's
actually.
True. The horse is there. Whisper with the Timber Chain. He's very low, though. Yuma, can he assist? Along with Tai Long. No, not enough. Whisper bites the dust. That's a big kill for BetBoom. As Timber will remain at the bottom net worth of the cores.
Yeah, 10th pick of the draft, let's remember.
True.
Whisper could have chosen any hero he wanted. This was his choice. The panel thought it looked free, and I agree. It is a great Timbersaw game, but the lane is the little bit of an asterisk in that. Terrorblade Terrorblade Treant, a very strong lane. And there's always going to be the X factor of it's Kiritich and Terrorblade. He is really good at this hero, so you can expect him to get that extra 5 or 10% out of it.
Remember when he was a stand-in at first, and he kind of was having inconsistent performances, and then he joined the team officially. This was after Pure, of course, which Pure was unbelievable on on BetBoom. And yeah, once he officially joined, he was kind of not great start, I would say. But he's really, really showed up in the last few months, and they've just dominated as a result.
And in interviews, he seems like a guy that's easy to cheer for. Just down to earth.
Yep.
Smile on his face. He's like a nice guy. So
can't imagine what that's like.
No.
Blink Dagger almost.
You two can do it, Shannon. Anybody can be nice. Choose to be nice.
I try my best.
No, try harder.
You can only try so hard.
Oh.
All right, GPK. Blink reveal. Are they going to smoke for it? No, he's actually going to show in lane. Oh, it's not delivered yet, actually.
Yeah, they have to take care of this wave regardless. A really nice hero to play with Coddle. We haven't talked all that much about the chakra combos, but obviously Largo's, just keep giving him mana so he can keep playing his guitar, and then the lane, it's very nice. More healing, more damage. But with Slardar, back-to-back crushes is huge. Cooldown reduction of 6 seconds. Crush has a cooldown of 7. So you can just blink, crush, chakra, bash, crush again. And we might see exactly that here. Oh, here's
try
too
for it.
slow.
Tai Long, though, finds the distance, gets the coil up, immediately snapped as Yuma trying to finish the job, but GPK's too fast. Hook shot misses as well.
Oh.
Good attempt.
That seems like some miscommunication. I actually think they might have had the puck kill there.
Did they snap the coil and then lick? He wasn't stunned for very long.
I didn't notice.
It's not a hard dispel, though.
No. It definitely doesn't dispel.
The stun was not very long at all. Not sure. Either way, Kiritich will transition over to the mid lane, and this is a tier 1 for BetBoom.
Keeping on the tempo, courtesy of saves Coddle. Infinite resources, infinite healing between him and Largo. And yeah, they're gonna nail that Slardar combo next time. I think maybe GPK wasn't expecting that Coddle was getting in range for the chakra there, the secondary stun, but nothing else. Proof of concept, obviously. The fact that Tai Long barely survives and they have to rotate over a lot of assistance and still lose their tower.
Yep. Kataomi.
How much? Said Kataomi. How much does he owe you? Okay.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, I guess.
God damn it. That's a dad joke. You know, I actually have a hard time when somebody tells me a dad joke, I have a hard time actually understanding them. So it's pretty bad. The obvious stuff is not obvious to me.
Like any other joke, you also have a hard time understanding.
That's not true.
Okay.
I look at your face every day.
Yeah, that's hard to understand. I'll say that.
Very basic, I think.
Thank you, I think.
Miera is very symmetrical face you have.
Thank you so much.
SNK almost there for Miera. And he's been opting, and most players actually, opting not to go Ags for the most part. Expecting, is it a BKB game? Yeah, it looks kind of like it.
So it's not the best Lincoln's Lotus game, right? Like, what are you even blocking? It's okay to have Lotus
Demonic
against Puck
Purge.
Silence, but...
No.
And the Timber Chakram, again, removing the stats from that, but you can do that with Lick, and on 20, you're probably taking 2 charges in this game. I think the Grooven Aura is less good here than... Oh, hang on. Overgrowth.
Overgrowth into the Frog Stomp with the crush.
Nice kill.
With the kill. Frogman.
Response,
mass
bit
TP
late.
from LGD. Tai Long, they do get the coil into the hook shot. They want to kill off GPK. He's getting healed up by a dramatic amount from both Save and Miero. The crush doing a ton of damage. GPK still relatively healthy. LGD gonna have to back away as KJ will take a tumble to Kiritich. In fact, they're gonna try to turn this around onto the Chicken Man himself, Yuma. Still trying to fight. Slardar gets up to the high ground. Reflection doing a decent amount. And Yuma will now back away. Should be okay.
KJ did not get the cock knocked back there after the hook shot. If he manages to knock back the Slardar instead of catching him inside the cogs, that should definitely be a kill, but couldn't quite make his way around in time. Lacking that little bit of move speed, maybe a Windlace would have actually made the difference there.
Still sticking around. LGD not able to find much out of this early game. They're down 4K already.
You and Bulk, you just know what's up.
You make it too easy on me. Huh? If you're that confident in something, you're just never right.
That's not true.
Very rarely.
Okay.
Whisper, Timber Chain should be fine, but now the triangle is BetBoom.
You ever heard about confirmation bias, Shannon? Do you know what that is?
I don't have that, though.
Okay. That's good to know. So here's the replay. So notice here, I think it's the Solar Bind actually slowing him just a slight bit before he gets to the right position. And even with the Demonic Purge, the heals are just too big. So GPK gets to reset. A nice couple of kills going the way of BetBoom. This is looking quite healthy for them right now.
Just like your face.
Thank you. Debatable, though.
LGD have to be a bit careful. This could definitely snowball.
Yeah. And you know, I think that's the good news here for LGD. I don't think you heard it from Caps in the interview as well. I don't think you're worried about going late game. I think even if Slardar and Terrorblade get to super late, even with the Undispellable Haze, I think you can still win this game. Puck is going to be unbelievably strong once 6 slotted here. Playing into essentially I don't consider Slardar a late game counter at all. I think he's good for a while. He's good in lane, and then he is good in the mid portion of the game until Puck really gets there. So there's plenty of potential for Tai Lung to be the difference maker for his team. Timbersaw eventually also going to get interesting. You can see Whisper's actually queuing up the Ags second without protection for it, and he is committing to the point booster. Right. That lick could be a big difference maker. Easy kill there on King Jungles, courtesy of Save.
Surely he knows. I mean, if you show up with a BKB first, that doesn't sound that bad for the Timber in general, right?
No, I think BKB is good this game. Solar Bind is annoying. Largo is annoying. Block a lot of Slardar's issues that he presents. Nice Roche taking lineup. Corrosive Haze and the infinite healing. Should be pretty straightforward.
Is there any way LGD can do anything about this? They do rocket. This is not the fastest.
Coddled has run out.
Yeah, and the hookshot is not available quite yet. And yeah, it looks like they're going to get the Roche uncontested.
No resources on Puck is probably a big part of the reason.
Kiritich was the first Aegis of the game. Kataomi is going to find Yuma. Going to force the grappling claw out. Has the Mage Slayer and 200 away from Deso. Then we'll go for BKB into Ags. Very standard.
Okay, we talked about last Kaz game, the Mage Slayer into... where the only hero the offensive part of it was good against was Enigma, at least for the spell. Like, look at this game.
Another ears, by the way.
There's just no... There's basically zero value in the spell damage reduction. I mean, it's,
Frogman.
It's okay, but...
Coddle.
Yeah. You can always find something, right? But this is pretty far down the list of heroes that this item is good against, and it's still just seems mandatory. Kaz is by it every game, no matter what.
All right, Tai Lung, Arcane Rune, and Blink. Miero gonna be spotted. There's the Blink in from Tai Lung. Looking for a higher value.
It's not gonna work.
Oil onto several heroes, but too close to the tower now. Another wasted move from LGD. Having a harder time this game, finding opening.
Gold is plateauing though. This is not looking that unhealthy. They were down 4K. BetBoom got Roche, but see how much they can use this Aegis for. But yeah, my biggest worry for LGD, if you will, is how much Whisper's going to get out of this Aghanims. He's not even queuing up BKB after it. I just think you can't cover it like this. Miero is going to be too hard of a hero to block out of the fight. King Jungles again on the receiving end.
And he's dead. Hookshot misses. Would have been the corpse anyway.
Oh,
Yuma now on the run.
Dusted.
This would be a very big
This
kill.
is a big one. Oh, he gets
In
away,
the free
maybe.
line, grappling claw. All right.
Oh, he's about... No, that's a dire ward. Oh, he saw him. Reflection.
Miero still making his way over. Save as well. Yuma. Yeah. Corrosive Haze. He'll be spotted until his death now.
Well.
No more dispels, I think.
Making them work for it.
Yep. Kataomi. Worst case has the overgrowth. As Yuma. Chicken Man making it hard indeed. More reapplying of Corrosive Haze. Is it?
Oh, the rocket flare? Oh, I missed.
The crush.
I thought he canceled the blink
Dispels go invis, but again the Corrosive Haze, Echo Slash, Grappling Claw, Chicken Man. This is like a little mini game. Catch the chicken. He's a fucking chicken chaser. He is. BetBoom, they find him.
That cost them 2,000 gold to kill the Kez.
Bloody
At least
chicken
1,500.
chasers.
The kill itself was like 900 gold swing, but 4 enemy heroes were farming the entire time. It was a full minute.
Yeah.
They spent running down the chicken.
That was so funny.
If the last rocket flare from King Jungles had hit the Slardar, it would have taken even longer. Because he was about to block the dagger, but narrowly missed. And the good news for the side of LGD is, well, Kez doesn't have to do it all alone in this game. It's a great puck game.
Miero just wants to lick him. He just wants to lick him. Get it off. Aghanim Scepter
Didn't get it off.
Slardar already half HP. Coil and several here. Silence taking a ton of damage. He gets licked instead.
Wait, what?
He's killed off instantly. They've lost their puck already. The fight is surely over. You're fighting into an Aegis. Whisper. Oh, nice crush. Whisper can't get the Timber Chain off. Disruption's going to buy him a little bit of time. And Yuma joining the party. Chicken Man was chased to the ends of the arc. He's going to stay in his base, though, as Whisper trying to get to the high ground. The right clicks the reflection. It's enough. 2 dead for LGD now as BetBoom. A fight gifted to them, essentially.
That
was
is
it the blind?
not...
It was the blinding light that canceled the Timber Chain, then. I think that's why they're tipping. That was sick.
Not sure. I mean, there are multiple things that could have done it. We'll see the replay here. So the crush has already been used. He gets the second crush immediately. Explosion goes off. Tai Long just dying in the middle of everything is kind of not okay, to be honest. You consider both crushes had been used. What did he die to?
Oh, it's the lick.
It was the lick, yeah.
Okay.
Good old Larko McLickens.
Lick high value.
It'll catch on, I'm sure. Almost living here on Whisper, by the way. That was not far off, but... Oh,
Yuma.
crush.
Oh, boy. Is this another chicken chaser situation? And goes invis.
You told me it's from Fable, right?
That's right. He's a bloody chicken chaser, he is. Tormentor is BetBoom.
Looking quite good again. 5k gold. They're gonna get they're gonna get the Eyes in the Forest. Might give them a moment of opportunity or two to find a random puck or a random Kez. Of course, got to be a bit selective about where you place these trees, as Timbersaw will inherently be cutting down half of the world's trees while he's playing the hero.
Yep, of course.
But there's always some spots that Timber is highly unlikely to interact with, the ones that are completely out of the way of creep camps.
Yuma is so far out. Is this how he has to play this game?
Well, it's how they're making him play. He'll TP. Oh my god, he's in vision of the tower.
Oh my god,
That is
Yuma.
not great.
Oh dear. He's gonna parry nothing, get crushed and killed. Chicken dead again.
Oh, there must have been a different way to do that than TPing right there. He's pinging the enemy has vision. That is correct. They have a tower. Must have thought that you're out of vision of the tower there. He needed to be a little bit further on the right.
Let's see how close he was.
It looked like GPK gave up on the chase, right? And then he's like, oh, wait a second.
Man.
Hello.
That hurts for LGD.
Yep, that's a big kill.
A couple of huge deaths. Tai Long's in that engagement we just watched, just casually walking in, getting licked and killed. A couple chase downs on the chicken chaser.
The power of healing so far. It's been difficult for LGD to find any kills into this Largo Caudle. And it's about to get worse. Save has hit level 12 and he's bought his shard, so now Illuminate up to 100% healing efficiency, up from 70. Together with the Holy Locket, these Illuminates heal about 600 each when fully channeled.
It feels like a very casual game for BetBoom so far. Feels like the opportunities are being given to them in a way.
Yep. And of course they can keep farming Terrorblade, one of his best friends. Terrorblade Caudle. Get a lot more farm efficiency. You keep spamming Conjure Image.
Yeah, and he'll have Scotty pretty soon. GPK. I believe something's being delivered. Am I mistaken? He has BKB Blink. I thought he was working on Ags. Maybe not.
Orchid. Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe, again, just recognizing that, wait a minute, Timber isn't buying BKB. I could get an Orchid for double value. Neither Timber nor Puck buying defensive items. He wants to make them.
Kiritich, Demon Zeal push now. And this will be a tier 2 for BetBoom. This is without Aegis. 50 seconds from knowing when Roche spawns.
This is becoming a pretty late Parasma for Tai Long. Some of the games that we've seen Puck just run away with it. You're looking at a 22-minute Parasma. This one's going to be 26.
I mean, how's the high ground for LGD?
Defense?
Yeah.
Very good. Cogs are extremely useful. You can hookshot in and block the enemy team in half. Demonic Purge, when anyone starts hitting the tower, you can kind of keep the place. It's not like super good because you don't have clean displacement. But
okay, missing the crush. Whisper's going to get bashed up past the Shiva. Blow-up save. My goodness. As GPK forced to use his BKB, and now going to try to get on top of this chicken again. Kiritich getting bounced around by the Cogs at half HP, has the Sunder. Going to be disrupted as Whisper shows up in that Adder Scepter form. Gets Sundered at the last moment. Kiritich able to get back to full HP, but now he's low again because there's so much damage coming out from LGD. He gets Chakram down to the ground. So 2 dead for BetBoom.
Oh.
And LGD getting back in this game.
That's one of those slip-ups.
For them, Roche is not up for a long time. It's a very long spawn.
That's one of the slip-ups you just can't afford. Yes, you've built a big, nice advantage, but one moment of that, 4,000 gold down the drain. The fight itself was worth 2,500, and then you have, you know, your biggest farmer dead for almost a full minute. So very, very major loss. And you're seeing here, that crush, GPK blindly thought someone was in the camp, was wrong. Save gets blown apart by standing next to a tree. This is the thing with Caudle against Timber. You bought these items. You bought Glimmer and Locket. You don't have Force Staff. I have to question that Glimmer purchase versus Force Staff, actually, when you look at the options you have, right? What are you up against? Timber Saw? Clockwork? It's really, really good. Yes, I understand there's Demonic Purge, but that's also good against your Glimmer, right? So, in that situation, the Force Staff would have been very nice. Glimmer offers 0 against Timber Saw as well. Worth keeping in mind, it's all pure damage. And he doesn't even want to buy it. He's going Hex next, it looks like, on the Caudle. Surprising. Do like the Force.
But more importantly, Cinderin Kataomi is going for Ags next.
Yes.
Now, it is against a Timber.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna...
How much... All right, how much strength did they have yesterday? Did Malady have with... Because he had the Bobber.
He had two. Bobber. Yeah, he had a Barber. That's true.
What's it called again?
Bobble?
He had a Bobble, that's right.
Had a Barber. And the Barber gave him strength. That's a good Barber.
How much strength did he have?
Words of encouragement. You can do it, Kesso.
How much does it... It's
it was Malady yesterday, right? He was up to 9k health when he used his ult.
So how much would he have removed?
So he would have had 4,500 before, right?
Sure.
I don't know.
Do the math.
I mean, a Whirling Death on that hero deals like something like 2,000, 3,000 damage, I guess.
Oh my god.
I would think. But don't worry, Tai Long. He's not going to beat your damage record, bro. You're safe. This is going to be your record for the foreseeable future. Maybe forever, if that gets changed. The game yesterday on Zeus, he did 276,000 damage.
What's the most of all time?
That's that.
Of all time?
Yeah, it was the record. Ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because of reasons. Shout out to the devs, of course.
If you had guessed what the top damage of all time was before
that?
knowing? Would you have guessed 270? Or what? I mean, what was the?
I don't know what the second highest was, but I was guessing this was the highest ever, actually. But I think it would have been something like 200k. That ballpark was my guess. Sure, we can look that up. And by we, I mean someone else. And let us know.
Just Google it. Use some ChatGPT.
Yeah, what is the second highest Dota hero damage ever in a pro game? I'm sure you'll know that.
Katomi. They don't know if he's here. Okay, maybe they do now. He's dead.
Just hide next to the trees, Katomi.
Yeah, he dies next to all his comrades. And a gem from Tai Lung, proving its worth. They're gonna go for Roche. They do have buyback on the tree. The Lick is gonna take off the shield rune. There's the buyback. Corrosive Haze onto Tai Lung. Eondis is already gonna proc for him. See if they can initiate on top of him. And its metamorphosis is forced as KJ just no HP apparently.
Corrosive Haze and Terrorblade.
And now Roche will go back to top.
This could get really interesting.
This is weird for BetBoom because meta is...
Yep.
That's the thing you have to worry about.
Meta is halfway through.
And you do have buyback for Clockwork to get some vision in the pit if they really need it.
Gonna wrap around the back here.
Yeah, they're looking for a fight. That means they might not be able to get Roche then. And the wrap around the other side for LGD. In the pit. This is very tense. Tai Lung gonna go and gets the waning rift. Oh, the deletion of save. He buys back instantly. Clockwork up in 5 seconds. GPK working on Whisper. Gonna timber chain away. Kiritich is in the pit going for the Roche. He gets it and the Aegis. A little bit surprised LGD didn't get in deep there. And GPK, they're gonna find a disruption. Oh, but the blink out's gonna keep them safe for now. GPK has to pop the BKB. Gets the crush off. Lick onto Yuma. Will grappling claw away. Miero gonna be forced out for the time being. Pops the BKB as well. Tai Lung is still in the midst of all this. Gets the illusory orb onto Kiritich. We'll get the Sunder off. Tai Lung half HP now. Phase shift. The chase is on. Hook shot from KJ. Can't get anyone inside the cog. Bowling not successful yet. Tai Lung with Whisper. They're able to delete Miero. Now is Whisper in a lot of trouble under the tier 2 tower. Gets their timber chain away. And now the double kill for Whisper as he's gonna live. TP attempt from the TB is successful.
Holy, that was close.
And Whisper getting healed up thanks to the Spirit Vessel. And now they're gonna pressure the tier 2 tower despite not getting Rose, despite not getting the Aegis.
Playing on the limits there, both teams. Terribly will be a bigger problem next time around. Picks up the Daedalus.
Oh yeah.
Have to say though, Whisper has got a decent amount of mileage out of this.
Yeah, I don't think he's been licked, right?
Yeah, I don't. Am I missing something?
I mean, it works for it. It works against it 100%.
It should.
I don't know.
Guess he's just finding the right opportunities. Going for an Octarine next. Seeing the replay here, so immediate burst. Again, save on the Caudal. No chance if he's the target. Wanted to be the target though, since he had buyback, so that one was deliberate. Bought enough time for the Aegis on Kiritich, so yes, they have that in their hands. Still can't shake the feeling that LGD got over the hardest part of the game.
Yeah, for real.
Largo and Slardar are starting to trail quite significantly behind the 3 enemy cores, especially Timbersaw is becoming an absolute monster. Whisper about to finish his Octarine core. And Puck step by step getting there too.
I have to say, LGD have looked like the most resilient team at this tournament.
Yeah.
They've come back from some pretty bad starts.
This is...
They stuck with it.
Oh,
that's as close as it gets for Whisper.
Down to 100 HP, but it's more than he needs. It just takes one. That's the face of a man playing Treant wishing he had a Dagon.
A Dagon, huh?
Yeah, that's what he needed for the kill.
He needs Aghanim Scepter, Cinderin.
Oh, true.
Makes all the difference.
It's the face of a man wishing he had an Agon.
How close is he?
He's about an Aghanim Scepter away.
Holy shit. Didn't we look like almost 8 minutes ago, maybe?
Yeah, he has not really gained gold, I think.
Unfortunate.
Maybe he bought a gem. I actually wasn't paying that close attention to that. Could
maybe.
Be what happened. There is a gem on the Puck.
That's still 2 minutes on the Aegis. Let's not forget that BetBoom did get Roche.
It's going to be really hard to
like
use, though. Yeah, both teams have gems, so Treant must have bought one for Slardar. Kiritich is going to try to press the issue.
Okay, meta. And the heals from Largo. Whisper can clean up the illusions very, very swiftly.
Yeah, this is
Heritage already rethinking his life decisions.
You got to be careful too when the meta starts expiring.
Yeah.
Good news for him is he can have it in about half the time, courtesy of playing with Caudle. It's just going to be spamming Chakra on him for more illusions and faster meta respawn.
And there's the Roche banner, so this will give them a little bit of space to work with. Illusion taken out again. Heritage gonna get silenced. Doing a decent amount of damage is LGD. Still a lot of damage to the tower, though. They're gonna force out the fortification.
Yeah, who's gonna break the banner here?
Yeah, that's
a bit awkward.
That is a tough one. Disruption.
Disruption
Get some
illusions
nice
could do it. Put them on the banner. There we go.
And they get a few ticks out. Yeah, they should be able to clean it up, and that's the push for BetBoom.
They lost half a tower. That's pretty solid defense from LGD.
Indeed.
BetBoom would have loved to get an actual fight out of that, but they didn't give it to him. Got to talk to X for that.
I get that reference. Holy
nice.
Incredible. I'm so proud of myself.
Yeah. You don't know much hip-hop.
Almost none.
That's one you know. Who's your favorite rapper of all time, Shannon?
OD Pixel, probably?
Oh. It's a very suck-up kind of answer. Respect that.
What do I have to suck up for?
I don't know. It's, as we've already established, not very nice to people, so it's probably a little bit of a reputation gain there.
Okay.
Trying to keep one of your last friendships alive.
Sad but true, I guess. All right, what are we close to? GPK has the Aghanim Scepter. Kiritich, Daedalus Scotty.
Yeah, going BKB next.
I didn't realize he didn't have BKB.
Yeah, you're going to eventually have to have that in a 6-slot build against Puck Terribly. Or, excuse me, Puck Timber. There's just no way about it. It is a mandatory item. Delays it as long as he can, but the time has come. Oh, Axe SD.
All right, all right.
Double Purge, back-to-back on the Slardar to make sure he dies, or even Demonic Purging Largo, also really nice, of course. Be able to stick on that target.
Yep, that is, remember when this used to be 3 charges?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't it break as well before, like...
It was the best axe in the game.
It was triple charge and break.
Yeah, now it's 2 charges and break.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, even when there were 3 charges, it also broke. It was insane. Still, and I think fair to say S-tier shard. In the right games, especially.
That was always one of the best in the game, along with Disruptor.
Yeah.
AoE Doom, which was then given to Doom.
It's like, hey, that's my thing.
All right, Miero. Looks like Sheepstick is next for him. Feels like most... I don't want to downplay the Largo. The Lick has been good, obviously. But in these fights, I don't know. It's hard to tell how much impact this hero can have at times, I guess.
It's interesting to see him going for Hex next, if he's going to commit to this. That tells a story of how the Dire lineup is crafted in such a way that he doesn't feel the need to buy an armor item. Sometimes we've seen Largos buy Shivas. For example, we've seen that on Whisper or Lotus Orb. But bypassing both of those to get the Hex, even though you have the Shard, is quite telling, right? You must feel like the Lotus is really, really bad value in order to go this way.
Maybe I'm just used to the Frog getting Ags, and then you can really see the impact.
Yeah.
It's a different type of impact now, maybe.
It's also
Less
just
obvious.
the type of lineup you're against. Timbersaw's blocking it all when he has his thing running. Puck is hard to even get on top of to begin with. So it's not that easy for Largo to play that type of fight against these specific heroes. Timbersaw trying to find something.
Active. Shiva's to get a little bit of vision. BetBoom will back away.
This is such a strong 9-second BKB that Whisper has got running now. Guaranteed protection now for the Ags. It's very late in the game to get a BKB, so those 9 seconds are going to feel like an eternity for the Slardar and the Largo. And if you have BKB Ags running, you can't die. So, and they have no piercing to spell. So.
Tier 2 tower for LGD.
Step by step.
Pretty early flamethrower for Whisper as well.
Yep.
Living armor.
He saw Tai Long not buy the shard fast enough last game. It's like, Tai Long, look what I can do. Can push towers with my shards. Really good. Should try it so we don't have to play for another hour.
In the midst of the game, I didn't notice either, though.
No.
That was...
I mean, Falk was making the point backstage that he should buy it regardless of pushing. Like, that is just a really good value item to have in the mid-late game on Viper. Minus armor, minus magic resist, more damage. So perhaps it was a bit of a miss to not even have it to begin with and have to buy it.
Right.
Not that Falk usually knows what he's talking about. We might have been right about that one. All right, he just said, whoa, whoa, I'm hearing you. You know I'm right. Bitch.
Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. Be careful. Lock the doors here.
Yeah, everybody.
Smoke from BetBoom.
Hide your fogged.
Gonna wrap around. Not gonna find a connection outright. Roche is up in 13 seconds. As BetBoom gonna show towards the
Arcane Rune.
LGD triangle. Yeah, Arcane Rune for Kiritich, so.
This is effectively 2 metas if they keep giving him chocolate.
Silent's gonna show. Gonna dodge the crush. GPK can't find the connection. This is a pivotal fight. See if Whisper wants to join at some point. He's on the other side of the map right now.
He's really far away, you're right. Oh, he's gonna TP over. Okay, they have the outpost, he's connecting.
Whisper shows up. Can you fight? He jumps in with the BKB and gets off the Shiva as the Coddle gets deleted. Buys back instantly. Kiritich now onto the BKB as well with the meta. They're not going to get much value out of this, though, as Whisper is literally just unkillable at the moment. We'll have to wait that out, but now some very valuable BKBs down.
Yeah, and as mentioned, Kiritich, even when this meta expires, he might just have it again, courtesy of Arcane Rune plus Chakra. So this is not a key moment of opportunity because you forced that Metamorphosis. It's going to line up quite nicely with being ready again for this Roche
Did
up
LGD
top.
notice, though?
It's a good question.
It's not easy to see.
Smoke coming up now. There will be, it looks like a 10-second window where the meta won't be up, or 15.
Now, BetBoom's turn to wrap around as you can see LGD very confident to go for Roche. But yeah, you're right, the meta and the siege unit's doing a decent amount of damage. GPK is going to jump in onto the clockwork. Lick is there as well. Disruption's going to stay for the time being. Treant Protector going to get bursted. Whisper gets off the Ags as well. They're going to have to ignore him now. Miero going to lick the Olakor instead as Kiritich showing up.
That's a dieback.
That's going to be the death of the Shadow Demon. Yeah, dieback for the Coddle. That hurts. Lane still pushing the top as Yuma going to get licked in a lot of trouble now. The damage from Kiritich is nothing you can brush off with that Daedalus. As Whisper gets off the BKB now, very late usage with the flamethrowers. They get the silence under the pop. Do they have enough damage to burst through him before he can get away? Looks like he's going to be fine for now. A lot of damage, able to dodge a little bit of it. Still very low HP. Can he actually go back in? Yuma's going to fight it out with his BKB now. Kiritich going to get bashed up now. There's another Aghanim Scepter from Whisper with the Shivas to follow up. Kez is dead for 2 full minutes, and now the Nightfall away is going to be successful. With 3 dead for BetBoom, they have to get out. Disruption's going to hold the Frog in place, so it's going to be 4 dead in favor of LGD. They lose their Kez, they lose their Puck, though.
Wait, did Yuma die back?
Can they still get...
I didn't even notice he died the second time. Well, they get the Roche, but...
Yeah, who's picking it up? I guess
that's pretty costly. I don't know, man. Does Timber ever die? Kind of feels like Whisper wants all his item slots, too. He'll take it instead of the BKB. If you want any sort of value out of this Aegis, you have to play super aggressive now, because the enemy team isn't even trying to kill you to begin with. So now you got to make them to make use of this.
So this is Yuma's first death. Did he die again, or did he just buy something? Okay.
So how is he dying the second time? So I feel like I barely even saw him in the fight.
He's on the left side.
He comes in, stuns the Slardar, crush, and then, oh my god, it's just 2 illusions. And then finally the main gets to connect a little bit in the end, narrowly finds the kill.
Got double crit.
Yeah, that was definitely avoidable, I have to say. I think that death on Kez was unnecessary, but very heads-up play from Kiritich and GBK. It looks easier than it is to communicate that in the middle of a hectic team fight. Find that kill. Keeping things interesting here.
Yeah, game is still quite even. And who do you like late game?
I still like LGD better. which is the biggest concern, I think, for the side of BetBoom here is Largo and Slaughter just aren't keeping up. In these super late game situations that we've seen GPK in, where he is an absolute boss, it's not on this type of hero, it's on Spirits. Slaughter...
I mean, Kez is really far behind, though, to be fair. Like,
he's far behind
Terrorblade is
Terrorblade.
almost doubling net worth.
He's ahead of the others, though. And Timber
barely above Slardar, though.
Yeah, that's true. It was a very expensive dieback fight there. He probably lost 2,000 gold on that fight. At least, maybe even 2.5. But fortunately for him, the way this LGD lineup is crafted, I don't even think Kez is the carry of the game, actually. I think the carry of the game is Puck. And Timbersaw is playing hybrid, just frontline and secondary carry. Kez is... It's almost Falcons-esque in a way, this lineup. Where if this Kez were played by Skitter, they have a lot of games where their position 1 isn't necessarily the carry of the game, but sometimes it's a Mar, sometimes it's Malrine. This is kind of feeling like that, the way they've designed it, so... It's not the biggest cause for concern. In other lineups, when Kez is in this spot, I'm like, uh-oh, you know?
Yeah.
But... Saw the damage breakdown.
Okay, oh my god, okay.
Hello.
That was a hero. 90 seconds, no clock.
Don't think they can get any objective off of it, though. There's a Tormentor up top, but this is not really worth going on a trek for anymore, I would think. And high ground is impossible against Aegis Cheese. No shot. So... Kez gets his 25 now. Big upgrade, the third Echo Slash Strike. Every little bit helps against Terrorblade. You just want to kill those illusions with all the AoE damage you have.
Kiritech is building a Satan. I'm not even sure what you replace here.
I can't help but feel like there's a better... I think the Accent is better, actually, than the Satanic. He needs to just get in there and force some worse situation.
This is against an Aegis, by the way.
This is a bit crazy.
Teams with Aegis apparently not advantageous. Fortification pop.
Can't say advantageous without Aegis.
True. Whisper.
Are they? They're not even getting the tower. You know?
No. This feels like the push in the top lane from earlier.
Kataomi has one component of his axe 15 minutes later. That's the Ogre Axe.
Jesus, man.
This is why you take the greedy neutral item. Lesson learned. He went for quickened. Big mistake.
Yeah.
Big mistake. Kezu in the green room, face palming. Like, how on earth can you ever take any other enchantment than the best in the game that should have absolutely been removed after 2 days? Good question, Kezu. I don't know.
Keep it up.
You think about it every night.
It's kind of sad, actually. Think about that at night.
Yeah. I have a hard time sleeping.
Whisper, 40 seconds on the Aegis. And obviously the BKB will replace the Aegis, but he is going to be upgrading Blink to get overwhelming. And then after that, I don't know what you can do.
Dagon 5 instead of Gem? Could be an idea.
What do you mean? He doesn't have Gem.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Puck. He's also getting overwhelming Blink.
Oh, okay. No, the Timber.
A Timber?
Timber's actually just 6-slotted.
Yeah. He could buy Moonshard for Kez. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? I don't really know what... Yeah. Guess so. Rapier, potentially. But like, what do you swap out for a Rapier on Timber?
Oh, the Blinking, they find the connection on the Thailand, but the Eon Disc does proc. Whisper now in the front, taking a lot of damage. It's gonna get licked off his Ag, so then use the BKB. Disruption now onto the Terrorblade. Try to reset a bit as the lick now onto Kiritich is Coil not going to do too much.
Tai Long showing off his mechanical prowess that we've talked about.
Now the crush onto Whisper again. Can you even kill this guy? He finally popped the BKB with the Shivas as well. The right clicks are doing quite a bit. The Yuma actually backstabbing save, gets the kill. Overgrowth only on the one. Disruption's going to save Puck for the time being. Tai Long will be able to phase shift and get out just fine. Yuma completely alone for now. Kiritich right-clicking a decent amount. Hookshot's going to miss as Whisper frontlining yet again onto GPK. The Yellowcore on the back line trying to help out. Oh, the coil again. This time it does snap as Yuma coming in with the Raptor Dance on top of Kiritich. Does he have the Thunder to work with? He's going to get disrupted, but Yuma is dead. 100 seconds. Cannot get back in the game. GPK super low. Finally bursts it down. That's 3 dead for BetBoom. The right side's coming in from Kiritich. Attempting to TP away in the BKB form. He will be fine, but the rest of his team will not be. 4 dead for BetBoom. 2 dead for LGD. They have the buyback for the Slardar.
Yes, it's just a distraction. I can't believe it. He did kill the Coddle. I mean, okay, I say that. He did a lot of damage, all right? It's not that, but he's not the one getting the finishing blows except on the supports. He's done a lot of damage in that instance and tanked an equal amount, but it's the Timber and the Puck that get to clean house every single time. And that was in spite of a completely whiffed coil, which is probably why BetBoom felt confident to chase through this. But the problem is they break formation, right? You lose the Coddle in the backline. Treant has to overgrowth 1 hero, so that's a big ability out the window. And Yuma gets chased by Terrorblade. He's going to survive this one as well easily. If that hookshot hits, this would have been even easier for LGD. The coil came off cooldown again. That's how long this fight was. And this was the connection. Triple Echo Slash into a great Raptor Dance. Huge amounts of damage before inevitably going down. Might have been able to save him if he disrupted him instead of the Terrorblade. Who knows? But
yeah, but I mean, the Terrorblade illusions might be better than. It's a 40k net worth hero. Illusions being made out of it.
They're pretty strong.
Pretty damn good. So LGD not really able to get any buildings from this fight. As everybody will now be spawning back for BetBoom. So AK advantage for LGD. As we've learned this series, the lead doesn't matter. Whoever gets Aegis, usually the team about to lose a fight, as you'd expect.
Dagon still one-shots illusions, right? Or was that one of the things that got removed?
Oh boy, yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think
it still does. Okay, so there is a world where you could get, that's exactly what they're doing actually. All right, they're also getting Dagon 5 on Timber. So I was just thinking, if you get Dagon on both Puck and Timber, you could just casually use it in the fight to delete 2 illusions, which is actually a pretty big deal. It's a huge part of Terrorblade's damage to take away. Probably like...
What are you getting rid of on Timber?
That's a good question.
Is it a backpack item?
I mean, yeah, you could swap it in for BKB, I guess. I think that's the best way to play this. I like that as an upgrade. I think it's better than Rapier if you were to fill out that slot.
Yeah. I mean, the Dagon 1 will kill it just the same, right? So.
Yeah, but obviously you're going to upgrade it. It gets a lot of lower cooldown as well. Together with Octarine, I think a Dagon 5 is like sub 15 seconds cooldown. Maybe 12 or something. So between Puck and Timber, these fights are really long. You're just going to keep killing illusions. Do like the sound of that. King Jungle's working on a Wind Waker as his item of choice. Going to be high impact, no nullifier on the Slardar. He wants to go Linken's on GPK, and again, maybe falling into the same issues that we talked about in his Kunkka game, where he just doesn't do enough damage late game. This is all about Kiritich doing the output. Whereas on the other side, there's 3 seemingly equally threatening late game cores. You only really have the 1.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Gonna go for a smoke here. Gets the crush. Didn't even proc the disc though.
Tylung is fine.
Put Demonic Cleanse off this if they want.
Whisper, he's gonna jump in and gonna force the BKB out of GPK. The Aghanim Scepter pop from Kiritich. There's a lot of damage. Whisper's actually dead. So the Fear completely destroying him. Was not expecting that.
Fear into Hex.
And now Roche up in 20 seconds. This would force a buyback potentially.
That's such a huge kill actually. Either having to use this Timbersaw buyback or getting a free Roche is a very big deal at this point. You see the initiation here.
Hex into
He
Tearaway.
just gets insta-Hex by Save. Did they not know Save has Hex? Maybe not. I'm not sure if this is the first fight that he reveals it. Whisper's like, but I didn't die the last 10 fights.
That is true.
Maybe didn't recognize the fact that those fights weren't 5v1.
Right. LGD, they might have to just... I mean, do they want to force the buyback, or do they want to use the buyback for this?
You could try to steal it with Tai Lung, but I think they're just letting it. They're just selling this. Probably the right
close.
Yeah. I think this is the right call. Shit happens. Bad death from Timber. You're going to take the loss here. You still have a cheese on Kez, so... But cheese is small advantage only for the side of BetBoom. It's the Aegis that it's all about. And the refresher, I guess you give it to Treant, I think? Actually even has a slot for it. Katomi closing in on his eggs. If he had greedy, he would have had it.
Of course.
By now.
He would have had it a while ago.
Yeah.
He's 1,000 away. I mean, buybacks are going to be the thing that really matter here. And another item for... What is he replacing? Look at this inventory. This is disgusting for Terrorblade. He has Bloodthorn on top of all these items in his inventory.
Is there a world where you swap out...
What?
What did he swap? Yeah, I was going to say Manta, right?
His inventory management at its best.
You have so many illusions from Chakra Magic that maybe the Manta is actually worse than the Bloodthorn in terms of overall DPS. And you use so much value from the sound. Well, he's swapping it back into Yuza. I think he's just going to use Manta and then swap in Bloodthorn during fights. This is... It's one of those things where when it gets to this late in the game and you're Terrorblade, sometimes you can almost have too many items, and the mental capacity it takes to use everything correctly.
I'm scared for BetBoom when Kez becomes a hero in this game.
Yeah, Yuma isn't even maxed out at all yet.
He's not close. This is like a 35-minute inventory in some of these games, it feels like.
There's a Daedalus, BKB Deso. Well, how many charges on the Deso? 18? Yeah, the fact that he has a Mage Slayer minute 55 and an unupgraded Blink is kind of crazy.
He has a lot of room to grow.
Yeah. Heritage trying to beat a different record this game than the damage one from Tai Lung this tournament, trying to get the highest net worth ever. It's on the way. I think the record is about 100K.
That's it, huh?
I think so.
Is that true?
I don't know. Something's just... I don't think it was an Alchemist either. It might have been a Lone Druid or something. Not sure. Or Naga.
Man, one of those really god-awful Naga games back in the day. Ugh.
Could be at least Naga. I don't even think it's an old game either. I think it's just a couple years maybe. Anyway.
All right, tear away from Kiritich. We'll force the issue. Fortification activated. Backstab for Whisper. Pops the Ags, gets the Sheep as well. Pops the BKB. Elite save again. Does have the buyback here. As Miaro and the BKBs having to walk away now. Kiritich getting bursted. He's very low HP. Remember, he has that second life to work with. Yuma popping his BKB. Now is Whisper forcing the cheese out. Nice timing from Miaro. Kiritich is getting kited so hard. That's life number 1.
No meta now.
Focusing on the Frogman, just trying to run away with all his heart. Gets bursted down by the Timbersaw.
Hookshot!
The hookshot going to be canceling there. Kiritich left alone, 1 versus 5. Who shall win? It is LGD. 3-0.
Wow, that's such a nice backstab.
4-0. And again, that cost the buyback too.
It feels like the key to breaking the fights open for LGD every time is just finding and killing savings. I think he has to buy Neon Disc. He's just not able to fight back at all. With a disc, at least he has a chance to press some buttons. And I know you're against Shadow Demon, but this is not the way the fights are working out anyway, because it's just Timber and Puck blinking and assassinating. Look at this.
Boom.
There's no... Shadow Demon doesn't even need to be involved in this play, so he can just chill.
Yeah.
Tough times. Buyback forced out of the Terrorblade immediately. Has to start pushing waves and defending with the Chakra Magic.
Indeed, which means if they can just kill off the Terrorblade one more time, game could theoretically end. Building damage is not crazy, though.
If they kill Terrorblade at no cost, it's over. There is not enough damage on the Radiant anymore. The glaring issue of their lineup this entire time. One guy has the kill threat.
They have the Roche banner placed for LGD. Coil, it's gonna snap, trying to focus everything onto the Terrorblade. Ornate half HP is gonna get healed up though. Kataomi nearby, hookshot. They've stunned him for days. Do they have the damage? Push him to the front, and the Raptor Dance finishes the job. 2 minutes of no Terrorblade. LGD, what insane layering of stuns there.
So clean.
Now they're gonna be left.
Look at that stun bar.
4v5. That is absurd. You cannot do anything with that many stuns. And now, Miaro and company left to their own devices to try to defend here. Whisper actually getting pretty low. Gonna get healed up a bit. Is Yuma on the backline now, focusing on the Frogman himself, along with Tai Lung. A lot of damage. He's gonna get flamethrower. He's gonna get bursted with the Timber Chain. And that's 3 dead for BetBoom without buyback. And they call it GG's as LGD will be going to the grand finals to face off Yandex.
Damn, that's gonna be one hell of a series. These guys are on fire today.
Last 2 days, really.
Yeah, this was a very well-played game, in my opinion. They had to weather the storm a little bit against an early high-pressure play coming out from the side of BetBoom, but just one crucial mistake with the 5K lead, cutting it down to basically 0, and they were never able to really get into that dangerous territory again in the same way. Felt inevitable that LGD would get here, and that tricore of heroes, just look at how much damage all of them did to contribute to this victory on BetBoom's side. That's the end of it. It's still a top 3 finish, another one for their accolades. They have countless top 3s at this point, it feels like, with this roster, but obviously this is the lineup that is targeting trophies, not podiums.
Indeed. Whisper ends the game 15-4 on the Timber side. I mean, the panel, hey, you guys got it right for once. Congratulations.
Hell yeah, let's go us.
As well. 15-4 on the Timber side, absolutely destroying, almost, I mean, by the end of the game, almost matches the net worth of Kiritich, who had a hell of a game on Terrorblade, but
just to
like you said, there wasn't that second core doing damage for BetBoom. That was
That's
really
right.
their doom.
Here are the damage numbers. Terrorblade 50k, Timbersaw 55, Puck 45, Kez 40. So those are the top 4. The next hero in line is Clockwork with 20.5k,
wow.
and then it's Slardar.
Wow.
At 20 flat. King Jungles, the 5 clock, did more damage than GPK.
Oh boy.
That tells a story of a game that was uncarryable for Kiritich. He needed more output from his allies, but that's the lineup, that's the strategy, and the itemization that they went for. They run out of steam in the very end.
It feels like they were running into that quite a few times in the tournament, BetBoom, with the GPK, picking heroes that maybe don't scale as well, but didn't work out for them. But let's go to the panels. They have some interview shenanigans going on.
Yep, I'm here with KJ after that amazing win. What a freaking comeback after that game 2. How did you guys bring it back for that game 3 win?
Basically, it felt like we won the second game, like in the beginning, then we threw the game, and then we almost got it back, and we were like, okay, there's no way we can lose, right? So that was my mentality to game 3. I was like, no matter how many bad things happen, I know that we're gonna win. And it's way easier to be chill playing when you have a 17-year-old mid laner, 17k MMR.
Right, and of course now you've made it to the grand finals, extremely exciting. How do you feel about doing this run back against Yandex?
I feel like last time we faced them, we were very conservative and...
Team just, you know, being honest, they just weren't ready for it.
That is so heartbreaking to watch, because that's like, you know, he dies when they're pushing the base of LGD, and he buys back when LGD start pushing into theirs, dies, and he knows that's it. There is no more, because he really was the one that was doing so much heavy lifting amongst that roster in game 3.
No, 100%. There's really not too much to say, like 60,000 plus whatever net worth it was. Like, he was pulling the weight of the damage. Unfortunately, with the likes of, you know, Largo and Slardar, they kind of fade away as the game progresses, and there's not really any reference point to Mira or GPK that you can really give them. Again, hero dependent, early game choices dependent, but the Terrorblade, he was the constant for, you know, for BB, and that pressure, you know, you can just see it on him.
And Dota's a heartbreaking game. You put all your eggs in one basket. You spend all day playing the game, all day, every day, for years and years and years. And when you lose, it just sucks like crap. You hear them screaming from across the room, and
yeah,
you're like,
you could see he's like looking over. And
yeah,
like,
you hear that, and it's like you can't blame him, but you're also like, shut up, you know? Like there's you have that. I've heard the fireworks a couple of times, so I know what it's like. And I look forward to see them compete in the future, because I love to see the fact that he cares. Like, the disappointment in me says that, you know, at TI coming up especially, that means it matters that much more. And so I think I love to see it, and it's very exciting for future tournaments that people care. You know, the seeing in their eyes, that's what you want.
And you can very clearly also see it that he thinks of like himself. He didn't like look around at like some small smirk of like, no, this guy didn't play well. Exactly, it's more like a. Like, he knows he did very well, but he's probably thinking, what else could I have done in this game? Could I have made a better call? Could I not have died here? And I think he played phenomenal. So just take the good things and keep improving.
It's also a promising sign for the future of Kiritich, but also for BetBoom. And unfortunately, in BLAST SLAM 7, the journey here is over, and we talked with Save before he left.
I'm here after an understandably hard loss for you guys. It was a really entertaining series, and I want to thank you for that. I would like to hear from your opinion where you think that you guys struggled or where it went wrong.
The first game was just given to them on draft, I guess, and that's it. We're playing best of 30 with one game already losing, and yeah, that was hard. Anyways, they're a good team, and I guess both games, second and third, were close, and yeah, I guess maybe I just played bad and we lost. Maybe my cuddle wasn't good enough. And
it did seem like a really hard cuddle game, but you know, plenty of time to improve now in the next few months before the upcoming tournaments. What are you guys looking to do as a team?
just chill for a bit for like 2 weeks and then try hard to the like EWC and TTI.
All right, we'll be looking forward to seeing how you guys do there. Thank you very much for your time and for participating in our Blast Slam.
Yeah, I mean, thanks everyone for watching us. I'm so sorry that we lost like this. I hope that we would play in the finals, but it is what it is.
A tough couple of days for BLAST. They lose yesterday against Yandex, and now they get eliminated by LGD. But it's a top 3 finish. It's still an amazing performance from them. And Save, ever so introspective, straight onto maybe it was more about my coddle. Maybe that's the element. And it's hard to do that. There was a letter patch only a couple of days ago where now we're seeing a little bit more coddle coming into it. So it's not really fully on him. There's a lot of learning curves when it comes to being able to play a best of 3 to make it to a grand final.
Yeah, but you can definitely tell, especially on your best heroes, which Coddle is for him. Like, he is a master on this guy. And he knows that there were a few moments where he had a slip up, you know, you were a little bit out of position, but at the same time, you know, it's maybe you not paying attention for 1 or 2 seconds, but it's also LGD, you know, finding the right moves. Because, for instance, here, they're in a good spot. They're going for kind of a weird smoke, and Save, you know, they're going there, boom, immediate instant kill. Then later in the Roche, maybe here it's a little more forgivable, but even then, you have moments, you know that they're coming. You need to be on top of your game with the positioning, and you cannot be caught slipping if it's even half a second.
Yeah, these teams are very good, especially, I mean, you said they lost 1 game on draft. I think this game is tough for them on draft too, and whenever the burden of execution is on you, that level of play required is even higher. So I mean, like you said, I think he knows it. I think he can feel after those deaths, this death is so stupid. Like, this is what am I doing? You know, that's the hand on head. It's just like the what am I doing? So same thing for me with Karatic. I know these guys care a lot about the game. The Save guys in pubs all the heckin' time. He's always like ranked 20, playing support every game. He's a beast, and you know, I just look forward to seeing him play more.
I mean, the main thing, like you've already said, right, it just fuels players. Like, moments like this, we have so many tournaments in the year. Like, the fact that a player is still in their, like, what, 15th tournament, they're coming to this one and they still have the same level of emotion. Like, not like many other players, they don't have that because they are kind of like numb to the kind of the calendar and its longevity. But for a team like this, I think even like Cage is a great example. Like, when they get eliminated from TI or previous events, like, you see the emotion, you share the same emotions. I think both of these teams just had the kind of the love for the game, and of course they'll carry that through to many more tournaments down the line.
I mean, it's what makes the highs so high is when you get to overcome those sorts of emotions as well. We're going to have a look at our bracket and see where all of our top 6 teams had placed for themselves coming into Copenhagen. We did end up seeing both Liquid and Falcons eliminated on the same day, and then we got to see LGD beat Aurora again, reminding everyone that that was done in a 111-minute win for themselves again. And then they get pushed to the limits a second time, going to a 3rd game with BLAST we just witnessed. And of course, Yandex, they've been sitting there chilling for a while up there. They got the easy road through the upper bracket to the grand final.
Yeah, they just had like clean games, you know, they're playing well, they're doing their stuff, whereas LGD, they're doing they're bringing the fan value, you know, the entertainment 100-minute game here, do this here, go for the throne, nearly not make it, then lose. It's just, you know, they're doing the cooler route.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of they've got the magic, honestly. I don't think you see it that often. Teams that every single series are like, yeah, the other team's kind of favored. Yeah, the other team's kind of favored. And they keep winning those games, and that's how it's felt, I feel like, the entire tournament. Even going into it, they topped the group whenever it felt like, maybe they make it, maybe they don't. We'll see, you know. But now they're in full position to win the tournament. I think that is crazy, and I love the Cinderella story tournaments because they don't happen that often, so you got to appreciate them while they're here.
Of course there's magic around them. They had Yuma run on like a 30-second goose chase around the map, just running in circles, and then they still win the game. Right, like there has to be a level of magic or aura or something putting you into a potential winning position. That doesn't normally happen. Oh, we're gonna show it here. There we
go. This is like ridiculous, even that this happened, because it gave so much space to his team. Why is everyone following him?
It's also
what is Timmy doing? What is happening?
I also love this can only happen to Kez. Like, which other carry could have done this?
Yeah,
like, even Weaver would die earlier if he with an ult where he like jukes them. Like, fuck.
Amen.
Amen. How do you really feel, man?
Yeah, cause come on, man, get him out of here.
Oh, that's been the joy of both Game 2, Game 3. The whole series, right, is just being deliverance after deliverance. But LGD, they needed their time to get ready for the grand final, which means we're going to take a break. When we do come back, we'll be talking all things about who could potentially be our winner of Slam 7.
Welcome to Dungeons & Dota, a roleplay campaign that I wrote set in Dark Reef Prison. I'm going to take your favorite players through my story and see what ends up happening. Can't wait. Thanks for watching.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome to my dungeon of Dota. Everyone had heard about Siltbreaker. In the wake of the disaster, you actually found yourself contacted by letter, penned by a mysterious being wishing to commission your services. I have a client, they wrote, completely innocent of all crimes. They were implicated in the recent hullabaloo and locked away in Dark Reef for life. So, you received your task. Deliver an artifact through the first level of Dark Reef Prison to their client's prison room. There, 2 more of their contacts would carry out the rest of the mission to free the client and escape. A week later, the client had arranged for you to be smuggled into the prison, and before you knew it, you were climbing through a metal hatch into a small dark room with a tied brown bag that encased the artifact you had to deliver. And with that, let's see our first hero. You were chosen for your expertise in stealth. Fully trusted to get this artifact past the guards without them even knowing you were here. Introduce yourself.
I am Boosh, a very stealthy hero.
Oh, the most stealthiest indeed. And climbing up behind you comes our next beautiful hero, your most trusted partner for the job. Can I say hello to my
Hoodwink?
And you guys are best friends, right?
Yeah.
Somehow we are.
You gotta deliver that artifact. What would you like to do?
Let's move into the corridor and see what's going on.
God, you're so good. You didn't instantly look into the bag.
It's not our business.
Oh, you're so polite. Okay.
Yeah.
How do you want to come through? Is my first question.
Yeah, I would just like to open the door.
You open the door, 10,000 guards see you and instantly kill you on sight. What now?
Then there was a good effort.
Fair enough. Okay, you come out and you're actually completely fine. To your right, you see the flash of a light.
Oh boy.
A Slytherin.
That looks like a guard.
It could be. What will you do? Are you gonna? Where do you want to go from here?
How far are we in the dark right now? Are we in the safe distance?
You're a pretty safe distance. All you can really see is a white light. It could be a guard. You don't know for sure.
I think we should continue ahead, that direction, straight ahead.
Dodging the light.
We're trying to stay away from the light.
So you guys can come down the hallway.
We will move towards the darkness.
You're going towards the darkness, the gleam of metal.
Yeah.
You're going down, you're being careful with your step, you want me to be careful? You're gonna peek around the corner?
Yeah, I think we have Hoodwink peek around the corner.
Not Pudge.
Yeah, I'm just moving to the corner and I'm peeking.
Take a peek. Worst case, I'll hook you back.
Yeah.
That's a good peek, honestly. Yeah. You actually kind of see that there is no guard down this hallway. However, what you do see in the prison cell up here is maybe the figure of a person, of a prisoner perhaps?
I'm assuming they're in locked in, right?
Yeah, they're locked in. They're behind bars.
Can they see us from in there if we're being sneaky?
They cannot see you yet. You can see them first.
But if we pass them, will they see us?
Maybe.
If you fail your stealth roll.
Okay.
Oh, okay, sounds like something is about to go down.
Is that what you want to do? Would you like to go down this hallway?
I think we just send it. What are they gonna do?
Maybe we send you to sacrifice first, Chris.
Okay, we split up. We don't commit.
Okay, I'll keep the bag in case you get caught, you know?
So then I would like to move forward down to along the wall.
Okay, roll.
Okay.
I'll roll any. You can roll the big one.
You roll the big one.
18. That's
my God.
That's a
stealthy.
Banger.
This guy has no idea. He's looking like almost directly out, and you
can't
just
see
kind of hug the shadows.
Yep.
Where are you trying to get to, by the way?
I am trying to get to the next corner, so I'm going here.
Okay.
And then I'm having
Roll
a peek
again.
in here. Okay. That's not good.
That's not good.
You're trying to be so stealthy. You're in the shadows. You get past this guy. You literally are feeling yourself. You feel yourself so hard you start to swagger before tripping over your own paws. This guy, who was a little bit more relaxed, instantly hears you and comes up. And he's like, "Hey, who is that? You're not a god, right?"
I'm not a guard. What do I tell him?
Just how we're here to set you guys free. Just hang on.
How are you conversing? You are across the wall from each other.
You go to the corner because you hear me fall as well, so you come up and check. So then I think at this point we should probably just come with me because everyone knows what's going on.
All right, let's go. Boop, boop, boop. I'm Butch, I'm in the middle.
The guy wants to know what's going on, and we say, what do we say?
Just tell them we're here to, set them free.
Really?
Yeah.
You're gonna set us free?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I've always wanted to be free. Wait, Crusher, come here. And the other guy gets up and he starts to come over. It's like, what? Who are these people? They're setting us free. Really? How?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, we need to figure out the central system where, we have to take a look. we should ask them for information if they know anything.
I'm way pressured, and this is my brother, Sharkbiter. We got put in after the whole Silkbreaker incident. I think they're just trying to fill up the cells. Anyway, what do we know? What do we know, Sharkbiter? Sharkbiter's like, I forgot. I think the guards are on break.
Okay, that's good.
Have you guys seen any guards?
I mean, we don't know. We saw light, yeah.
They point at this hallway right here in the center that you're standing beside. If you follow that all the way through, there's a door on the other side, and that's where the guards always go. And I think they're on their lunch break right now, so you chose a really good time.
This is ATF. And now it's time for you to watch BLAST SLAM VII.
Yeah, you're watching BLAST SLAM VII. Unfortunately, Amarnot's still in the tournament. Do you want to have your best? Can we get some solo shots of the boys trying their best? BLAST SLAM VII?
Sure.
One magic?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll start.
Quinn, you might want to move to the side.
I will start.
Sorry. All right.
Oh,
I'll
you
tell
do
you
name
ready?
and logo,
3.
or just
Name first, and then I say this is Kezu.
Yes.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
This is Kezu, and you're watching BLAST SLAM VII.
That was good. I rate that one.
Let's
Quinn?
see.
All right.
Oh, let's step to the side.
Don't choke.
This is Quinn. And you're watching BLAST SLAM VII.
Oh, the ending was pretty good, I think. I rate the ending.
There you go.
All right.
All right, you got this one, T?
I'm locking in. Ready?
You could step out of his frame,
Yep,
please,
we're good.
boys.
All right.
Take off your shirt.
No, it's good. All right. This is T. And this is BLAST SLAM VII.
He's not even holding a wand.
I know, it's just my finger.
He's got the magic
I can't
finger.
afford the wand.
He's got magic fingers.
Yeah, I got the magic finger. Also, it's like easier to track.
All right, now
the
Nat,
stubby
now
finger.
Nat,
Yeah,
now
now
Nat.
Nat. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try my best. I don't think I'm very good at this, all right?
No, you got this.
I'm Nat T, and you're watching BLAST SLAM VII.
Oh, she's good.
She
She's good.
I was born for Disney Channel,
People like
baby.
You actually are Disney Channel coded.
It's a lot of fun, all right? Sometimes you just gotta have that little bit of energy. But it's been a joy to get to watch a variety of players have their fun that way, and of course, the teams having their fun here on stage. But what do you think has been your favorite part so far about Slam 7?
Holy based. That's a tough
There's
question.
a lot to choose from. I say that because we've had media days, we've had a lot of content shown. I know some people playing Guitar Hero with Largo songs. Did I already mention the Dota? If not, the Dota again. And the mini games was the other.
And the mini games.
Have they actually been your favorite, Kezi?
They've been, I think they've been slapping, but it depends also who's playing them and who's narrating. When Alan Cook, aka Bonkers, is on them, then they're S tier.
That day number one
That is
was
peak.
There you
pretty
go.
banger. It was.
I like the game before the last one. I think that was my favorite. The ending of that game was actually hilarious.
The one today is a bit of a Chungus game.
That game was awesome.
Which one was your favorite? Sorry?
The throw back and forth, the thrown.
Oh, right. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about minigame.
What? No, I'm not talking about the minigame. That was a Chungus, yeah.
You're talking about game 2, just then that happened. Okay.
Yeah.
I was talking about minigame. Favorite minigame that we've played so far.
I liked all the mini games up until yesterday.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Because we saw yesterday.
We're going to look at our yesterday's mini game that has been happening in the BLAST studio.
Watch the drawing reveal itself and type the hero name. The longer you wait, the lower your score.
Oh, I'm gonna be so bad at this.
3, 2, 1, go. Type your name.
He's happy.
If you guess wrong, you get minus points, so we need to feel confident.
It looked like kind of a bear. We are from production. Who puts their hand up like this?
There's only one here that makes that pose.
Lago. It's Lago. What?
Is this Meepo?
Am I like a bot?
I don't know. Who could this be?
Brewmaster.
Okay, well now it's obvious.
It's Brewmaster.
Yeah, that definitely looks like Brewmaster now.
Oh, bro.
Oh my
God, that was not great.
Come on. What do we have here? That looks like a penis.
What?
What am I looking at? I feel like it's a female type of body, this one.
That's just a big booty.
Low-key kind of hot.
Do you want to guess based on that? I kind of don't.
No. Are we cooked, chat?
That's Wings. Is that Venge? Skyrath?
He looks like Ench, bro, like, but it doesn't like...
Wait. Dark Willow.
That could be Dark Willow.
Oh, it's Dark Willow.
That's Dark Willow.
Easy. Okay, all right, there we go.
Alex wants to draw Meepo.
It's going to be Meepo. Who has tiny legs? Is it Sniper?
Okay, someone is scared of what? Someone is dead?
Why are you drawing the eyes again? Why does it have a tail now? Is it Pikachu?
What the fuck is this?
I don't know if I should just try and guess Meepo every time to try and bink it.
Oh, Meepo. Meepo, for fuck's sake. The yelling league.
It's Meepo.
I fucking knew it.
This is so stupid.
I fucking knew it. I could have guessed it right off the bat, you piece of garbage.
Alright, this is easy. That looks like a Doom thing on the bottom, though.
Do I guess a Doom?
Doom. Fast.
He's not on there.
Okay, it's not.
It's not Doom.
This is the only hero I have. Yeah, got him, got him.
What? It's fucking baiting you, I'm telling you always.
This is like a witchcraft thing.
I think it's Enigma. Rock, paper, scissors. You are Enigma and don't break. That's fucked.
This whole quiz is just bait. Bro, who else would this be than Doom?
That is Enigma, no? Who's blue?
Is this Morphling now?
Morphling, right?
It's Morphling. There we go.
Bro, I swear this game, they like bait you.
Okay, trees. So it's either Timbersaw, Treant, Nature's Prophet.
All right, so this is bait. I'm not answering until we click next clip, because everything is a bait. This is not Treant.
Observe a ward, another ward, 3 wards.
That's a mushroom.
I can't be Nature's. This be too easy.
Monkey King, jumping from tree to tree.
Oh, it's the meme with the kid who fell and then he dropped all his food.
It's like a dog. I'm lost.
Is this just another Meepo?
Why are there lines between the wards?
Stop focusing on useless information.
It's a good drawing, though.
Okay, what's the hero?
I don't know.
Wait. Actually, it makes sense for a Slark.
Yeah.
Wait, it's Slark.
Oh, Slark. It's Slark.
That was good. They're wards. They're not trees. They're wards.
Well, this was extremely difficult.
Get wrecked, nerds.
Oh my god, we are so bad.
I think everybody else cheated. I think we're in first place.
Everyone's been saying that this game has been very hard today, and I've done the maths. So there's a way that I can win this just through not playing the game. If I just skip everything, what happens?
I just have so many questions right now.
I'm hiding.
Good strat.
What,
Good strat.
like what actually was the maths? Because I don't want to flex on you right now.
Cheating and losing.
I think
Nah, so
I think yeah, it did not add up.
Basically, what production said was there's like a skip penalty.
Yes.
But they didn't realize that there was like 3 skips per question.
Yeah.
So in the math, with 1 skip per question, you could just cheat the system.
Obviously,
And then
which is why
in
they
the
didn't do
honor of
that.
spiffing Brit, I was like, he's a British lad. He skips games. I want to do the same. And then I did it, got minus 2,000, and it was fucking sad. So, oh well.
The only thing you're farming is L's.
L's. Yeah, that one was a tough one. The way that the game did work is it cost you 600 points. 700?
It was 700 to skip, but
700 to skip a clip.
He needed
But
to
there was
skip a
3
clip.
clips per hero and 8 heroes. So his math was 8 by 700 instead of 8 by 3 by 700.
And he also doesn't get the bonus questions because he didn't guess anything.
Right.
I will say, for legal reasons, I
Legal?
then did do the game correctly and came second. Just saying. I don't know if they're ever
Can
going
we
to tell
show
you
the
that,
board?
but I promise you, if this leaderboard doesn't have me, I'm going to be very upset if they have a leaderboard.
We'll see if production
I
has
feel
it.
like once you do it once,
I wasn't
then
looking.
You can't
Minus
do it
1800
again.
seems kind of bad.
I skipped everything.
Who the heck is Calibashi?
You were on camera.
That's our dear admin lead. Yeah.
They're good. They're
They're
cooking.
Giga.
cooking.
All right,
Like 2K points.
But thanks, guys.
had
I trusted
4.5.
you, production. I trusted you. I listened. I thought we'd work together.
Did you guys get any of the, because the other caveat to the game that wasn't shown was that if you guessed the hero correctly, you had a chance to guess the reference as to what the drawing was taking inspiration from. Did you guys get to guess any of those
I
ones?
had the Meepo one. Like which player popped off with Meepo at
Yes,
TI6.
so the bonus Meepo question was which player made their debut with a Meepo performance at TI6?
Yeah, Abed.
Abed. The Slark one, what the Slark reference was?
I didn't play the game yesterday.
What?
But the only we actually played it.
Yeah.
So it's Sark 87. I
was
mean, I
Sark
didn't
87,
even
I
guess
got
the
that
hero.
one as well.
I didn't even guess
I
the
clicked after. That's the worst
Did you
thing.
get the Sven hero?
Arteezy. Cliff Teasy.
Yep,
Easy,
Cliff
yep.
Easy. The Morphling one, I did
I
not
don't
get.
think
It was
so.
Ench.
BKB TP. It was nice.
Oh, there was the Nightfall.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then there was some
My God.
Kez being dead.
What was the panda?
Yes,
panda
yes,
Kez one?
the panda sitting on
Oh,
top
it
of the
was
Kez.
it was Ame or something. I think Sheep said. It
Oh,
was like the GG out.
the army.
Yeah.
So
the
when
Ame.
when he.
The Ame, the Nightfall, the
Yeah.
Arteezy.
I see. Yeah.
Name all the streamers.
I was
the
upset I didn't get the
Thompson.
Slark 87 one. though.
Just.
Well, that's because you didn't play the game.
I didn't. play
He's
the
getting
game, that's
angry.
true.
That's-
I didn't. Yep.
Let's show.
Deep breaths.
Vibes
deep
are harsh in here.
breaths. Maybe T, you
I
didn't,
didn't play the
Hot in
game.
here.
you didn't do so well with your maths, but maybe your predictions are a little bit better. Because if you head on over to Polymarket, we can have a look at who's being predicted right now as winning all of BLAST SLAM 7. And there's a nice prediction for Yandex at 69% there.
That's nice.
A solid 1% for BetBoom.
How?
I think it takes a little bit of time to update. So LGD sitting at, what was it, 36? My eyes are really bad by the way.
It is 36.
36.
Again, it's like it feels somewhat realistic. I think even though LGD's got this like aura, this magic, this hype around them, there are these like little moments and inconsistencies that I think a team like Yandex might be able to exploit. Like the early game is a bit more disciplined from Yandex. They scale better. Watson's a bit more of a threat consistently. The cores don't seem to have off games. So I think Yandex again are the favorites.
Yeah, I think pretty much every series LGD goes into, you have to favor the other team. It's just sort of obligation. LGD has to be the underdog. Yeah,
we're helping them.
Yes, that's what charges them up. So I favor Yandex.
It's also like overall, it is 5 games, and Yandex have a bit more info, I think, to go off of. Obviously, LGD needed to play like more games, and Yandex are chilling. You know, they get to see like all their flexes. What do they do here? Oh, today they still really love the Bat Rider and the Viper. And then when BLAST banded, you know, they struggled a bit more. So I think it's kind of fair. It's also very nice.
Again, the main thing with this is like, sure, percentage here, percentage there, but like I still want LGD to win, even though like logically you can assume that Yandex should be the favorite, the underdog story. You just kind of want to see a team like LGD win it. So I'm not going to be biased, but I am going to maybe lean slightly and be biased.
Yeah, well, I appreciate Polymarket giving us those percentages there for the prediction of our BLAST SLAM 7 winner. And it is just a lot of fun to get to look at LGD be those sorts of underdogs, the part that they've had as well. Is there a certain hero pick that you guys have loved, not from LGD specifically, but overall in this tournament, over all of the 66 best of ones and however many extra best of threes we had on top of that here in the playoffs?
I like the resurgence of Darkseer. I think this hero is very cool.
Of course.
Of course. But
because I didn't know you played pro and it was your most played. That's a meme.
You need to roast him too, because you've had T, now you've had
What do you mean? I've roasted him so many times about going
Hey, it hasn't happened hasn't yet.
Yeah.
He'll set himself up and I'll knock it down when it's ready.
I'll be patient for that one.
Yes, I'll be listening. That's
right, Suckers, what are your favorites?
Mine was Paravision Sniper in the group stage because it was the only sniper that was actually legitimate.
Camera on me, please.
Yeah, that's all the other snipers. No one sniper was, ding!
Your turn.
Spirit Breaker. Yay! Cow goes moo. It's such simple but high skill gameplay. People think it's easy, but Theolok already showed it. Don't you laugh?
I couldn't help it, sorry. I couldn't help it.
It was genuinely involuntary as well.
It's way easier.
Couldn't help it, brother.
Yeah, let's ask man.
No, my favorite thing is you guys going like, oh, I love this hero, and then another person kind of just like dunking on it and being like, oh yeah, all you do is press Q and you just run at them, and like it's super high skill.
Okay, so was Planar Pocket used correctly, Quinn?
No.
Exactly.
Did it matter?
It should have.
No.
No.
Another hero that was cool was AA. I think the Aurora picking AA on Kaori.
You're talking to the wrong host, sorry.
No, it's not Shiver. Yeah, I thought Shiver's here. So what did you like?
I love the Venge. A lot, actually.
I wanted to say didn't ask, but I did ask. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I specifically looked at you. No, I specifically looked at you to give the answer, so I wasn't getting set up there.
My bad.
Yeah, it was the Vengeful Spirit, especially played in the carry. Because I didn't see any position 4 leaners, which I was super...
Which you will not see because...
I can't believe I didn't see that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we'll see it now.
Well, you could just ask that right now. He's kind of like standing, walking around, so you can ask if he's going to play it.
He's not going to play it.
Don't ask.
I actually might go ask him. And for me to go and ask him that, it means that we're going to jump to a break on the other side. It's more Grand Finals action to begin.
Welcome to Dungeons & Dota, a roleplay campaign that I wrote set in Dark Reef Prison. I'm going to take your favorite players through my story and see what ends up happening. Can't wait. Thanks for watching.
So do we know which direction is north?
They gesture like up this way.
Okay, so we should explore this way then.
Well, that's where the dangerous prisoner is, so like there's higher chance of the warden coming, I suppose.
Yeah.
We can go anyway, who cares? I'll be fine.
What's the worst?
I'll carry those two, and then I'll go back to Putch, and I'll tell him that there is not much there. And I'll give him the Quelling Blade.
Why don't you say in character for me?
Have the Quelling Blade.
Okay, Pudge, how excited are you to have a Quelling Blade? God dang!
Yeah.
You can cut a whole tree with that.
I get a good idea. I tell Butch, buy me some time, and then I walk this way, and then you go.
Why don't we just fight the guards together and then we get the keys?
No, I've already made my decision. You just have to trust me.
I'm the Slytherin god. How would you do this to me?
How would I lie to you? Oh boy, I don't even know what to say. I'll be like, oh, sorry. I don't know how I got here. I got lost.
Who are you?
I'm a new prisoner.
You're a new prisoner? Who brought you in?
The warden brought me in. You can ask her.
The warden brought... But why did she leave you out here? That doesn't make any sense.
You will have to ask her. I have no idea. All right, it's time to fight. What do we need to do?
Your Pudge. What does
With a
Pudge
clawing
have?
blade.
How are you feeling? You have a clawing blade. Okay,
Yes, I will slice them with my clawing blade. Cut them down like a tree.
Okay, a quelling blade attack. This is unseen before. Dota players, hear me out. New meta coming up next patch. Roll for that.
7.
Oh, yeah, your quelling blade's probably not enough. I want you to look into that camera.
Okay, yes. You need
give
to
them,
give them a good wink.
signatures.
A signature wink. Get signature
If you
wink.
don't, I'm gonna attack you.
Attack me.
You're. All right, but the next guy, he's coming around.
He needs to move closer, right?
Yeah, he's gonna just come up here. He's gonna actually pin you down on the side. Yeah, he's gonna.
Pincer attack.
Oh my god.
Yes, I'm so strong.
They're attacking for you, and your flesh heap is actually impenetrable.
Very
It's
nimble.
unreal.
No, I think it's opposite nimble. It just bounces off of me.
Yeah,
my
it's
body.
literally just bouncing off your body. You are the strongest man alive in this moment. You are single-handedly keeping these two
Invincible.
guys down. Yeah. You can cast your Acon, so you shoot that out
On the ground.
on the ground,
Yeah.
and a nice tree sprouts up.
Yeah.
And you're throwing bushwhack, but are you gonna land the bushwhack? This is a high skill spell to land.
Okay, watch and learn.
All right.
That's a 4.
You know, they're set up, Sneaking has stunned them in the lane for you, and
Yeah.
all you have to do is just land the bushwhack. They're literally standing completely still, completely still.
But,
And you just throw it off into the river, it completely misses, and everyone's just standing.
There's a lot of pressure on them.
Door open. It's going I'm free.
We fulfilled our promise.
You came back for us, little squirrel. Thank you.
Yep.
You're the cutest creature in the entirety of Deep Dark Reef Prison.
Give him a wink.
No.
The people need the wink.
I'm not giving him a wink.
All right, I'll finish him. I'll press hook.
What? Oh my god. Okay, if I was the guy right now, I'd be like, oh, he gets hooked. Roll it though.
6.
You know when you accidentally click and he hooks behind himself? That's kind of what you did.
It's like your classic Pudge in your pub game, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna use sharpshooter.
But is she
ground?
still netted?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can shoot from the net.
You can, but with disadvantage, which means you have to roll twice.
That's
we take the
fine.
lower number.
That'll hit. That's a 3.
I'm gonna be real.
That's a 6.
Okay, so both were fails.
Yeah.
All right, so you're on the ground, and you just shoot it at the ceiling. And everyone kind of looks at you and is like, what the hell's wrong with this guy?
Yo, this is like skill shots and officials. What's going on?
Yeah.
We're looking for our client.
Who's your client? Is it these guys? And she points to the two Leviathans.
No, not these two guys. We're looking for someone else.
I don't know. I can't help you as long as it's not her.
Who is her?
Lady Red River, but I can't let you into her no matter what.
How do you release Red River?
For that, I may have to give up my life.
Could you give this to her instead?
I won't do anything if it involves her. You don't understand. She's dangerous. She's a sociopath. You can't give anything to her.
I would just go and just hand it through the small hole.
Yeah, you want to open the grate where the food would usually go, and
Yes,
you just
shove the Aghanim Scepter in.
shove it in. How do you know it's an Aghanim Scepter? That's crazy. This brown bag with a weird scepter-shaped object inside of it that glowed blue when your rot was on, you just put that through the hatch.
Yes.
That's your job complete. You did it. Woo!
Easy.
Now you just have to escape. So you go back, you find your friends.
Finish her off.
You want to finish her? Okay, fine. You kill my warden. You kill Warden.
Yeah.
No! You kill Warden Strongtide, who's so nice. She didn't even want to be here.
Well, she cut me up, so.
She
It
tried
was
her best not to.
You're trying to give. Oh, I won't get into it. My poor baby girl. Okay, you kill Warden.
She's gone.
And then you and the two Leviathans go back out and you meet your contacts and you escape the prison together and hope that whatever the axe is being delivered to, you hope it goes well.
Easy peasy.
Good job, guys.
Good work.
All right, we did it. Nice work.
Yandex and LGD, we finally have our two grand finalist teams. And whilst LGD have already been here in the studio playing a best of 3 going the distance, Yandex arrived just moments ago and they've been setting up, preparing themselves for a best of 5 here.
No, like they've been, you know, obviously also watching the other games, so they see what was happening, you know, with LGD, but not only for us, but also for them. This is what they've been waiting for. This is what you play this tournament for. You want to make it to the stage, you want to make it to the grand finals, show what you got, and hopefully take the W.
But it's always such an interesting idea, like being the upper bracket team, like where our room was watching the game, we could see their room, like them watching the game, kind of like them laughing at like some of the comedic moments, like the joy of the game, like seeing them just like watch it as a fan. But in the back of their mind, they're like, would we make this play? Would we be in this position? Like you can see the cogs are already ticking at how they're going to process playing against LGD.
What's interesting to me is that somehow Yandex are considered the favorites going into this, where at the beginning of the year, they were like barely even a team, at least until Soxa joined them. And especially for players like CJ, or even for Watson and Malady, who they've just sort of become, you know, tier 1 players over the last couple of years. I think it's a very interesting dynamic to be from, oh, can they finally get the monkey off their back and win the final, to now they're the favorite to win the final. That you know, transformation I think is fascinating.
And right off the back of having a tournament break too, we've talked about just how intense the Dota schedule is for a lot of the pros. And so you have to pick and choose, when are you going to have those breaks? When are you going to power up again? And I think taking the tournament off just before this one, you wonder, is that really the right moment? Because then you only have one chance to get back into shape before you're going up into tournaments like EWC and TI. But for Yandex, it didn't matter. They took that break, they really utilized it to their advantage, and in coming back, they looked great in groups, and they make it all the way to the grand finals through upper bracket.
I mean, it also definitely just seems like that after the small break they took, that they were either still playing pubs or their break wasn't that long, or even if they took 10 days off, they went straight to it, like straight after.
Yeah, but they're all Dota players. Like when you say like take a break from Dota, like they're still going to play Dota in their break, right?
Hey, we don't know that.
I'm gonna blind issue.
Could be on vacation.
If they're a true Dota player, your time
never go on vacation.
Exactly, you never go on vacation. Like you live within the game, right? Especially if you're trying to win tournaments, you know. So it's like I feel like at least for Yandex, maybe you know TOs don't want to hear this, but I think it's very smart from teams, like especially top teams, to take breaks from certain events. Like you don't need to play everything in the year. You just have to focus on yourself and your mental health, your physical health, like all these attributes that make a strong player. I think Yandex at least have shown that they know how to do it correctly. To go from break to here, it's like they have done. Like other teams will look at this and go, maybe we should start implementing this if the next season is going to be as packed as the last season.
Yeah, they've also built a really strong identity, I think, and they've really bought into, I think Sox's ideas as a player and sort of followed his lead. I think it'd be very easy for him to come into a team and maybe they're like, hey, we think our ideas are good too, and maybe there's pushback or you don't totally buy in, but from the way they talk about him, they treat him like he is Listan Al-Gaib, and I think you should. The guy has insane results over a really long period of time, one of the most successful players ever, and the fact that he comes into the team and you listen to ideas, you soak it up all like a sponge, and this team becomes, you know, a sort of classic Soxa team, but with the different individual flares of those players. I think it's really awesome they've like assimilated with his idea of the game because it's so strong.
It's a really interesting point to bring up, and in fact I know Rayer asked Malady specifically about some of those ideas, how much Soxa really contributed to what feels like a power spike in Yandex right now.
I'm here with Malady. You guys have overall had an extremely strong year so far. I was wondering what it was that clicked in your team, or what you figured out that made you get elevated to such a strong level.
It's all because Soxa joined our team. That's why.
And what does he bring to your team that is so special, other than his height, of course?
First of all, he brings an experience, and second of all, he brings the confident calls that helps us win the game.
Yeah, that's something that is way more important than people give it credit for, because we've talked about comms before, how they can't be too cluttered, but we've never really focused in on the aspect that it also needs to come out confidently. You need to be sure in it, and you also need to be someone that's like, hey, you know what, that was the wrong call. I said it confidently. In hindsight, it wasn't the right call, and I feel like Soxa fits that perfectly.
No, for sure, and I think Quinn coined it pretty well. Like, you can just hear what Malady is saying, and I think also just for Sox themselves, like he's played in so many different teams, and I fully agree. Like whenever this guy joins a team, you just see like the team just does well. It doesn't really matter who he lanes with, and there's a big difference, and I like that Malady talks about it. Strong calls are what you need. It's like how you win tournaments. It needs to be fast, precise and confident. You need to want to believe, you need to want to make the play that is being called out. And you need players like this in your team, because if you don't, all of these like stressful games, they're going to be really strange to play.
I mean, it just allows people to think for themselves, right? Like if you have your carry player now suddenly needs to do the drafting and also needs to do the shot calling, but also has to deal with like the kind of the relationship of players, like they're not going to be the best carry in the world, right? But like if you can like divvy up their load and like Saxa's taking some more responsibilities, it just means like players like CJ or even, you know, Watson or Malady, whoever, like they can just shine because they know in the back of their mind, like if they're having a bad game, he will be that voice of reason and kind of that calmness in any game state.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I think it's more important how you say something in game than what you say. I think that is very, very true, and it's difficult to change that. I think working on what you say is a lot easier than how you say it, because that comes from within. That's not something that you can sort of externally change. It's like how you feel comes through your voice. Humans are very bad at masking that, especially whenever you're playing a game, a very intense game, and trying really hard. And so someone who actually is confident, you can tell that they are, and that like you can feel it, and it infuses confidence into the rest of the team. It is like osmosis. It's really, really powerful when you can tell that someone else truly believes you are going to win this game. I've had it with Snaking in the past when he talks and he's like, no, get these bots out of my game. Like, and it's just, you feel it and you're like, we won.
Yeah.
That's actually a really valid question that I have for you guys. Do you think the old school idea and archetype of a captain is kind of faded away now in modern Dota and how we play it professionally? Because there's no one person making shot calls. There's not always one person that's dictating the drafts and the heroes. So has that idea of a captain really just kind of been split into so many different roles?
I would say so. Yeah, like it is up to everyone, because also it is really hard for one guy to have the knowledge of every single hero. Like you should take charge of your game when you feel good about it, when you have the net worth, when it's your time to shine in the game, because your hero was picked for a reason, you're buying your items for a reason. So that should also come through in the communication. And I think also in the part of confidence, it's not just the calls you make, I think it's also being able, you need to say no sometimes in these games. Like a call is made, it won't be correct. Or maybe instead of saying we need to go Roche, it's we go Roche, but when they come, we kill them. You know, it's like poke them, make them come to us. There's very small things that make a huge difference.
Yeah, there probably is still captaining to some degree, but like you mentioned, it's like it's the ad-libs to the call, right? So the carry says a move, but then like a person like Saxa, who you can argue is the captain, will then layer in the kind of the extra 2 or 3 motions, or maybe they've built like a playbook of words that like fast rush or poke rush, or you know, these type of things. Like it's all the external things that we'll never really know about because it's like communication in game or how they carry themselves like during scrims or whatever. But yes, there is not as much of a captain, but I still feel there's elements there. It's not disappeared like maybe people do say it is.
I mean, to be honest, I think a big part of it is there are emotional captains to team. I think in-game, I feel like that load should be divvied out quite a bit because there's different periods to the game. Not every hero will be strong at every different point. And if you're weak, it's often kind of grief to make calls because you don't actually have an accurate read.
Down.
Because your strength is not quite right. You got to no, it's not about supports or cores at all. It's just about strength just waxes and wanes throughout the game. And I think who's the leader outside of the game, who people look to whenever there's a bad game to calm people down. That doesn't have to be a player. It can be a coach too. But I think you definitely need a sort of an emotional or like a leader of the group in some sense, but not necessarily in game. I think the two are separated in a way.
I feel like I may have put us down a little bit of a rabbit hole there, but it was interesting because we talk about so much of what Sux has given. I was expecting a little bit to be thrown towards DM as well because he's added a lot more for the team with the newest edition. Obviously, he stood in for them before and they had great success, but for him to permanently join the roster, there's always a different caveat when someone joins permanently than when you win something together as a stand-in, because then that's when you start fleshing out ideas, when you start seeing maybe there are cracks in our gameplay and we're not trying to sacrifice too much just because we push through for this event.
I just always like to say, like, DM, he's a very specific player. I think he gives a lot to the team, also in terms of some of the things you do not see. He frees up your post-4 player a lot. I think it's also, I mean, Saxa will look good with anybody, but I think he will look especially good with people that understand how to play. I mean, Saxa has played with 33 for a long time. You learn a lot in terms of how do you set me up so you can leave me and I have my full free farm, get full XP. And I think DM, he fits pretty well into this archetype because he plays annoying heroes.
But he's also playing the annoying heroes that allow him to play into the lane again, right? Because like on the tail end of P-Vision, like he was playing more like sacrificial offlaners, where like he has to try and survive because of course 9 class is going to be doing something else again. That was maybe in the height of like the Slark, the Monkey Kings. Even though the tier is faded, the identity of DM's player style still existed on that team. But on Yandex, like we are seeing him play Axes and Dooms, Enigmas and Lagos, like Slardars. Like he wants to be like present and a part of the team and like the aggression. He's not just playing for survival and initiation. And like you can see it in regards to like the statistics, right? His kind of, again, the games vary, but like just pushing from P-Vision to Yandex, it is only but green in all of the stats basically.
Huh. I'm actually surprised because Paravision was incredibly dominant.
Oh yeah.
I suppose, how is it so few games on Paravision? I feel like he played like he was on that.
I think it's probably filtered by the patches, like the last X patches.
I see. Okay.
So it's not all-time games.
Okay.
The tail end of P-Vision versus the start of Yandex.
Yeah, it's since TI, and I think that makes a little bit more sense because they've spoken about it many times. There was a change-up that needed to occur over on that roster. That is why ultimately we did see DM make the move too. So it does make a little bit more sense. But still shocking to see just the biggest jump happen over on Yandex.
I mean, he's also had, I think, a big, like, what's it called? Like, just an improvement curve. Because I also want to remind people, this guy literally laned with someone back in the day that was, like, actively sabotaging, like, his own gameplay and, like, what they were doing. I think sometimes stuff like this can very easily, like, get to you and your own confidence when you keep losing or you're playing on a team and you're like, why are we losing all these lanes? Like, is it you? Is it me? Is it us? It's, like, I think just important that you get over these hurdles and that you stay both true but also confident, like, within yourself.
Yeah, I think he's also a great pairing with Soxa because I don't think he's a super strong, opinionated guy. He's kind of down to, like, he'll have opinions, but if you feel really strongly about something, he's down to go with that and believe in that identity. And I think that works perfectly with the team because they have strong beliefs, and he is a great soldier as a player. I think that is a big part of him. He's very positive and very just sort of, oh, we think this is good? Okay, I'm going to do the thing. You hear him talk about Estini, his relationship with him. Estini was very much sort of the ideas guy on that team, and he's saying, we do this every game. The team's like, okay, this is the plan. We're going to follow the plan. And I think that for this team is great to have a guy who's just like, these are what we're going to do. All right, let's do that. And you make that happen. I think that's super valuable.
He's also a player that you can push him. I think there is so much more to what he believes in himself as well. It's like, yeah, I know that I can play these heroes comfortably. Someone else goes, what about this one? And you see him really step up to the plate. That's what I think has impressed me more than anything about DM joining Yandex, is he has really been pushed and he is showing that he can meet those expectations.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure has not really got to him at all. And I think it is a matter of Saxa. I mean, we're going to say his name like a billion times, I feel like, before this grand final starts. And like,
we can talk about someone else if you want.
I'd like to, if possible. It's going to be the person that Saxa rotates towards. Of course, CJ. You know, Quinn loves talking about him a lot. I think, Quinn, you've coined him as like one of the favorite mid laners that you've seen, I think, so far this year. But when you think about like his career, like he has utilized Yandex to the greatest lengths, because pre-Yandex, he didn't really have any notable teams. This 1W team, now sure, they've bought out Tundra, but before that, they were basically tier 3 for their entire like lives, basically. So for Chira Jr., he kind of got picked out of like Eastern Europe, kind of tier 2, tier 3 teams, plopped onto Yandex, and now with the likes of Saxa has been just crushing it, and he has taken this opportunity in strides.
Yeah. He was just a pod player for like until maybe even like 2 years ago, or even 1.5 years ago. You know, say the 1-win team stint where he was on. I wouldn't really have seen him as like a tier 1 or even tier 1.5 player. I think he's definitely improved a lot. I think he fits in quite well into this team. I think his improvement of like raw gameplay, but also just the stableness, because we keep going back to in the earlier blasts, like he did not do well under pressure. And I think right now, I don't see any of that anymore.
Yeah, I think that is actually the biggest thing and one of the hardest things to improve, because I think a lot of players, when they're chokers for a long time, maybe forever. It's hard to fix that. And the fact that he has been able to push past a lot of that and to go from someone who's kind of skittish and a little throwy in games that really matter to someone who just kind of plays his game and, if anything, has been really clutch in some of the harder games, that is not easy to fix. And a lot of players can never fix it. So I think that is especially commendable, because it's especially when you've tried to go through that, not many players can do it.
I was afraid that maybe after seeing their performance in Chain 2, we were going to start seeing a similar story to what we have for, and I don't want to throw them under the bus here, but for Aurora, right? Where they were going to be a team that could consistently make it to grand finals, but not really get any further for them. And you've always said it, Quinn, the first win is the hardest for them. So I feel like it is really just going to get easier here on out for the side of Yandex. But now I wonder for LGD, they're still looking for their first win, not only as a 5-man, but for so many individuals over there as well. And now you're coming up against the heavy favorites. Unfortunately, LGD are always going to be seen as the underdogs, whether it's the regional difference or just the draft differences too that sometimes come out.
But I think at least today they've done very well, I think, with their drafts. In the last series, I didn't see any like, oh, I'm throwing this game out of the window. You know, it's been looking good. And I think also just take it game by game. They're playing very well. They do a lot of good things. I think when you just look overall, it seems nice. It seems more clear. There's a bit more purpose in what they're doing. So just take it game by game. You know, don't overthink like, oh, this is the grand finals, I play against X team. Just focus on you and do what you want to do.
I mean, out of the 3 teams, though, that LGD have faced to get here, of course, like Aurora to BB now playing Yandex, I would argue that all stylistically, the teams that are playing have the same kind of type of draft in regards like it needs a little bit of laning success to fortify its mid game to then get online. It's not like incredible snowball. So some of like the quirky drafts that LGD's had where you crush lanes and win by like what feels like you've won by 20, 25, it can happen in this grand finals. So I think the draft, of course, will be so crucial if CAFs can find these little like niche picks to go, you know what, these two lanes we auto win because of Tai Lung or something, then we just win the game. So I think the entire finals, Yandex has to think, are they going to get us on the lanes? If so, how do we respond to that?
There's always that fine line to ride between momentum and exhaustion. LGD having already done 3 games, where exactly do they sit for? I'm not really sure going into the grand finals, but I do know straight after the end of their best of 3 series, we got to catch up with Yuma.
We're here with Yuma. You just won. Feelings running high. Are you hyped on adrenaline, or are you actually pretty calm? Because you seem pretty calm.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty calm. Yeah.
How do you manage that?
Day's not over. It's a way of seeing it.
That is true, and you have been playing some long games. You know, the long 3 games last night, you just played 3 games now, and now you have a grand finals ahead of you. How do you manage your stamina and endurance, not just for you, but also as a team?
I mean, to be honest, like, some people ask me this about when we would finish the 2-hour games, if we were tired or anything, but I think I could have kept on going. I think everyone in the team could have kept on going. I think you don't really pay attention too much while you're during the game, and yeah, until the series is over, you just have to give everything.
Now, I asked KJ this on stage. You guys are going to do the run back now against Yandex. They knocked you down before. He said you guys were too respectful of them last time. Do you agree with that? How is your view on this upcoming matchup?
Were we too respectful? Maybe. Maybe we're not playing our game and thinking too much about what they were like going to do. I mean, I think I believe this for like a few months now. We can beat any team and we can lose to any team. So yeah, I'm confident against them. They're a very good team, but I believe we can beat them, yeah.
And for you, you've been grinding for years now in NA, SA. How do you feel to be in this position to potentially be the first South American team to lift a trophy at a Tier 1 tournament?
I mean, it feels great. It's a great opportunity. You never know when it's going to be your last. For me, it's my first, like you said. And yeah, I feel like a part of me is kind of blocking that thought because I just want to play, if I'm honest. I'm enjoying a lot how we're playing right now. I think we could have ended this game in 2 games. It was really like the end could have been so much nicer, let's say, but we made it, and that's all that matters. So yeah, I'm just happy, very happy.
Well, you've been a pleasure to watch, and I am super excited for this grand finals. Thank you very much, Yuma, for your time.
Thank you very much.
I think that's one of the best ways you can really think about it, right? Even just coming into this tournament, you already feel that extra pressure of representing an organization, a name with a legacy like LGD, and then on top of that, you want to be doing your region proud. And at the end of the day, Yuma goes, I need to block all that stuff out. In fact, he enjoys blocking it all out and just focusing on how good their Dota has been lately, the way that they've been able to play. And now they're sitting at the highest placement for a South American team at a Tier 1 event.
I mean, the beautiful thing with Dota is like it's so complicated and such a gripping game that like you lose track of everything happening around you when you're in the game. Like when you're playing Kez, pressing this, swap, you know, like you're not thinking of the trophy, you're not thinking of anything, right? Maybe if it's like a game 3 where you're already 2-0 up, or maybe the game 5, but like the game itself, like when you talk about the 2-hour game, like he's not thinking of anything. Like he could play 3, 4, 5 hours if you have to, because in the moment you are just truly locking in for this is what I need to achieve. I need to destroy their ancient, and then after I'll deal with the, the ramifications of win or loss.
Yeah, I thought one of the interesting things he said was that like what was about the duration and about how they could just keep playing and he just wants to play. And I think he may be underestimating the physical impact. There's one thing to want to play Dota, but I also think whenever you played a bunch yesterday and now you're going to play a bunch more today, that you start to feel it physically. And even if it's not like a conscious thing, like I'm super tired, it will affect you. And you see it in series all the time, where as games go longer, it gets a little sloppier. And I think they may underestimate that. And I hope that they pace themselves and don't get it too ahead of it and like get hyper amped up on the early games to understand that it's a marathon, not a sprint, and you do actually need to be a little bit careful with this stuff because you can become very drained in these long days.
That's the benefit of being at least a South American team. You have to play so many qualifiers. So normally you go, they haven't played many best of 5s, right? Because internationally they finish, let's say, top 8, top 6. But when you have to go back to your region, you have to play up against these random Parker teams, these random other Schofield teams, whatever, and then you have to like overcome best of 5s. Like, they've been 2-0 down in the grand finals. They've they've had all the variations of a best of 5. So this is quite a rare kind of scenario for a team that this is not their like first experience of it. Like this is probably their 30th, 40th experience of this moment. So I think they already have the pacing of the series. It's just a matter of like like you said, the physical, like being on site, having to do it in, across from your opponent. That is the thing that is quite foreign to them.
It's also at the same time important that you help each other out. Like obviously you need to do that in the game first and foremost, but also like in terms of how you talk, how you communicate. If you see someone struggle, whether it's in the gameplay or you feel like they're being a bit stressed or tense, or maybe they're tired, because it is very important. There's a lot that goes into these games that isn't just how you play your hero and how you press your button. Is how do you feel? How are your emotions? Like, are you feeling good? Because what I like that he said is, I enjoy how we're playing right now. We can lose to anyone, we can beat anyone. So if you have like a nice balance of, I feel good, we're playing well, we don't care too much about our opponents, but you have a balance of, we respect them for what they do, but we do our stuff, I think that's perfect.
That's one everyone can agree with, is the fact that we're enjoying the Dota or LGD are playing. And it's been so much enjoyment. The fact that we got 3 games in their lower bracket finals, I'm hoping for 5 games with the way that they're playing. But if we wanted to get to that 5th game, we've got to start off with a Game 1 draft. It is our grand finals between Yandex and LGD, and our Game 1 draft is going to come up very soon. There's an enjoyment and definitely an atmosphere happening around these two. Yandex having to wait patiently for the earlier best of 3 to finish, and they had to wait to even know who they were going to be going up against. So that's also a factor. Maybe they themselves in their hearts thought it was going to be etBoom all along, and somewhat last minute had to really recalibrate and go, it's actually LGD that we're going to have to go up against again, because they have gone up against them already in the playoffs. In fact, that was the first matchup for LGD, was against Yandex.
Yeah, and Yandex did beat them out there. It were still very competitive games, and it was also, remind you, the series where LGD had probably one of the worst drafts ever. So obviously there is a lot to learn, from this type of series and moving forward. And if you're Yandex, of course you had a lot of prep prepared for either team, right, that you're going into potentially on the day, and then you finish it, while you're watching the series. So they're obviously going to be very ready.
I think LGD, they definitely have chances, though. In some ways, I think their playstyle matches up well against Yandex. It's sort of an all or nothing thing. It's like the scale is tipping one way or the other, because LGD is running at you head first, and Yandex is a bit of a slower team. They want to play for later periods, but when it hits the later periods, I think they're very favored. Oh, yeah. And so there's sort of a timing there where LGD, I think, can ransack you, but if you don't ransack them, then maybe it swings back the other way.
Yeah, I think it's going to really be like the battle of the emotions. And like, even if LGD have this early game lead, you were saying about them getting too excited in the back of their minds, think if they think about it's the grand finals, they might kind of exert themselves too much to go for the move they shouldn't be making, and then Yandex will be able to capitalize on that. One thing that Yandex does really well, though, is you look at their draft, it is very balanced. Like when Watson goes for a bit more of a greedier carry, DM's playing a more aggressive offlane. When suddenly DM's a bit more greedy on the offlane, Watson then has a bit more fight and more pip in his step from the carry. Like I'm yet to look at a lineup where I'm like, okay, there is a major problem where all cores have to AFK hit creeps. Like they are very subtly ensuring that they are ready to take these little fights.
It's also like, if you look at what happened in the last series that they played, Kez was like a very big factor in that series. I think game 1 was like the Drow Ranger game where I think Watson kind of popped off, and then the other 2 games were heavily influenced by the Bird. So it's also, obviously, you have a lot of heroes going into this series that you're ranking very highly for yourself, and you're also ranking very highly for the opponent. I think game 1, you can test maybe a little bit, like you have some idea against, okay, we're going to give them the Bird if they are first pick, and then this is our answer. But in game 1, it's a little bit of your, limit ground and like limit testing.
Yeah, not the laundry, though. Don't test that.
No, not that one,
no,
please.
That one's been tested. You can't beat it. Don't try.
I mean, it's also like with DM, like he is the Zoo offlaner. We've yet to really have to see him play like the Beast, and of course Beast often gets banned, but like some of those really awkward picks he can bring out are yet to really be brought into play by Yandex. So maybe you also have to respect that LGD, if you start drafting in this like skirmishy style, you might just get completely outpaced in regards to the Zoo if you aren't ready for it. So there are strategies that Yandex haven't even revealed as of yet.
And you do have to be mindful of those considering your first pick. Now, there is an advantage to having that, but you also have the disadvantage of getting that first pick somewhat countered or somewhat answered, right? A response in that opening phase that you don't have too much of a say over. You're going to be taking out Enigma and SF on the side of LGD, and for Yandex, Batrider is making it into the very first ban, not even just first phase, the very first ban that they want to consider.
We've been asking for it ever since LGD started kind of winning with it in the playoffs, and now finally, Yandex, the team to do it.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very smart. I think Yandex maybe need to be a little bit less scared of Viper than some of the other teams because they're such prolific Invoker players, and I think that is one of the better heroes against the Viper. So if they're going to leave it, then I think they need to make sure they have answers for it. And that's totally fine with me, but don't give it in a situation where, okay, now LGD have beaten you in lanes and they're running you over and it's, you don't want that. You want to have solid foundations and to get through the laning phase to that period later on where you can, outskill them and out-experience them.
No, for sure. There's a lot of bans here that I like too. I think the Batrider, of course, we talked about it. It just makes sense against LGD. And there's a high chance, like if you're LGD, that you're potentially looking even at a first pick Kez here. I think with some of the bans that you're going for, it was very good in like the last series that they played too.
Lone Druid's still in the pool.
Exactly.
I know they still have one more ban, but...
Yeah, but LGD often does the self-ban of the Lone Druid on first pick, right? So game 1 of a grand finals, they played it in the qualifier in between this event, but Lone Druid hasn't really been their thing. So the fact that they actually take the Drow over it, the Drow does slaughter the bear in the one-on-one. It's all the other aspects of the draft that can make the Lone Druid extremely potent, but LGD giving away Lone Druid in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Yannick's called their bluff. I really like that they banned the Axe. You could see they waited a little bit longer on that ban than some of the other ones. They're like, are they actually going to pick it? Nah, I don't think so. And they didn't. So that is valuable information for the rest of the series that, LGD, they had the chance to first pick Lone Druid. They passed. They will never pick it. So we never need to ban it. You've got that locked in for the rest of the series. You'll never ban Lone Druid.
But I'm also wondering, are Yandex going to want to respond to the Drow with a Lone Druid?
They don't know yet either.
Yeah.
And they're not going to, so.
The information goes both ways then.
Well, they will play Lone Druid. I think they're just not picking into Drow, so that is something to consider. They will absolutely play Lone Druid, but I think it is a bad matchup. T said it. Lone Druid is bad against Drow, and so I think it's a bit weird to, in some ways, counterpick yourself. Caudle, I think, makes a lot more sense because you can play a lot on the stacks, and you don't have to lane. You can just sort of, Keza said earlier, you can just cheat the lane and then go play on stacks and not play into this super strong Drow early game.
But if you have a draft that is very pick-off based, if you're picking the Storms and the Caudles and those stuff, a later picks Lone Druid can always be in play. That's why I think LGD are now banning it out, because it's you have to respect the map play it brings. So a nice little bit of a bluff between both teams.
It's also, I think it shows, obviously Caudle is a very strong hero in the meta, so I don't want to overcomplicate it, but it's also that a lot of the Caudle partners are very good against Drow. When you think about what Caudle enables is he makes heroes good that are generally mobile, right? Your Embers, your Storms, your Queen of Pains, and Drow doesn't enjoy playing against these heroes. If you help enable people to keep running forward, which is generally what Caudle does. He makes your mid strong, he heals your team, you can keep going onto the Drow, because Drow just wants to keep her distance. She doesn't want anyone to be close to her.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool adjustment. Soxa is also just an absolute beast on the Caudle. It's been banned pretty much every other game that I've seen against Yandex. So when it goes through, I think you also want to pick this hero to remind them, hey, you still need to ban this, and that can actually free up other heroes later down the line because you've called their bluff and said you're going to live as Caudle. Okay, we're going to crush you with it, and then now we get other heroes in the future.
And it's such a cool Undying ban as well, because with the interview from Miro on BB, the guy who played the Undying into Drow, he was the one other offlaner that might be able to play this in the tournament is DM. So kind of Miro respecting the Undying, Caf of course respecting the Undying, and the kind of the new tech getting shown throughout Slam.
This Timber ban is also great. You saw them pick the Timber against the tree last time.
Yeah.
You learn from not your mistakes, but other people's mistakes. I think that's also one of the benefits of the Grand Finals we were talking about. If you've got more time to look, you've got more time to prepare, you see that tree into the Timber pick after, hey, we should keep that in mind. And they do, and now it's banned. These are little things you pick up that can have a really big impact.
I just really want to see Nature's Prophet again for Watson, right? The idea of pressure the Drow in lane, fight her in lane. Why aren't you going for heroes like Nature's Prophet that can bring this type of engagement?
Bane is a hero that we've seen banned in a lot of the other games, but of course, you've seen more games, you've seen more of the player-specific things and the heroes they want in specific matchups, but Bane for LGD here, quite good. It's always talked about, it's very good against the Caudle. You can follow him, you see him, you have night vision, you lane very well with Drow Ranger.
He was banned in all of the games in our lower bracket finals, every single one of them by both teams.
Very, very contested hero for a good reason.
Yeah, this lane is disgusting.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
And Coddle is also bad against this Bane hero, like as I said, so the lane is going to be hard. I don't think there's any hero that's going to make them win this lane. That lane is pretty much fried, and so you're playing for net worth, you're playing for stacking your triangle and farming there. There's already a dynamic there, the potential for LGD to be attacking the Yandex triangle because the safe lane is it's over. The safe lane is lost already.
I mean, I am overall then thinking, because if you're, I mean, LGD will likely look for their Theolicor hero here. He's generally like the range, follow-up damage, so this just fits right in the bill. But this double pick for Yandex is not super simple in my mind, just because the LGD safe lane is very, very strong. Like you can try to have like some, like even if you do some Largo +1, I don't love it very much, because I think even if you take those heroes, there's a Viper on 18 for LGD, which is very scary if you show your mid pick here.
Yeah, you kind of need to protect CJ. Because, like, Largo Storm, sure, it looks good on paper, but yeah, Viper, guess what?
Yeah.
Talon's very happy.
Like, maybe you could do some Lycan +1.
Oh.
Bring out the Wolf. It's at least one of the most gangster counters to Bane. Like, Bane hates this hero, like, so badly. Nightmare gets taken off, you just suck it up in literally every single team fight. Even if you buy a Ghost Scepter, he's gonna get a Nullifier later. You should have an okay lane because you're Bane Drow against Caudal Lycan, but in the game, this is ultra nasty.
Yeah, I mean, it is the kind of the zoo that I was hoping to see from DM in the grand finals, but I mean, LGD, they're kind of setting up nothing they've picked is, like, they're not hiding anything. They're kind of really saying what it is, and the Nature's Prophet I wanted to see from Awesome, pretty clear. They have a very strong read on what they're doing to the Drow. They're going to close this map in, shove the waves, bring the summons, hit the towers, just try and just choke LGD. And now they need to, like, I mean, if they played Kunkka in offlane or mid, that's the type of hero that I'm trying to see. Like, a guy who can just, like, like, play around me. I'm going to hold them off for just a bit. Please scale whilst I hold down the team fights and kind of protect the towers for a bit.
Yeah, Whisper's not played a lot of stuff like that this tournament. You could also see the Watermelon, but he hasn't played that, I don't believe.
Like Underlord as well. It's like you pretty much just need like the blob to provide a lifeline for Drow to then kind of play behind.
Yeah, it's you need to be able to answer this aggression. I think it's a good call on Watermelon Man. Tide has just always historically been ultra good against summons. The only thing is, while you're very good at like protecting your team and so on, he's not ultra mobile. You can't answer every single play. Like Nature's and Lycan still have a lot of like small moves. You know, you can aggress their safe lane tower. Maybe he TPs, suddenly boom, you can immediately go mid because he goes back to the gate. He ends up in his own lane. Now you attack other side. So there's a lot of gameplay interaction still to be had for Yandex here.
And LGD, they're relatively low damage, right? Of course, Drow with items and marksmanship can do a lot, but they're awkwardly waiting for this to happen. Luckily, their survivability is their friend. Like, just parking the tide will buy time. Just something to note with LGD, their last pick kind of needs to give a little bit of just movement. Otherwise, they are just hoping Yuma can get into the game at the correct time. And ban the Viper just to respect the tide needing to front line. Break would be pretty good.
Yeah, Yandex have options. Whenever it's mid versus mid last pick, there's a lot of mind games, and you need to think about, okay, what are the possible heroes we want, and what are their possible responses? The bans have to be very accurate, because if they're inaccurate, then suddenly there's a, oh, if we pick this, they're going to respond with this, and then you can have problems. And so before you even start banning, you need to understand what heroes you want for both sides. It's a mini game that I think is not played as much recently, because we don't see too many 23 mids, but it is, you got to be really careful here. And I think a lot of it is the mid's job to understand, okay, what do I want and what can I not play against? Because you'll understand that better than everyone else. And so there's a lot of responsibility on both players to communicate that properly and not just be like, oh yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you can't do that. You're getting cooked if that's what you're saying.
Are they playing Ogre in the mid lane, or what's happening here?
Yeah, Ogre is good.
Ogre, Magi.
I mean, then what are we thinking, like in terms of the overall, like
for
mid?
CJ, or because like
I mean,
CJ,
both even.
There's the Storm, the Ember for playmaking, utilizing the Cuddle, just jumping on Drow, and then of course the Zeus that we've seen rise up in popularity. CJ and of course Tai Lung have kind of shown us the strengths and weaknesses of the hero, but I think these are the three heroes I'm looking towards for him.
No Invoker ban.
It is a bit interesting.
Yeah, they split it instead. They took that TA.
I mean, there is definitely an option that Natures can go mid. Like, maybe this gives us a bit more info also on, you know, what LGD want. Obviously, you would only put Natures middle if he also has a good matchup there, and then you can get an even better matchup by picking a new carry for Watson.
This is the beauty and the luxury of where they pick Nature's Prophet on the side of Yandex.
I mean, Yandex would be, I would lean more towards the heroes that bring your plays a little bit more together, whether it's some Ember or a Storm, because like in Nature's Tree and Caudal, you don't have any lockdown. I mean, your best lockdown is Overgrowth or Sprout. So you've got some work to do on your last pick still.
I mean, LGD has at least announced to Yandex that they are worried about the Tide being able to frontline through the Viper, the TA, the Viper in the game, the TA in the lane. Like, they know the Tide Hunter is so critical for their lineup to function. So Yandex alone, seeing the bans, of course the heroes, they might of course start thinking, how else can we shut down this hero? The problem is like Gyrocopter and Ursa's, these anti-laning Tide heroes, they just wouldn't really enable Yandex's draft. It's just more of like a lane thing. I wouldn't want to kind of promote it due to the kind of the synergy of the other heroes. I prefer the Embers and Storms that we've already mentioned.
Yeah, still in the pool. They're really thinking about this one, which is good. You saved your time for a reason. It's really nice to be able to use that toward the end of the draft. That's why you don't want to blow it on the early picks, is it means the thinking toward the end, you have a little bit less time, and it can be a real problem. And you can misfire picks sometimes if you use too much time early.
Well, the Kesban is somewhat interesting. There's also some other heroes. Maybe it's just too difficult to do stuff like this, but like oh, this was definitely not what I was going to mention. I was thinking of like some Primal Beast. He has played this mid on Tai Long.
He has, yeah. But he still builds like he's the offlane. So it's not as if there's any new tech, it's just offlane Largo from the mid. Of course, earlier levels due to being mid. You are a blob that can frontline. Body for the drow.
Well, you're definitely not picking Ember now.
This is so strange. I mean, it's a really free Storm pick, I feel like.
Yeah,
now.
I think so too.
In some ways, I think you kind of just walked into it, because I don't think Largo is...
He doesn't interact with you at all.
He's not going to pressure you, and you've got a lot of plays to make on side lanes. You've got Coddle, gives you jump. Now, you're not going to have much team fight, but you're not playing off that. You're playing off of splitting lanes, off of picking people off.
Ooh.
Okay, so I thought about this, but isn't this bad against Largo because he just licks the stacks off?
I guess so. He definitely can. I mean, I guess you can still like kind of beat his ass in the lane anyway. Like you outrange him, and it also means he can never really use your Q for anything else.
Maybe it's also like the pacing, right? Like outside of the lane, like Monkey will farm, Largo will farm, but then Monkey plays the map a lot quicker than the Largo. Like you drag the TPs around. You already mentioned that Tide can obviously only ravage in one fight. So if Monkey's running like bottom, dragging the, oh sorry, technically top right there on Dire. So Tide then goes top. Then Monkey's like twin getting running bottom, like doing all these quick plays. But yeah, the lane matchup, I've never seen a Monkey versus Largo in the mid lane.
No, me neither.
I mean, I'm sure it's a draw at worst for Monkey King, and it's possible that you win the lane still. You do have very, very minimal team fight, and you've got triple right-clicking core, so stuff like Shiva's and people tanking up can become a problem eventually for Yandex. I don't think they have some like scaling eventuality. If anything, I think LGD's scaling is better. Yeah. The script is quite different from what I thought it would be.
It's just the fact that Yandex, they have, like you said, the physical scaling cores feel nice, but how do they kill heroes past 35 minutes, 40 minutes? Like once you are running into a farmed Largo and Tide Hunter, Yuma's going to be playing behind that kind of pocket, like hiding behind it. I am looking at Yandex to utilize their heroes to play into the game early. They need to do like the LGD style of play, like break down the lanes, get your Helm of Dom, play through the Lycan, utilize the fact that you have Watson and, of course, CJ on these type of heroes.
Yeah, like Yandex want to collapse and like take over like the entire map. LGD they're quite slow. Like they have two big blobs. Like both Largo and Tide don't like this stuff. There's a lot of abusable things that Yandex can go for. But if they don't get this done, like I really like both drafts. I think also LGD should be very happy. Like if Yuma gets to the late game, it's a pretty good Tide game if you don't get like destroyed early or you get jerked around the entire map, or they get like 1 or 2 silver edges where you die. So I think we're in for a game that's just going to be decided by gameplay.
Down to execution, down to that gameplay. That's what you want to hear for a game number 1 in a grand final. And the joy of having Yandex up against LGD, it means that we are going to crown a brand new Blast Slam winner.
How has Dota contributed to my life? The meme answer would be literally everything.
It's been my work, it's been also my social life.
Dota is something that has allowed me to live life more beautifully and more thoroughly, and for that I'm extremely grateful.
For me, Dota is my life. It's pretty much encapsulated my entire life the last 22 years or so, maybe even more than that.
The answer is shorter if I say what Dota hasn't given me.
Started as like escapism, knowing that you can go somewhere, and it really just feels like you aren't like worried by anything else happening in life.
It's also taken 80% of my soul, but I'm okay with that trade-off because I think I've gained a lot. I wouldn't redo it.
It is
so stressful to be a player. It's very hard to understand how much time, effort, and stress goes into being good at this.
The predominant feelings I felt when playing professionally, it's a very big investment. You make sacrifices to play at that level.
In the moment, you don't really think about all these extra things. You are just kind of living in the game.
And that's really cool. The feeling of like every click is perfect and you know everything that's gonna happen and everything you should do. Like it's a feeling, you can feel it in your hands.
There is so much more given from players and teams to be able to win something like a BLAST SLAM.
That moment of elation is just 100 million times better than anything you get when you're at home on a PC.
A lot of things that would go through my head when I was playing Dota, at least, is just try to play the best of my ability.
When you get out of the game, you're just pumped.
This is kind of like the final sort of step where you can get that reassurance as a team that everything's working.
To win a tournament like BLAST, it's a way to certify that you belong among these teams.
When they get older, they're going to look back at their trophy and really appreciate each and every one.
Winning Slam is amazing. You're winning a tournament. I feel like everyone that plays Dota is playing because they want to win.
Do you guys want to win BLAST SLAM 7?
The champions of this tournament, you're gonna win.
For this tournament, I think
we will get to see a different team get to claim the title of BLAST SLAM champion.
Indeed, we will. We'll get to see a different one this time around here at BLAST SLAM 7. Either going to be LGD or Yandex. Two, honestly, super entertaining teams to follow so far in this tournament, right, folk? They've both given us some pretty crazy long games, so I hope we're going to get some here today in this best of 5.
Oh, it's likely.
And we know both teams can be creative with the picks. And we're seeing it here in this draft from both sides, right? What do you want to talk about first? The Largo mid?
Right, probably is the biggest one that I think we can talk about, the Largo mid. I mean, Tai Lung's played it a couple times. He played it at least versus Liquid recently. He did okay, but they did not end up winning the game. He was laning versus an Invoker, so it does feel like a bit of a tougher matchup, but we'll have to see how he does and what he itemizes. I don't think you can deviate on this hero. Probably same items, right? Don't think he's going to go too far out of the ordinary, but looking forward to see how that matchup is going to be versus the Monkey King with the Jingoos. But there's so much to talk about, because Yandex, it does feel like they switched things up a bit too, right? This does not feel like the usual Chira Jr. that we do see. Likes to play a lot of these spellcasters, so looking forward to what he's going to do on the Monkey King. And this hero has struggled in times in the mid lane.
It very much feels like an all or nothing here in the mid.
It does.
But it does seem like a similar style to some of the mids he plays. Right, for example, we've seen him on like the Midnight Stalker, right?
Absolutely.
And I feel like that fits a very sort of similar pace as the mid Monkey King, because you're going to be up and down the map as soon as you can, trying to just be constantly looking for brawls. If you don't find them, you're going to fall behind.
Yeah, I feel... Oh, Chira already getting some good damage onto him here to start the lane off for Tai Lung. That'll be decent, at least getting him down to half HP. So I feel like this one also, like BetBoom, both teams are doing for their own type of drafting style, not fully counter-picking each other entirely, right? Sure, you can see that the Tidehunter pick was a very good counter-pick versus the Lycan and the Nature's Prophet in particular. But overall, both teams are looking to play their different styles, because one has lots of team fight, the other one has lots of splitting the map, farming, controlling tempo. So we'll see whose idea ends up working better in this one.
Yeah, I'm just really interested to see how this matchup goes in the mid. Indeed, as the panel talked about, obviously the Monkey King is against the Baylor hero. He's got to get the Jingu Mastery up, but once it's up, Tai Lung's going to be able to lick it off and get a little bit of a benefit for himself because he's dispelling that buff. So does that then mean that the Frog comes out on top? You were sort of thinking, no, still overall you think the Monkey King's still going to feel better because you're just going to be able to get the buff up more easily, then he's able to take it off you?
I think like 50-50 or maybe some slight advantage for the Monkey King. We'll have to see how they do play it, because Tai Lung, he is comfortable on this hero. He likes to play this in the matchup, so we'll see how he does with the anti-Jingu. You can see Chira is stopping his attack. Did he get it off in time? Doesn't look like it. Does have Jingu stacks on him to hit him again, but top DM.
There we go, first blood here. And Yuma might actually take a lot of damage here. Wolves are in on top of him.
He could go down.
He's in trouble. They're going to get both of them. Meanwhile,
Tai Lung gets mid, though.
Over in the mid, will find the kill. So Tai Lung able to play around the lick. Yeah, I think the first time around, cool. Taking it off before the Boundless came down, so Chira wasn't able to get the Boundless connection whilst he had the Jingu Mastery buff.
And he can just spam him. It actually ends up working pretty nicely
I think
here.
it's going to be kind of overwhelming. The damage from these early two spells between the Catcher Link and the Frog Stomp.
Theo, though, my goodness, action all over the place.
It's ticking off.
Hell yeah.
All 3 lanes kills already here in the first couple of minutes.
This is what we want to see, right? We know LGD, they love the kills, but Yandex will absolutely look to match that here. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this matchup will progress now that he does have a kill, right? You get this advantage. And we did see Tylung be able to force and get these type of early kills with his Zeus, right? He level 1 killed somebody yesterday.
Yeah, he can be a very aggressive mid in the right situations. And
he's fun to watch, that's for sure. And yeah, getting the early bottle does mean that he's going to be able to get the fill up. So Chira, since he doesn't go bottle on Monkey King, we'll see how he does make the moves around.
And what does this sort of mean for the dynamic of the team when you have the mid being the Largo? I imagine build, it probably doesn't change, right?
Yeah,
it's still going to be the same that you get from the offlane. It's just going to be a little bit accelerated.
It's just a team fighter, right? I feel like he's not going to play that style where, oh, I got to go jungle and get that item, right? He's just going to run around with the team is what it feels like to me. But he also can back up and farm if it's necessary, because this hero does farm stacks. Chira is definitely feeling that pressure elite. This is like, once it gets higher levels too, the cooldown is extremely low. So he will be able to dispel that Jingu every single time.
I mean, it's one of those things I wonder, you know, for Chira Jr. on the Monkey King. Top lane.
The Wolves
should be able to walk this off.
Yeah, the Wolves hurt.
Yeah, they can't quite push into him. Back in the mid. Ooh. Nearly another chance to take him down. He's got the salve, so he's going to be able to heal up. But I just wonder, how many times do you think Chira Jr. as a Monkey King has played against the mid Largo? Like, how common is this match?
Definitely not common.
It's not.
I feel like I haven't seen anybody else do mid Largo except for Tylung. Don't know if I can even check all that, but Saksa gets slept top. Can't get the connection onto him. This Lycan pick, we do have to talk about it as well, because it's not something that's been being grabbed too often, but I've been wanting to see something like this, some gap closers, when there's a first pick Drow, right? I think all of us have been kind of like, how is this first pick Drow working in some of these games? Because it does feel as if there should be
You've got to try something different, and yeah, and do indeed like the fact that Yandex absolutely are trying to apply a very fast approach with their lineup. It does feel risky, though, in that regard, right? If it doesn't go well for Yandex, if they don't get the ball rolling, things can get tricky.
Absolutely. But that's the kind of playstyle they're looking for with the Nature's Prophet pick, too, right? They're looking to overwhelm, surround this Drow Ranger in particular. Chira is starting to do better here. So even though he did die, starting to see the effect that he can have, since you can't always just lick it off every single time. It's actually low mana on Tylung, too. Does he have the Soul Ring coming? He does. Doesn't need that mana to be able to get these dispels.
I wonder if we'll see any sort of early support move to the mid. Probably could see... I mean, yeah, Whisper, he's kind of chill, right? If he's able to just pull waves. We'll see in the mid.
Cheer up.
It's good damage, and the wraparound is coming in. So there's going to be a +1 from the side of Theo Lecourt.
Off the mark.
Little off the mark with the push,
Still
but doesn't matter. The Acorn shot and the lick's in.
Oh, and that's super useful, too, versus the Treant Protector. Sure, you get this living armor from Global. That also just gets completely licked off as well, too. This is clever.
Lick's pretty strong this game.
Yeah, this is clever.
Top lane.
TP. Yuma.
It's good TP here from Watson. Nothing that Yuma can do.
They're going to play very fast tempo on the side of Yandex.
It is this sort of play that, again, it does feel a bit surprising. We just haven't seen more teams just kind of do this against these first pick Drows.
Yep.
Just have something that's going to be able to press the Drow lane and run something like this Nature's Prophet carry that can be that extra bit on top of it that has the potential to make the Drow's laning phase pretty miserable.
And also, just summons in general. I haven't seen many teams do this because it can be dangerous later if the Drow goes Aghanims, etc., right? But summons block the multi-shot. It's very effective in the early game. Like, you're trying to just multi-shot somebody and you do 0 damage because there's some Treants or Wolves standing in front of you, too. So, definitely feels like a pretty cool approach from Yandex. And yeah, this Nature's Prophet hero, right? We do have to mention Watson had a pretty ridiculous game the other day. What was it, 1,000 GPM or something? I think it was, or 900?
Yeah, he had like an insane Nature's Prophet game.
He went absolutely wild. So this hero, with the buffs that it's gotten recently, since you get the damage, for people that don't know, from the most recent patch, you get the damage from your Treants no matter where they are now. So it does feel very strong with that Spirit of the Forest. I think we were doing the math on it. It's like 50 damage when you get all your Treants out.
Because is that going to be enough of a fallback for Yandex? Say, you know, we get like 20, 30 minutes in, they're not dominating the game, it's slowing down. Can Watson be like, it's going to be fine, guys, I can carry this late game on my Nature's Prophet?
I do think so, yeah.
It's a pretty good insurance policy if they don't run LGD over.
And also, Yuma is struggling. Yeah. Just constantly getting ran at here.
As I said, this top lane setup with the fact that you can bring the Nature's Prophet in, it looks great. And they're using the pressure perfectly, just doing everything they can to get as many kills against Yuma in this laning stage.
He needs a moment. A lot of pressure coming in. Yeah, it's overall right to it. Their lineup is about this constant pressure. It's taking towers. It's taking objectives. They have heal as well, the sustain that comes in, not just from the Coddle, but the Jingu, all these little things. Same thing from the Treant Protector. So, yeah, definitely very strong here.
Oh, did we see it? Oh, he was trying to cut his tree.
He's trying for it.
Tylung. Keep the wave shoved in on the mid. They're still looking for Chira Jr. up in the trees.
They're applying a fair amount of pressure. He's starting to fall pretty far behind in terms of net worth. He's 1,000 behind the Largo now.
Yeah. No, I like this from LGD, right? They know that the top lane's kind of hard to save, so they're going to bring the Drow over towards the mid, put the pressure on.
That's cool.
Because whilst, you know, it kind of sucked getting pressured on the top lane, it's also going to suck for Yandex, right, if this Monkey King isn't going to get a good start to the game. He's already at the lowest on the CS. They're taking his tower away early, and as we say, right, we've seen a lot of mid Monkey King games fall apart pretty early when the Monkey King's not able to start getting the ball rolling. And
I think
it's not
all
going to be an easy game for Chira Jr. to find those players in the side lanes if LGD group up. And LGD, they're going to be grouping up pretty hard pretty early, right? Because they have a mid Largo and an off-lane Tide.
Absolutely. And yeah, we've seen, like you said, the Monkey Kings, if it doesn't win the lane, it starts to struggle to find opportunities to look for farm, because you did put 2 points in Jingu as well, so you don't have the max primal. He did save a couple points, so does now have 3 points in the primal spring to get that farm to catch up, so that will help him. But yeah, Chira's going to need some help to catch up.
Because this is the thing, right? This is the worry. At the moment, he's down there with the net worth of the supports. We've seen Monkey Kings struggle to climb back out of that area.
Absolutely. But that's where Watson, right? If he absorbs all that net worth. And he can get some really good items this game in particular. Can go Silver Edge versus the Tide Hunter. Since this Tide didn't really get to talk about the pick in general, this is an excellent counter pick versus the Lycan, as we've seen time and time again. Same thing versus the NP. But eventually, those breaks will come in.
Whisper able to play pretty safe down here.
And yeah, I really like that Yuma rotation. He loses his top tower, but it's of design. He can't go up there for the moment. Now he can start going back. Has to be careful up here, though. There's a lot of vision. That's something that we're going to see Yandex play around, because this time around, LGD, they don't have the best vision heroes in comparison. There's going to be wolves hunting, trees scouting, a treant scouting as well, too. So Yuma does have to be careful of his positioning.
Ooh, they'll be able to put a stop to the TP.
Whisper has a point for Ravage if he feels like he needs it.
Tylen's coming in to Watson. Doesn't look like he's going to receive any help.
Going down.
He's just dead. They're able to take him out. No need for the putting a point yet into the Ravage. They can keep the pressure onto the tier 1 tower.
Fish acquired. And still able to hold the skill point. Hold on to that Ravage, of course. Another tower. On the flip side, look at Yandex's positioning. So they are looking for Yuma here.
They do want to try and get something in return for losing the carry and losing the tier 1 on their bottom lane.
They're scouting his movement here. Malady might just go for the sneak.
He wants more than the courier, yeah. Who walks past that. Yuma's not going to expect this, so Malady can get the setup, but no one's really quite close enough to connect. We'll see.
NPTP.
Chira Jr. is trying to come across.
NPTP plus the wolves might just be enough.
Oh,
he sprouted him.
He sprouted himself. Okay, so make some treants, I guess.
I guess.
Well, Yuma's actually going to be able to get back to the tower. Whispers in. There's a Ravage at the ready.
Yuma's alive.
He's fine. Did he mean to sprout himself?
I don't think so, but it happened. And now Yuma.
Okay. Well.
Well, that was awkward. Well, that happened.
He didn't mean it. He must have double clicked it. Double-clicked it.
Something happened.
Well.
Yandex still trying to run DM. DD gets dispelled off. Whisper. Chasing forward for another one, but he can't get him.
King Jungles nearly gets the Nightmare on him.
Close.
All right, so good reaction there from LGD. They keep Yuma alive, keep the tier 2 perfectly fine.
And they get earn charges too, so they can heal him. Yeah, this was... I mean, there's no way he did that on purpose. It happens. And then also, I mean, Yuma gets the gust off. It hits Chira during the Primal Spring as well, too. So he would have died if like all of those things didn't happen. For sure. LGD will be very happy that Yuma survives.
A little sloppy there from Yandex, but for them, it's their first game of the day, right? So,
true.
Warming up.
True.
Here in game 1 of the best of 5.
Whisper also left a fish up there, too.
Here we go. This sprout doesn't miss. Watson's in. Catches Tai Lung. Ty's pretty beefy, though, so even though they get the connection, he's still able to run away.
And we have to mention, too, right, for Yandex, very limited lockdown on their team. It's going to be the Boundless Strike and the Overgrowth for a very long time, so that can happen a lot, right? We could see Yuma, we could see a lot of heroes just walk away in these situations. Theolicor, he will not walk away. Saksa is getting all the last hits. It's going to be a fast Holy Locket for him, but I think his cores are going to be a little sad. At least Chira, who wants to catch back up here. Level 6 hit for the tree. Actually, the first level 6 support, Malady. Very early that he does have this, and he's pretty farmed too. He almost has a drum. Pretty impactful. It is able to get licked off, of course, this Overgrowth, so have to watch out for that too in the mid game. As you said, a lot of different things that he can lick off.
LGD, where do they want to go next? They're going to check for the power rune.
They're stacking. It's a little difficult for them to make aggressive moves on their own. They're very good at responding to aggression, but until they have the level 6 on KJ, it does feel kind of complicated for them to just make a move on somebody here. And he is a bit low level on the Bane. Probably going to get 6 around that 14-minute mark.
And they know that there's heroes up here. Tylung and Theolicor heading over. DM's going to pop the ult.
He's got a creep.
Bushwhack's going to hold back Saxa. DM's going to turn his attention over towards Theolicor with the Boundless Strike. Does miss. Doesn't matter though. They still close in and kill off the Hoodwink, but the info and time is there for Tylung to safely get back.
DM is going to be very strong once he gets this Overlord as well, too. He's going to be one of the biggest threats for them, especially whenever Whisper's not there, right? If the rest of the heroes do not really address the Lycan very well. So it's going to be up to Whisper to control him.
Yeah, because Whisper's going to try and... He's going to go for this pretty early Ags, right? Just straight for the phase into the Aghanims before BKB, before Blink or anything else.
Yeah, and then eventually he'll get the shard afterwards, right? Versus the Lycan, I'd imagine, so pretty early.
It feels so good this game.
And he is getting boosted. Like, looking at the stacks that are being made, as much as this is a downtime in this game so far here, it's not been downtime from KJ. He's been putting in work for those stacks. So big money for Whisper here. That's going to accelerate. He's going to pretty much have it done after both these camps.
I mean, this is probably going to be one of the fastest tied Ags, right? Because it's not normally the first item, is it?
Which... How good is that when it's the first one where you only have 1 point in Gush? I guess he's saving some points so he can put more in it, but...
That is true. That's,
I don't think I've ever seen
Ags.
an Ags with level 1 Gush. Okay, so I mean, he's got points held. He'll definitely put more points in there, but that's kind of funny to see that. It works pretty good with their lineup overall, too. Like, the mobility, sure, it's there from the Lycan, but the rest of them, not really the most mobile heroes. And the Gush, it slows an absurd amount. 60% slow with that death talent.
Just sort of the combination, right, of the Gush and the multi-shot. So it's kind of like a match made in heaven there, right?
Yeah.
You got the slows, the armor, the physical damage.
Malady sees Yuma. Yuma is relatively low HP right now, too.
Oh, yeah, bringing it. Yeah, bring in Watson. He won't miss the Sprout this time. Well, if he can get in range.
Can't get in range.
Can't get in range, so won't have the chance to miss the Sprout this time.
Yuma, I felt like he was definitely going to die there.
I mean, it's pretty big that he gets away from that sort of attempt.
It feels like 2 times that he probably should have gone down. The Yandex does not get the kill there, but Watson's still top of the net worth. Where's DM sending this creep? Okay. I was wondering what he was doing with this one, but I guess he's just farming some random camps. Interesting.
Okay.
Not the best creep anyway. He's getting a new one.
Yep.
And yeah, the Axe, it is done. So Whisper, he's got 3 points. They do find the catch onto Watson.
And that's a huge one. Killing Watson off top net worth right now. Tylung and Theolicor. A successful hunt from him.
How'd they find him there? I guess they just knew because he was still up there from earlier. Just had that frog stomp to control him completely. Tylung's making the Largo look pretty good right now in the mid lane.
There we go.
Honestly, I like it more than in the off lane so far.
I mean, so we're not big fans of the Largo off lane, so that's it's not a hard sell, but it's indeed looking good in mid.
Might build a setup for Chira as well.
Oh, they've got the lick. Let's get a bushwhack. But yeah, I don't know if you pointed out, but indeed he did spend all the
points.
Had,
yeah, so that's good.
It will be an Ags with the maxed out Gush ready to go here for Whisper.
Their team fight is super strong on the side of LGD, but as we were saying, Yandex, they're not really looking for team fights, not with this draft, until they have more items, way more, in particular on the Monkey King too.
Okay.
Their draft is more about just splitting the map, looking for these individual pickups, and going for straight objectives, because it's a Lycan and a Nature's Prophet. These are just straight up objective takers, those buildings, Tormentors, Roshans. KJ now has 6, so for him, it's much easier for him to set up around the map now. And the duo, Tylung plus Theolicor, they're just moving around together, looking for these kills. They have a lot of damage between the two of them here. This is a very good window here for LGD.
Ooh. And in the mid, under the tier 2, they're able to catch Chira Jr. and they burst him.
And they get the Gush on him, so a nice little fish falls for later on if he does find it.
He'll get his Deso done.
Okay, but he is bottom of the cores by a pretty, like, 1K more. Not easy for him.
It really does feel like one of the more volatile mid picks, the Monkey King, and some of the mid Monkey King games that we've seen. And this was a last pick, right? So I just wonder how much kind of the rarity of the situation for Chira Jr. being against a Largo mid plays into this, whether he might have got baited by thinking it's a melee hero, it's going to be an easy lane. It didn't end up being an easy lane for him.
No, it's actually quite interesting because it also makes their lineup pretty much all physical damage. And sometimes when your lineup is full physical, the enemy team can just itemize for it very easily. It makes it much easier for you to just go for like Ghost Scepters, any of these smaller type of items to just counter this full physical.
Yeah, I mean, just as the carry as well, Yuma Wright is going to have super high agi, so armor's going to be pretty good on him.
Yeah, so this can run into some pretty big problems if they do start falling behind too much in this game. So because they don't have a great team fight, and they'll be all physical.
Well, they got it is pretty much
it's just overgrowth.
Overgrowth from Wukong's command.
Exactly, so those, sure, if you can synergize them perfectly, it can work pretty beautifully, but it's definitely difficult to do so. They're going to smoke with this Desolator.
They need to start getting some action with this Deso.
They're not finding kills. They're not getting the scout that they ideally would want.
Because Whisper's the one that shows in the tier 2, but do you really want to go on a tide near a tier 2?
Nope. Not until possibly like a Silver Edge, or if you can fully surround him, sure, inside of a Wukong's, but it's complicated.
I mean, this move's kind of just ended up avoiding LGD entirely.
KJ, he is going to get hit by the wolves. The shard is online, so he needs help. These wolves just decimate supports when you get the shard. What is it called? High Wind, I think it's High Tail. Yeah, High Tail.
That's a lot of damage.
You can't do anything as a support. It's super annoying.
He'll get the help from Yuma just in time. And Yuma, of course, looking to deal with the summons, is going to go for the Ags. And he's about halfway there.
Makes sense this game. Doesn't want them to just block everything, and they are going to split pretty effectively too once he is able to get his connections. Slow-paced game, 8-6. I think Yandex ideally wanted to get a lot more of these kills early on. I feel like LGD hitting a pretty good power spike here. The Kaya-san just finished for Tai Lung. Whisper, as you said, Ags is done plus Blink.
Chira Jr.
Just got to be careful.
It's in a scary part of the map. Might just go for King Jungles.
Yeah,
quick
just
ult and a Boundless Strike.
Wants a Deso stack for sure here. Can he get himself out is the question. His team is coming to assist
No, he's
him.
up here in the trees somewhere.
Do they have any distillers? They have one more distiller. So Theolacor can look for him.
Ooh, Whisper's going to try with the jump. Chira Jr. step ahead. He'll get away with this. Gets the kill, gets out.
Nice move. A big one. Gets a Deso stack, important for him. And Watson is farming like a beast. He is accelerating faster and faster than this Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might have sort of gotten to the point where he is not going to be too hungry. The temptations of TPing into action now.
Sure.
Watson's in just full farm mode, at least until he has the BKB.
Because that's the right, look, we always mention, when you're playing versus a team that has more team fight, the BKBs can just be that answer in a lot of situations. So DM also just sending the dragon in, being very disruptive. All right, interesting.
I mean, 250 gold.
If they get it.
If they kill it.
He's got another gush, they should.
All right.
Like, they should.
Well.
Meanwhile, mid does get the overgrowth off. Does he have backup? He
Chira is here to try and help out.
Tai Lung.
Get in onto Tai Lung, build up the Jingu, quickly taken off by the catchy lick. TP him from Watson, he'll get the Sprout down, but Tai Lung's able to cut his way out. Boundless Strike down onto the Largo, he's under the tower, he's running away, but the wolves are upon him.
Massive
They bring
kill.
Tai Lung down and can get the pressure onto the tier 1.
Malady lives the whole time too. They try to go for this aggressive play. It doesn't work. They can pretty soon go into Roshan. It is going to be shifting, so maybe not immediately, but very quickly here we could see Yandex set up for that one.
And Malady getting some nice early deep vision down.
Super early here.
That they will not expect one bit.
Dude, Malady is insanely farmed. He's got this drum, he's got the Tumbler's Toy, which is probably one of the best neutral items for Train Protector because you can jump in like over these tree lines. And he's going to have Blink very early. So
I mean,
that could
both their supports are in pretty good position. Right?
Yeah.
Sax is well on the way to the 4 staff on top of the Holy Locket. Yandex got the space to go for the Tormentor.
They're getting the objectives now that they wanted to be able to hit. So even though they didn't get those early 2 kills that they perhaps missed on Yuma, they are getting these timings coming together here. And KJ, he did use a Fiend's Grip on a creep, so they do know that it's still on cooldown for some time. And they have to be careful on the side of LGD how they make
I mean, if they get
moves.
away with this...
There's no way that Yandex doesn't contest.
Okay, so they'll actually look for the smoke move first.
Toxa should catch him here. Nice move. And maybe with that, they can go for the Roche. They do have the gush. I mean, they've got the high physical.
But now they're going to be pretty aware that LGD's in this area, and this sort of move's likely. So surely there's going to be some temptation to try for a steal, or can you just not try?
Running in without the coddle, without your healer versus this Tide Earner versus all this big team fight, perhaps they do just have to give it up here.
I mean, yeah, this is pretty big news for LGD right there.
Smart
They're
move.
5k down here, 21 minutes in, but they've just killed a support, and apparently are able to get the freedom to go into the Rosh and get this Aegis.
Very heads-up move. If they don't kill the coddle, there's no way they can just walk in and do that.
They're going to be blasting, they're going to be able to set up with the 5 of them, but
exactly.
5k gold down, doesn't matter. Aegis and Drow and the Roshan's going to be theirs.
Cheer does get a good bound as Watson's turned up.
Tylon, you can get out of the river here. Big damage coming in from the Nature's Wrath, but
they are very
fine as he heads over to the rest of his team.
DM is charging in.
Trying to send the summons onto King Jungles.
He's got the Ghost Scepter.
DM wants to continue to move forward. King Jungles should be in trouble, and indeed
deleted.
Ripped apart here by the summons. The rest of LGD back under the tier 2.
Oh, Cheer. Whoopsie. Okay, there we go.
Be a bit too far for them to dive, so they'll settle with the support kills.
These BKB timing is going to be super strong from Yandex as well. Watson's farm continues to be absolutely crazy, just like he did the other day on this.
Yeah, he's really starting to get quite far ahead of anyone else in the game.
And Chira is very close to having his BKB too, so then you won't have to worry as much about getting licked. And once levels do come out, there are talents that can actually assist you pretty well versus this Largo too. The 20 talent, most people don't like to take it anyway. The Jingu Mastery Undispellable, but could be an option if he does feel like he needs it.
Okay. And in terms of the build, are you all right with this game? Because
which one?
The item's pretty key for both of these heroes. The fact that the Tide and the Largo are both going for the Shivas next. Or do you think there's a chance
I think Whisper will change
might reconsider?
I think Whisper is going to have to know.
He's going for Yules now
and
instead.
I think this is smart because he knows that the Silver Edge is going to come out. He knows absolutely they're going to build one pretty early in this game, so I think he does need that deterrent so he doesn't just get broken and killed. He'll be able to use himself, protect himself as well too for a bit more time.
Yeah, and as we saw, Dailang, he's going to be able to get the Shivas online relatively soon, about 1,400 gold until he has it done.
So they are looking to just build all this physical resistances as we're seeing. The Ghost Scepter from the Bane as well to protect. 6k lead now for Yandex, getting more and more of this vision controlled. Like you said, these wards, Malady's placement that he's been able to do, it's giving so much info. They kind of know everywhere that LGD is because of this. Between the Shard and those Obs wards that he's placing, and the Wolves, and the Treants, right? There's just 50 different vision tools that they do have.
Now these Wolves, they look pretty annoying.
They are. It's Bane's nightmare, literally. Smoke up. LGD want to get something accomplished here with this Aegis. They want to look to force a fight. They also do have the Yules and the Shard on Whisper. So he did switch the build up, and now he has the grab versus the Lycan at least.
Yeah, his build's pretty good timing now on the Tide. Got stood out of the trees.
Got BKB.
And he's got a BKB and run. The ult
bottom
come out from DM.
KJ.
Watson
shows his face.
And Ghost will not save him. The blast comes in from Saxa.
Pretty split up now. This is what Yandex wants to play like, right? They see the 4 of the mid. They're like, okay, we're just going to dodge, split up the map. Watson will just continue to get that farm and get closer and closer toward that Silver Edge, which is the big timing for them to just try to kill that Tide and force a fight with the BKBs. So Yuma, they wanted to get something big done here with this Aegis. They at least forced Chira to pop a BKB, but they wanted to get more.
They're going to try and see if they can find anyone back on their side of the map.
Oh, they're looking for Chira again. He does show himself, and BKB is CD.
Watson would be the huge catch, but Watson's going to see them.
He just pops it immediately.
Yeah, BKB
no
TP.
hesitation. I like that. Like, no hesitation BKB. Just in case of things. He doesn't know if there's going to be like a blink ravage point blank or something, so.
Oh, and that's quite a nasty little snipe there. Malady able to get the Courier of Humor, and that had the rest of the Hurricane Pike on.
That is pretty massive, yeah. These two timings for the Drow are pretty important. The Pike and the Manta, right? The Dispel versus the Overgrowth. Also a way to distance himself from the Lightning.
They're going to try for Whisper. He's gone out pretty far on the bottom lane.
Oh, he uses Ravage. He has the gem. He's got to get out.
He's got Blink up in a second.
If they kill him, that is devastating.
He's got the Blink.
Yuma will find a catch on Malady.
His TP's still on quarter. I mean, they don't know where he's gone.
Okay, he sneaks away.
Oh my goodness, he gets the gem out of there. Away from the
private gem.
Them.
That would have been brutal if he lost this gem, because they just picked it up to try to fix the vision that's going on.
Yeah, well worth the ravage there to keep that safe.
Unless he dies here for it.
They're still keeping the walls around him.
Okay, it will survive. That's worth it. It looks kind of clowny, right? Popping a Ravage like that, but to protect your gem, absolutely. See if Yandex looks to punish the fact that that is on cooldown here. BKBs are down for about 20 seconds on Watson, but when it comes back up, they could look for a fight around this. LGD. Aegis is getting reclaimed in about 10 seconds here.
Yeah, Watson's going to have pretty insane damage.
He has it done already.
Yeah, that fire ahead, and this wave will give him the silver edge.
And I'm curious to see how the Largo is going to progress, right? We saw his early game, pretty solid. He's going to have his Shivas finished up too. See how it progresses after that.
Yeah, both him and Chira Jr. are pretty similar point in net worth.
And it probably feels pretty good as a Monkey King to be at this point after having a little bit of trouble in the lane.
As I say, we've seen many a Monkey King fall way further behind than Chira Jr. is.
Tai Lung. It's a lot of physical.
Easy block off. And absolutely, any time that Watson TP's in now, he'll very quickly help them pick up the kills. They will find the Earlicore also under the tier 2.
This physical damage, even though they are itemizing to do, it's overwhelming.
It is a lot.
AC, Hal, Deso, what are they sitting at? Minus 18 armor? At least in most of these situations. Even the Largo looks kind of squishy. Did not have the Shivas just yet.
Go for the tier 2.
Yandex accelerating things again here. Around these BKBs, they know that the Ravage is on cooldown. And they back up. Saksa yet to fully commit for the build, but he is queuing up the Orchid at the moment.
Whisper's making good progress on the Hex.
I wonder if Saksa will actually go for this or go for something like an... It sounds... We haven't seen it purchased as much anymore, but the Aghanims, because he's playing for the Bane versus the Bane, who eventually will get the Ags also. And then you can just put the Ignis down, and it's impossible for them to Fiend Script. We'll see which one he does commit for, because I'm trying to think why he would want the Orchid fully. Of course, versus Largo, it's fantastic and the supports, but versus the Tide and the Drow, doesn't really make sense. So we'll see what he commits for.
Yeah, he's gonna have the time to consider switching it up.
Chira, progression continues for him also, about to have his Harpoon, so we'll be able to distance himself away as well. LGD, Ravage is back up, but a 10k lead now has been claimed for Yandex. They are avoiding Ravage team fights, and they're getting a lot on the map.
But at the same time now, LGD, it feels like they're not necessarily looking for Ravage team fights, right? They're not really looking for much at all.
I think they're having difficulty dealing with lanes. There's just Treants, Wolves. There's constant pressure on these lanes that they have to deal with. So I think it's just difficult for them to just look for the fights in particular.
So you think they're not necessarily happy that they can't have the luxury to look for the fights? Like, you think they would ideally want to be doing something with these Ravages?
I would think so with a Largo Tide. Like, I know the other, like yesterday, right, they had the Zeus that scales infinitely, but I don't see the similar thing for the Largo in particular. It does feel like it's going to end up being the Drow versus a triple core lineup at some points with the healing sustain, so I'd imagine they want to get a little more out of the map here now, since things have just started to get pretty Yandex favored in terms of how much they're just playing the economy game.
And he'll commit for the Orchid. So the Orchid's here for Saksa.
Okay. And pre-Ags on the Bane does have, of course, great merits. And yeah, versus the Largo, it is super effective. So that's probably what he is thinking. It's just going to shut down Tai Lung completely.
Chira Jr. is looking at Whisper, but he is on his own. Of course, Watson can join, but probably not going to want to do anything about that Tide.
Dangerous when they know he has the Yules too, right? So they have to be pretty clean how they do commit for it. Yandex looking for a fight here.
LGD's around, so looks like that they're now in a position where they will try and fight back. They are 10k behind.
See if Yuma can keep his positioning safe in particular, because if they do surround him, he is very dead, and they have great ways to do so. Malady continuing to just scout. He's being super annoying on this tree and protective, and he's progressing to components of the Aghanims.
And we are seeing each and every time, you know, it's kind of hard for DM to not feed the Ancients because they just get dead in the water by the Tide, and that easily sets them up for Yuma to kill them. So
30
very
minutes.
easy 250 gold when they do get sent forward.
LGD preparing for the Tormentor. Should just be able to get this one. Yandex don't want to commit into a 5v5 fight again either.
Super quick here with the damage from Yuma.
And they're just playing for the lanes, playing for that farm on the side of Yandex, as we are seeing even Malady, like we said. He's going to get the Ags pretty soon.
The timings are there, but it never, you never really know where Yandex is going to go with this sort of lead, right? Because they are
do
pretty
like
much
to get
the
big
classic
leads.
team that builds the lead and then, you know, they might not be shutting this game down for another 30 minutes.
True. And LGD is one of the teams that have shown very good stability of coming back versus these.
They are good in the late game.
They are.
Absolutely, no, yeah.
It's prime element for them. You know, I was actually talking to a couple of them, and they were, you know, this overthrow kind of style gameplay when it gets to late game, that's where they thrive. Like we used to say about the SCA teams, that's where SA thrives too. So Whisper, Hex is done for him now too.
He's super farmed on this Tide. I feel like this is every game as well, pretty much on Whisper, right? He's one of those offlaners that just finds so much out of the map.
It was a fantastic pick for the Tidehunter too, right? It's all physical damage.
Looking for another aggressive play here, Yandex.
Trying to catch them split up here.
Tai Lung.
He's
probably going to die pretty quickly. They'll use the overgrowth, and LGD will not. Well, I said they won't send anyone else. They're going to try and bail Whisper out because Whisper's in trouble.
It's overwhelming physical.
Jira Jr. jumping forward. Ooh, okay, the grip comes in.
It's deep.
Yuma's going to be able to turn. They're bringing Watson down low, but they can't quite kill him. Sprout out onto Yuma. Yuma's trying to finish Watson off. The sharpshooter comes in. They will finally bring him down, but it's cost them the 3 lives. Tylung's bought back for this. Jira Jr. diving the base, killing off Theo Lacour.
Yandex is playing their draft beautifully to perfection. The lanes are just always in this rough position where LGD has to go back up, address lanes, and then they do get picked off because of it. They're getting split up over and over here. They do get Watson.
Well, I know that it mattered, but somebody cut the tree that Chira Jr. was on.
I didn't see what it was.
No. Well, we'll see actually here. Who cut it? Didn't matter, of course, because they still took the fight. They lost Watson, but the fight's still very much theirs.
This was beautiful setup here.
And at this point, it was just, you know, look how much damage Whisper's taking. It's super farmed on the Tide, but
they have minus 18 armor. So yeah, he's farmed, but he goes down to 0. Huh. Not sure. Either way, big fight win for Yandex. They back up. They also are able to get the Roche now too.
17k lead now for Yandex.
I feel like they are just playing this draft beautifully, and Watson has continued to be super farmed, and we perhaps are seeing some of the struggles of the Largo again too, where they are just playing beautifully around it. They're scaling around it too, and this hero can just get caught pretty easily versus all the information that Yandex has. Pretty massive lead now at this point. Aghanims, it's there for Malady. He's queuing up Blade Mail, so he knows he can just stand in the face potentially of that Drow. Hey, what?
Oh, Gust.
But it still looked weird.
Because he was like broken before he landed on it, right?
But yeah, that's how it works though. They cut the tree before if you land, so
you're right, yeah. So just the Gust pushing the DMs creep onto it.
Ag's done. This tree Ags has looked pretty broken.
Yep.
KJ has been caught in the tree. And Soxa kind of just solo kills him.
Well, easy for Saxa there.
That's also what the Orchid gives you, right? They're able to solo kill
easy
people.
solo kill potential, yeah, Saxa.
No, you don't look at that. Don't look at the Nature's Prophet ult. It was a Soxa solo kill.
He did his solo. He didn't need the carry. Talking about the carry, Watson's pretty much got the Daedalus done.
They are truly...
Next item flying out very soon here.
And look at the positioning of these lanes. Every single time I think I've looked at the map, they just can't get it past the river on the side of LGD. There's summons everywhere. Summons, Wrath of Nature, just everything being thrown out there. And Chiro overall has made a fantastic recovery in this game too. He essentially has the Scotty finish now too. And even these tanky heroes, even the Tide, not having the armor now at this point, it's a concern for him. Right? That's maybe why Whisper wanted the Shivas too.
He took a lot of damage.
He died
very quickly.
A couple seconds. He could just get exploded in a stun plus a Silver Edge. Butterfly is finished up for Yuma, so he does have this very good timing. It's just everything around him that has started to really fall apart.
And just the fact that, as it seems, it's pretty impossible for these carries to keep up with Watson when Watson's on the Nature's Prophet.
I think this hero is probably going to see quite a bit more play. It feels like it's super strong in this turret meta. Just you're able to show up to every single fight and you just get so much damage from these treants.
And seeing how they were playing it as well, I really like it. Against these Drows, you just TP into the lane and add a +1 to taking the Drow down in the laning stage.
I think the
Lycan
plus NP picks, right, is really clever when you're playing versus the Drow. That's why, I mean, we've been saying so much. There's no way this first pick Drow can
It's got to be countered.
It's got to be countered, and we are seeing Yandex with the concept versus it. Not only that, but also, right, we have to mention the Howl. Forgot to mention that early. Attack damage reduction. All these things really do add up in these team fights.
Yeah.
Even the Monkey King too, right? Wukong's
Yeah,
plus 25
doing
armor.
great. As I said, I think, you know, you can't understate like how easy it is on the mid Monkey King to just completely lose control of the game when you know, he lost his tower 7 minutes in.
And now he does
so many
have
Monkey
everything.
Kings have faltered. He is absolutely huge now at this point. Skadi picked up. Very nicely played after not an easy start to the game for Chiro Jr.
Pretty damn good Skadi game too versus the Drow, right? Versus the range, just the extra slow you get, super good. And he is insanely tanky now in the Monkey King too. The damage, it's pretty much all the Drow now at this point. All up to Yuma.
Yeah.
I don't want to see him go too defensively. I feel like I want to see him go just for the crit probably now at this point.
I would agree. I feel like the Daedalus is going to be more tempting than the Satanic. Especially if you've got the Shard, right? He's going to be sat back on the high ground defense, and they've just got to have the damage to hold them back. And between a Gush and a multi-shot from the Drow, that's a lot to try and push into, even if they are as far as ahead as they are. The high ground hold can still be pretty formidable from LGD, despite the fact that they're so far behind right now in the gold.
And they do have the Ag's Fiend's Grip, but KJ sold his Ghost Scepter for it. So now he's super vulnerable. He could just die to the summons in seconds there. So we'll see what Yuma does go for, because I can understand the want for Satanic, because he's playing versus this Tree Overgrowth. There's a lot of different mini disables and all that. So if he uses Manta wrong and he gets Overgrowth, he's screwed. So that's probably why he's thinking the Satanic.
I mean, imagine now with the fact that the Axe is there. So in terms of an answer to that, is it just going to be Malady saving the Blink Overgrowth for when he sees someone getting Fiend's Grip? Because that will stop it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was what I was telling you in the back.
So
I think the Tree is one of the hardest counters to a Bane Axe.
Yeah, it pretty much, like, he'll save it for that every time, ideally, right? Yeah. That's going to be the thing that Malady is thinking about the most.
Either does Drow click Manta? If Drow clicks Manta, you blink Overgrowth it. If does Bane go for Fiend's Grip, you can blink Overgrowth that. Yeah. So it does have multiple different options. The lead just continues to grow, and LGD cannot get out of the base versus all these summons. It all just continues getting forced in.
Because, yeah, that does sound pretty scary, especially when this Blade Mail's out, as you say. If he blinks in Overgrowths, Blade Mails, what do you do?
He's going to have 5,000 HP hitting you. Yeah, I don't know. This Triax definitely, I was not thinking it was going to be this strong, but it does look absolutely insane. And he got it at a very good timing this game. Malady, the supports in particular for Yandex have played this game quite beautifully. Soxa, 6-1 and 8, the first pick Coddle.
Yeah, I think one of the things that might have sort of held back the potential of the Triags is I feel like when it came out right and everyone was doing it as like a core, right? They were like, I'm going to play offlane Tree, go some like Echo Ags build, and then they weren't winning games. So it was like, this is terrible. When in reality, you just got to play support Tree and slowly get the Ags. You don't need to rush it, because whenever you do get it, it's going to feel good anyway. You don't need to have the priority farm to still have a good time with the Ags.
You're super tanky, and you have reduced cooldown. Your ult goes down to 60 seconds, so you can take every single team fight. It is insanely strong. And I hope I get to see him with a heart, because then he'll have like 10,000
the strength then.
Top lane, Whisper.
Oh, it's a lot of damage for Whisper to take.
He's just had, it's way too much for him to deal with.
They kill him so quickly. That's a big concern for LGD, losing their tide that easily.
Yandex is just completely controlling the map.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to step outside for LGD.
Huge lead, coming up to 30k. I said, well, this is classic Yandex. They get the game into sort of this position and not a whole lot you can do. Because I feel like we've obviously seen them do this a lot of time, right? They haven't lost any of these games, right, where they get this huge lead.
Don't believe so, no.
No.
We've seen LGD turn some of them, but I don't know about with a mid Largo and a Tide, right? This does feel like they've kind of already hit their timings, and their timings just, it never hit.
Yeah.
Yandex is just way ahead of them on every single one of them, and they're progressing while
tough, yeah.
The only hero that's progressing on the side of LGD into this later stages, it's Yuma.
It's I mean, yeah, the mid Largo look fun in the lane, but maybe in D-Min you're just still not going to be a big fan of the Largo, even if it's in a different capacity than the offlane.
Yeah.
That we normally have it. Yeah.
So he does.
It just, I feel with like some of these players, it's just like you feel like you're limiting their capabilities, right? Tylung, he's so flashy.
Imagine
he gives us all that pop jumping around, and now he's just running around playing a bit of Guitar Hero.
It was banned.
You know,
a lot of heroes were targeted.
Banned, but you know my point. It's like when you see these players play Largo, it's like there's something missing.
You know what, though? You won't see it again, especially on this best of 5, I imagine. This could just be one of those like tests,
try it out.
And you're like, you know what? Never gonna do that again.
And they might still make a comeback. You know, who knows?
High ground defense, if they can get the Ravages, if he can get Refresher. Always potential, as we said. We've seen LGD turn things. But Yandex, They're just getting, they're getting so much. Sox is another core.
They're farming literally every corner of the map.
Every single
Everything that's on the map, they're taking.
And they can't get punished. The problem is LGD, they cannot go outside and hunt because there's just all 3 waves running into their faces every single time and an Invis tree who's scouting them out.
20 seconds in the courier will be back up, so he'll get the Reaver at least that was sniped. So we'll have the Satanic on Yuma.
And I guess we could say I was going to say the good news could be that Watson's going to hit critical mass at some point very early, but he can switch items around and he can still get quite a bit of growth.
I mean, is this coming up to the same farm speed in that Nature's Prophet game the other day, or is that
it's pretty close.
Actually is getting up
I think he was at 9, I didn't get the check, but he was at like 960 if I was not mistaken.
Okay.
He's at 880 already.
Yeah.
SCR looks very good.
Yeah, especially in Watson's hand.
Yeah.
He has absolutely mastered the Nature's Prophet carry here.
Even though he's like 3 and 3, right? It's not like something too crazy.
Yeah, it's just how much farm he's getting. It's like he's that farmed that it doesn't really matter that he's died a few times because he's that much. He's pretty much 2 items ahead. He's that far ahead. Doesn't matter if he made some mistake. He's still going to be a big problem.
And perhaps with this this treant change, right? The fact that you can just use your treants to scout and then you're just farming and getting bonus damage seems pretty ridiculous. Yuma.
He's stepping pretty far out here. And you're caught by the Hex. The Overgrowth comes in. He's caught in the middle of the Wukong's command. He'll be able to slide his way out of the Sprout.
They've got no damage.
Ravage comes in. Yuma trying to heal up and stand his ground. A second Ravage here as well.
Is it enough?
Whisper. It's a fair bit. They're able to take out the 2 of them. Malady jumps back in. The Hex is there again, so Yuma will still fall. I mean, LGD, they don't come out of that empty-handed. But still
if they're all in,
getting the upper hand. They'll lose a 4th as Thailand goes down. Only Whisper gets out. It wasn't a bad effort to fight back around the double Ravage, but it's just a little too little, a little too late.
Exactly. And that was their all-in fight. It was pretty much absolutely everything. They spent all their gold for the fight. The Satanic was purchased right before it, too. They get 2 of the cores, but Watson is just free hitting. Same thing for the 2 supports. I mean, 2 supports. Soxa is a core.
Oh, yeah.
Malady kind of is, too.
They'll be able to take out.
Probably 2 sets.
And then Brax move up to the top. Yes, pretty much still a minute without the 2 cores.
Whisper. Silver Edge is not up. Do they have enough damage without it?
Be able to force him out the Sprout. It's going to be fine for now. Tailung's going to use the buyback. He's going to TP in super aggressively. They'll get the sharpshooter onto Malady. He'll pop the Overgrowth and run.
He has 5,000 health.
They've got him with the lick.
Grip.
The Fiend's Grip as well onto Watson. Have they got any damage to throw at the Nature's Prophet, though? They do not.
Malady's owning them.
Watson's fine, and Malady, yeah, he's still half HP. And half HP, obviously, when the old buff is up, it is like 2,600 HP, so he's not dying.
And it's a Tailung buyback. Loses all the progression he was starting to make. They do hang on to the second rack at the least, though.
Buys time for Yuma to get back in the game. Nearly a 40k lead here for Yandex.
And Watson's got 10k, so can choose whatever he wants to go for here. The Ravage, it does connect nicely on the 2 cores, but on the other side of the fight, Watson's just cleaning up.
It was just a bit of an awkward trip out onto the map there. I think it was just in an effort to try and find the power rune, but it meant that Yuma was heading in first. Potential, as we saw here with the double Ravages. You can only imagine if they... Honestly, if they're able to set this sort of fight up and just wait and do it from the high ground, they might have actually been able to cook something up a little bit better.
As long as they can have Yuma in a better position, because that looked very dangerous at the start of things there.
40 seconds until they'll have the double Ravage.
Uh-oh.
Again.
The OP talent has been hit. Not as OP as it once was, of course, but still pretty busted. These treants do an insane amount of damage to it. Ooh. Amp damage for Watson and a strong dispel now for Soxa. So I'll try to keep track of him shockering and dispelling perhaps Ravage, even. Or Fiend's Grip. That's actually pretty insane. That kind of hard counters the Bane Axe, too. You can just chakra it. I didn't think about that one.
Someone's got to find the cotton in these fights.
Yeah, that usually is the case.
Sort of guaranteed to get him into the Ravage, right?
Yeah. I think that's usually the case, right? We did see the way LGD addressed the Coddle in the earlier series, and it was just all in, jump him in the initial start of the fights. But their heroes just don't really have that concept this time around, right? Last time it was a Timber, a Kez. They had all these mobility heroes to get to the back line. This time it's much more of a stagnant lineup.
4 minutes with the Sages. We'll see if they want to
41,000.
push. As we know, though, and as we know that Yandex know, they've got the luxury.
They're chilling.
They don't have to push.
Nope. They're probably looking. Malady's probably like, guys, I almost have my heart. Let me get it. Then I'll have 8,000 health.
unironically, I think that's exactly what's happening.
He also
He's
has a
like,
fresher
let me
shard
get
too.
the heart before we finish this game.
Yeah, and Watson has... He can literally get to the 8-slot point at this point.
He's like, let me get the moonshot.
Yep.
And still have the buyback gold on top of it before we try and end this game.
Yeah, because LGD...
Because why not?
They can't step outside. If they do, we saw what just happens, right? They do get maybe 2 cleanup kills, but they do lose the fight drastically. Yandex's playing this pretty clean overall, missing a couple kills early, as we said, but overall, the draft design is functioning.
Yeah, and honestly, it's kind of refreshing to see, right, that Drow first pick,
it gets answered.
You're not getting away with it.
Yeah.
Because so many times teams have been getting away with it. Yandex showing it in this finals. If you want to pick Drow, we've prepared an answer.
Got to protect it better somehow. And Chira, right? It's refreshing to see Monkey King not just lose lane.
We've seen so many that have just completely
recovered,
lost the game, but no, he's played it very nicely, Chira Jr.
And yeah, supports, have to give a lot of credit, right? That mid lane kind of situation that happened where Malady survived and they get those 2 big kills for Chira. It was a long time ago, but that was a big point of recovery for Chira. Trades coming in, they have to address them. Gets Hexed, has Aegis.
Overgrowth full catch. Also, no, that was the Nature's Wrath. Coming on to the 2 of them. Wukong's commands down.
Pressure on multiple fronts. They have to glyph. There's Treants as well top. There's Summons top also going.
It's just when do you go for the double Ravage play? Malady.
He's in first.
He's going to find him in the trees. The grip will come out, but they're quickly looking to deal with the illusions of the Spade. Come in with the buyback Whisper. There's the Ravage. Chira Jr. is going to be separated from the rest of the team. Allows them to shoot down Malady, take down Chira Jr. the once.
Chira's deep.
Whisper's got the second Ravage. Holds Watson in position. Yuma's in trouble though. Chira Jr.'s on top of him. Yuma will try and force away. The stun's coming out. He's gone. He'll have buyback, but Whisper's gone for 2 minutes. Chira Jr. pulling himself out with the harpoon. He'll look to stand his ground with the Wukong's command. Yuma can shoot down the Monkey King. The Hex comes out. They've caught Yuma. Yuma sprouted. He's dead. Game's over. GG is called. Yandex will take this game 1.
A really cool one and an insane recovery from Chira, playing super aggressive here in this last team fight. They split the fight beautifully. Whisper dies in an instant before he can get the first Ravages off, and then he jumps the backline. He does catch the Coddle, but then his Drow is just getting eaten alive by the Wolf. Yandex, I think this design of the draft did look super good with the way that they wanted to play versus this team fight draft. They just dodged them until they felt like they were comfortable enough with these items, and then they can just force the issue here.
Yeah, they really did, and sent a very clear message of you got to be more careful if you want to pick the Drow. You know, sure, you might have been getting away with it before, like many other teams were, picking it as openly as they were. But Yandex showing they absolutely have a plan when it comes to playing against a Drow Ranger lineup.
And the Largo, right?
We did get something a little different.
But
it looked cute in the lane.
It did.
But outside of that, it kind of fell off pretty hard. We didn't see a lot from Thailand. It was a tough game from on the mid Largo. So I'm sure we'll see him on something else in the next game. Game 1, Yandex coming in hot.
And I have stolen DM for a sweet moment to talk to you. The Drow, is the Lycan the answer? Is that what you were picking it for?
I think it's kind of good because it's a fast hero who can reach her, and it can take areas, and it can block entrance with wolves. So I think it's quite a solid answer. And also it's good into the Rebane, which is their signature hero. So yeah.
Yeah, it did look really good. I was wondering if you guys were aiming to push early with this Nature's Lycan, or if you were just planning to outscale them by picking 3 carries?
I think our heroes are good at doing both, but enemies were very disciplined. They were playing defensively, so rushing into high ground would be a big mistake, so we didn't.
Yeah, I was wondering, it did obviously extend quite a bit. What was the hardest part of being able to push that high ground?
I think the hardest part was to get a good plan, but eventually we said we can go to sides. I went on top, I got the side, they were fighting bottom, then I after taking side I reached the bottom already. I was sitting on draw, and when hero is near her ulti is not working, so it's she's having much less damage. It was good.
And that was our excellent speed interview. Go prepare for the next game. Go, go, go. Thank you, DM.
A lot of information given from DM, the fact that they're in the midst still of that grand final, but to get to win game 1, give out a lot of information like that, it really helps at least my analysts. I know they were struggling. Break this one down a little bit. I'm only joking. What blew my mind the most was the Largo Monkey King, because you said at worst, Quinn, It was a draw for Monkey King.
Yeah, it was worse.
Yeah, I think he messed up. I don't know if he's ever played this lane.
He has not.
I also don't know if he
Most people
thought
haven't.
about the fact that it purges the whatever it's called,
Jingle Mastery?
because he didn't play like he knew. So I'm not sure. Maybe it was a little bit of a whoopsie, but he played great in the game despite some of the shenanigans early on.
Yeah, it's kind of like as if they played without a mid laner at least for a while, because, you know, when this hero doesn't win his lane, he didn't really do that much in his early moves, which is why it was very important that his team had a good game. I think Saksa in the early game, they got like some double kill top, he goes bottom later, he had a banger of a game, because yeah, when you last pick your mid hero, this is not what you expect. You're not, it's kind of illegal to lose in the counter pick matchup and die.
It kind of helped for CJ, even though he lost the lane. Like, the mentality of this game was very clear. Like, even DM just said it in the interview, right? Like, their heroes naturally shoved the waves. Monkey King was connecting with like the tree who was going very aggressive, or you had Watson TPing in. There's a couple of like early moves from Yandex that didn't connect, but you could see the mentality that they wanted to apply, which was just forward aggression. And for LGD, let's be honest, they didn't really do anything in this game. Largo shoved a wave, Tide bot and Ags, he shoved a wave, might hit a Ravage here or there, but I think the pressure they applied on Yuma in the early game, constantly ganking him, just really stopped LGD from really ever kind of dictating this game at all.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think it felt a little lifeless. To me, this felt, Chokes maybe a little strong, but they definitely played a little shaky, a little scared, and I think it's because of the Grand Finals. Because to be honest, they took a couple of towers, and then they kind of just sat around on their laurels and waited for Yandex to farm a lead, and they weren't even really dying. It was just the gold lead slowly going up because they're farming with like 5 heroes on Yandex all over the map, while LGD's kind of clumped sitting together, and eventually you just kind of lose because you're down 1 million gold.
I could see maybe some logic behind the Largo if Whisper was playing his Batriders, the Timber Swords, like where you could see this like partnership of mid to off lane, where it's like the mid croaks up the off lane, you keep running down your opponent, you're fighting, but putting the mid Largo when you already have the Tides, like they both do the same role in the kind of the draft, so then you're kind of hitting the same problems at the same minute mark. Like, you're not able to help each other's weakness, or maybe the timings that don't connect. It just felt a little ooky compared to other lineups of LGD. Like, they're killers, they're meant to break the game. They just did none of that.
Yeah, and their heroes, they just don't really make it that easy. Like you just said, Tide and Largo are kind of slow. They rely on all these other things. So when you look at Yandex, I think what a lot of this series will be about, and what this game about, is a lot of like annoying and dirty ghost push. Like, if you look at the map, they have Carlo who's pushing waves, there's Treants, there's Lycan, Monkey King is jumping around. You see everyone with the Treant shard as well. So I think just going into the next game, if you're LGD, you should be looking at heroes that help you with the map. I think Bane, actually, you need to lower the direction of the hero if Lycan and Nature's are still in the pool. Maybe even heroes like Naga Sirens could come out, you know, because you need to be ready for this. Yandex, they've done this multiple games now in this tournament, and that's how they won this game just now. It's like so freely and so easy.
A lot of freedom that comes from LGD's side, right? Not in this draft, but how they play and how they've won games, is a lot of different players being on what feels like their comforts, not so much what are meta comforts. Like, yes, Whisper can play the Tide, that isn't the question we're having, but is it something that he enjoys currently in the meta, or is it just, it was good for the game, we wanted to put him on it? It was only really the Tai Lung that was playing something a little bit more out of the box, and I would have liked to see LGD still continue a bit more of their flair in the Grand Finals.
It's like, I think if Whisper's on Tide, then like Tai Lung needs to be on like the Embers, the Storms, the Pucks, the heroes that want to make crazy shit happen. Because then Whisper, like, I love the fact that Whisper was going for like the Ags rush. Like, the reason why the game felt like it had maybe a moment for LGD was he rushed Ags at 21 minutes. They go for Roshan. Like, even under the map pressure that Yandex was starting to apply, LGD was thinking, how do we still stamp our authority in the game? They got the Aegis, but the problem is the waves got shoved in so quickly, they had no response, and it is because they just have this like discrepancy in what their cores are meant to be doing at the game. They just weren't ready for how much like shove Yandex was applying.
Yeah, it's honestly a very impressive strategic approach from Yandex. I think they thought about, like, hey, how does LGD play? They're aggressive, they're crazy, they run at you. We're going to pick Ghost Push in just a general sense, right? They start off the draft with Coddle before they really see very much at all. And I think that leans in that direction, because this, to me, is not just a this game counterpick. It's an LGD counterpick specifically, because I think it's good against them. And like you said, they weren't on comfort heroes. I totally agree. And I think they forced them onto those intentionally. I don't think it's happenstance that LGD ends up on a bunch of random heroes they're not comfortable on. I think it's the way the draft has progressed, because I think Yandex did amazing prep. Like this, I think LG needs to bounce back in a major way, especially in the draft, because I think when you look back at this game, they got outplayed.
Yeah, I think the Lycan Nature Swap is just a big problem. Like, once they got to like minute 19 and they have the Helm of Dominator with like the big black dragon, you know, it's here. Like, look at the minimap. You know, they're at the tier 3, they're TPing back to grip it. Like, look at the entire map. Bottom, there's a Kodo, there's Lycan farming. there's so many resources you have to put there, and your heroes aren't good at this. It's just 20 or 30 seconds later, now they get to freely move on Thailand mid, because the game, it was still semi-even. Like, I think they were only up like 1k gold, but after this, it's 3k, then they make another move, it's 4, it's 5, it's 6, and none of your heroes really ever get better at dealing with it.
Yeah, it's also a really cool counterpick to Nature's Prophet to the Drow. Like, we've seen it in past patches where Drow is the turret carry, yeah, sure, but so is Nature's Prophet, but he also makes moves and plays fast on you. So, I mean, you can see it, Watson, he ganked this Drow like 1,000,000 times in the early game. He was all over the place and making up, I think, for a lot of CJ's weaknesses in this game, where he feeds a couple of times, Watson says, no problem, I'm going to make the moves for you and get us through that early period of the game. So massive kudos to him, because I think he pulled a lot of weight that potentially CJ was intended to if you look at the draft.
I mean, that is just the value of Nature's Prophet and why I think it is just going to become such an important hero in this game, in this grand final, sorry. So I think Watson is reminding everyone how important it is. But you're talking about like the dragon push. I feel like the vision in this game was just hilarious. Like the fact that Malady and prior Smoke, they were like moved in, and just look at the 3 radiant wards on the dire side of the map. At 20 minutes, when have you seen 3 observers this deep into the base? They subscribed to the 6 minutes after. They had no other wards on the map. I think they placed 1 at the bottom Roshan, but they were using the couriers and the path they're going to kind of give pseudo vision. If you see the courier go bot, okay, that guy's there, he might be twin gating it. If they goes mid, so they were using such deep vision. Of course, the tree has shard to kind of complement this, but because of how much match shove they have, it was kind of cool that in a rare scenario, this vision kind of made sense. In other games, you're just hard griefing, but this time, it kind of worked.
No, it's like semi-map hack, then there's wolves running around, there's treants running around, and I think at the same time, it's also very cool what Yandex did. When you have Nature's Prophet and Lycan who play into Tide, it's very hard to teamfight into the Tide Hunter. But they're just like kind of ignoring him, going elsewhere, because Tide in nature, it's a good pick for LGD. Yeah, absolutely, but the hero's still very slow. You can like outmaneuver him on the map, and they did that.
There were all the things that Yandex did really well later in the game, but there were still a couple of blunders in the earlier part. And so again, if we see LGD continue the tempo of lanes and coming out of that, then we could have been singing a different song, because more importantly, yeah, some rotations that came out as well, the mid matchup, there just seemed to be so many things that really favored LGD on paper.
Yeah, I think like this should not happen, right? Like Cardo Lycan is not supposed to double kill a Drow Bane. It's like there's also smaller things like this that go into it. I mean, I think sure, you know, there's the mid matchup with like the Largo Monkey King. I don't think you should die in that lane either. Like, so sure, you haven't played the matchup, but you're counter picking the Largo. So going 24 Monkey King and dying, it's not the one.
I have one request though for the grand finals. Can we just not see Largo anymore? Like the lower bracket was 2 Largo losses. Can we not have Largo in this grand finals anymore, please? Thank you. I'm sure both teams heard us.
Literally.
They 100% heard us. Because I am bored of watching Largo lose. Thank you. I'm sure both teams heard us. And I don't want to look behind me.
Yuma's got a big smile on his face. He's actually smiling at us.
See, no more Largo. Thank you. This is the benefit of course BLAST SLAM 7. We have the teams right next to us hearing every word.
This is just free coaching. This is a free third coach that we're offering to them.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sure it makes sense, but no, it's just like, it's uninspiring. I understand that Tai Lung, he has this hero pool. It's not even Tai Lung, actually, just to be very clear, it's not him, it's the hero.
It's every role, whether it's
the
mid, off lane, or support.
It's like crit griefed on it on 4th position. We've had Tai Lung on the mid lane, we've had Whisper on the off lane, we have Miro on the off lane. Like the hero just, it feels like it's lost its power spike of like dominating the lane it was in. People understand it, they know the limits, and we're not seeing like the Quops, the Pangos, these partnerships that make the hero feel a bit more like, ooh, yay, explosive. It's just there. And if it's just a hero that just exists in the draft, I want many other heroes in place of it that provide like clear power spikes and timings to play on. Because Largo, he just kind of does the entire time. Like he never just takes over a game.
I do want more info from you, Quinn, because you said that you don't think it's supposed to go this bad for Monkey, that he misplayed a little bit. But I want to know where exactly, like when we watch it back or when you think back on it, where are those misplays coming from the Monkey King? Why is it that Largo did have such a good lane despite what you feel should not have been that heavy favored?
I think a lot of it goes down to the small things. It's individual CS, it's individual clicks, it's really small mistakes. The fact that he's this low HP at the start of the game is already a problem. That means stuff has gone wrong prior to that. It means you've mis-aggroed or you've taken bad trades, all these little things that add up. And it's easy to mess that stuff up, especially at the start of the grand final. You can be a little bit jittery, but honestly, kudos to Tai Lung, and I think he deserves his flowers because he's solo killed more players, I think, in this tournament so far than I think anyone else in mid. He's been pretty locked in, and so I think if you're going at the next game, yeah, CJ played a great mid game, but you can't have this happen again, especially in a game where, you know, Tai Lung is not playing a ridiculous, terrible mid hero, and he's playing something real that he can, you know, take over the game on. I think Tai Lung should be in a position of power in this series because he showed already the grand final starts solo kill in a weird ever-loving matchup. Like, that is impressive, and I think you want to be able to carry that forward and actually have impact after you get the solo kill. It should mean something and not just be sort of a limp to your death kind of loss.
If you removed player names then and we redid this this hero matchup, what would you give it? Maybe a 50-50?
It should still be Monkey favorite, no?
Nah, I think it's